Be seated. Timothy Gaston has been given leave to make a statement on the death of Charlie Kirk and its impact on Northern Ireland, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Any other members wishing to be called should rise in their places in the usual manner. And you're up to 3 minutes to speak, Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute and give thanks for the life of Charlie Kirk. At just 31 years of age, Charlie was a devoted husband to Erica and a loving father to his two beautiful children. His loss is deeply felt not only by his family, but by all those who value conviction, courage, and the right to speak freely. Charlie Kirk stood for family, for his Christian values, his conservative principles, when he was advocating all the time for family, faith, and liberty. His approach to those who disagreed with him was grounded in biblical exhortation. "Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord." Through social media, his work reached a global audience, with many homes in Northern Ireland, including my own, following him. He gave a voice to those with Christian and conservative views by defending the right to speak without fear of censorship or intimidation. This assembly should reflect on what his life teaches us. Freedom of expression and the liberties we hold dear are fragile, and they must be defended against political violence. Politically motivated murder is and was always wrong. We need only to look at our own history. The memorials in Parliament buildings remind us of Sir Norman Strong and his son James, murdered by the Provisionals. Senator Jack Barnhill, murdered by the official IRA. Senator Paddy Wilson, murdered in particularly vicious circumstances by Loyalists. Regardless of ideology, such acts are and have always been wrong. There is and there has always been an alternative. I began by noting that Charlie lived out the biblical love and concern to reason with his opponents. On that same theme, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring my remarks to a close by observing that he knew the full truth of the verse. "Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool." Whatever differences I have with other members in this House, I urge each and every one of you to seek the same experience and go after the same Saviour and put your trust in him as Charlie Kirk did.
Dan Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday evening, the world watched in horror as Charlie Kirk was assassinated in the United States of America, aged just 31. Shocking and heartbreaking, especially for his wife and two young children who I keep in my prayers. Charlie was the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a political activist and commentator, and at just 31, built a strong platform giving a voice to millions of people who felt silenced by the left. Charlie's politics were shaped by his Christian faith, by common sense and his conviction that the truth should be spoken plainly, even when unpopular. And for that, he was hated by those who could not bear to see their ideology challenged. The battles fought in America are not confined to the United States. They are being fought here too, in the United Kingdom and in Northern Ireland. On Friday night, we saw Erica Kirk, Charlie's wife, speak publicly with grace and incredible strength. She spoke to the evildoers and told them, "You have no idea of the fire you have ignited." She said, "The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry." And Erica, I certainly have heard your cry, and I will speak up here in Northern Ireland for what is right and share this message. Charlie Kirk stood firmly for a common sense approach. His convictions were rooted in his faith, as mine are too. They spoke more broadly, though, to anyone who values truth and fairness, the love of their country and the foundations of a stable society. Charlie Kirk never shied away from the challenging issues. He spoke truth with conviction, but also compassion, and so must we. And we in the DUP will not bow to those who sneer at the values of ordinary people. We must stand up against the woke agenda. The older I get, I see more people turning to Jesus. In a world where evil seems to grow louder every day, faith is a refuge, a light that refuses to be swallowed by the darkness. Belief is not just about religion. It's about hope and strength, the promise that goodness has the final word, as in death, those saved live forever with God. Since Charlie was murdered, over 7 million people have newly followed his social media platforms. His message is speaking stronger from beyond his death, from heaven. And his name, Kirk, is the Ulster Scots word for church. Members, nothing happens by chance. It is all part of God's plan. And let us remember Charlie by taking up the challenge, honouring his beliefs and values of faith, of family and country, and keeping his family firmly in our prayers.
Colleagues, at the heart of this, and what I think we should be focusing on, is the fact that there is a grieving family here mourning a very terrible loss. There was no justification for the killing of Charlie Kirk, and his murder was wrong. The horrific scenes played out in social media were absolutely dreadful to watch. There has been a lot of talk about freedom of speech, and while I uphold everyone's right to that, it must come with the understanding that there is a huge responsibility in terms of what we say and the impact that that can have, and we must be mindful of the language that we use. I am sure that that will be debated ad nauseum over the next period, but for today, I will be thinking of the grieving family at the heart of this, left to pick up the pieces. Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. And the murder of Charlie Kirk is the latest incident in a worrying rise in political violence in the United States and indeed across the world, and it was an act of political cowardice. I speak today as somebody who disagreed with just about every word that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth, but what I can recognise is his talent as a narrator, as a debater, as an activist and as an organiser, and my thoughts today are with his young family who are suffering an unimaginable loss. There is no place for political violence in any society, and indeed a fair and free democracy relies on the ability of all of us, politicians, activists and members of the public, to engage in public life without fear of reprisal, violence, attack or intimidation. And it's important to say that political violence is not the reserve of left or right or centre. Irrespective of where we all stand on the political spectrum, we have an obligation as Democrats to stand against political violence wherever it raises its head, whomever is responsible and whomever it is targeted against. At a time when democracies across the globe are under attack, let the loss of Charlie Kirk be a reminder to us all that those democracies are precious and we must all resolve to defend them. Thank you.
John Burrows.
On behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, could I extend our thoughts and condolences with the wife and family and friends of Charlie Kirk. It was a brutal assassination carried out in the full glare of today's social media. Many people will be traumatised beyond his family and friends, indeed beyond America. These things can be a chill factor to people expressing their views honestly and passionately. And I don't think it is appropriate when we are acknowledging a terrible crime and atrocity that we witnessed last week to in any way bring in a conversation about responsible language. It is absolutely vital that people can speak and be heard and be controversial. Yes, they can be governed under the law, but nothing about one's words ever justifies the violence that's used against them. Nothing about one's political views or views of faith or views on how a country should be governed or its constitutional status ever justify someone's murder. And what I think we should do in this place is every one of us use our language going forward, that violence is wrong, but always has been wrong. There are people who listen to us out there, particularly young people, and they cannot make the distinction that some can, who sit in this place, and say violence was okay up to that point, that date, when we said so, but is not justified anymore. We need to take that out of the equation. We remember as a party, of course, we have lost members. Edgar Graham, to political violence. So I just want to extend our thoughts as a party to the family, friends of Charlie Kirk, to other people who feel that they cannot speak out, and if they speak out, they will be oppressed, and they may even be assassinated. And we all need to stand for free speech, but we all need to have a clear red line that violence is wrong, will always be wrong in the future, and was always wrong in the past. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Violence begets more violence. Hate tends to beget more hate. The scenes brutally and traumatically relayed via social media on people's phones, including many young people's phones throughout the world, of the assassination of Charlie Kirk will leave a lasting legacy for many people who were supporters and sympathisers with him. That will motivate them politically, and that is their right. But for them and for everybody else, it will be a grotesque, horrifying sign of the breakdown of basic democratic values. It should go without saying in any democracy that the right to disagree is sacrosanct. The right to free speech, even to say things that do offend other people, is something that has to be protected. It should also go without saying that we obviously share our profound condolences with Charlie Kirk's widow, his family, and all those who were close to him. It's probably obvious, Mr. Speaker, I didn't agree really with anything that Charlie Kirk said. In fact, I thought a lot of what he said was abhorrent and wrong, and I'm willing to say that here. That's not me in any way minimising or giving succour to people who thought it was appropriate to take his life, because I and my party have always believed that political violence of that kind wasn't just morally wrong, it was profoundly counterproductive, because what it does is that it emboldens and it creates martyrs for people in terms of those causes. In my constituency, just before I was born and then just after I was born, a man named Robert Bradford was assassinated, and then the constituency we share, Mr. Speaker, and then not long when I was a baby, Edgar Graham was assassinated near where my constituency office is now. I have no doubt that if I had been a politician at the same time, I would have profoundly disagreed with most of what those two gentlemen stood for and said, but the taking of their lives was profoundly morally wrong, and it was deeply counterproductive. It ultimately was the kind of violence that made it harder to make progress in any society. So while saying that I didn't agree with anything basically Charlie Kirk said, and I robustly opposed lots of what he said, let me say on behalf of my party that his murder was grotesquely, immorally wrong and indefensible. We are at a moment in the United States and other parts of the world where we need to be able to stand up for freedom of speech, but also respectful debate. And sometimes that debate will be challenging, it'll be robust, and it'll be very, very contentious, but it has to happen in the space of respect for difference and respect for democracy. I know what my values are. I will keep championing them. Others in this chamber have values that I challenge robustly and will continue to challenge robustly, but I respect their right to have those opinions and to make those points. They will respect, I hope, my right to challenge them robustly. I wish that Charlie Kirk had been around, because if he had been around, I and others would have been robustly challenging his views. The taking of his life is an affront to democracy, and my condolences to his family and all who cared about him.
Paul Fruit.
Speaker, Charlie Kirk was a champion. He was a tremendous speaker and a talented debater. But most and foremost, he was a family man, a father of 2 young children. And he was brutally assassinated because he was effective, because he spoke the truth. He warned against intolerant liberalism and the totalitarian left. but he preached libertarianism. He fought for freedom. He supported family, everybody's family. He talked about his Lord. And now Charlie is in glory. But he leaves behind a wife, a grieving wife, and 2 young children. And that's intolerable. And I pray, and I will continue to pray, for that family. Sometimes we think that America is so far away, but it's not. Because the battles that they fight as people, we fight also. Surely the last 5 years teaches us that. And Charlie Kirk was a champion to so many people throughout the world. But there was also so many people that didn't hear of Charlie Kirk, but still aspired to his same values. But now those people know Charlie Kirk. They know what he stood for. They know what his family stands for. They know what his organisation stands for. And I do believe that there is an igniting of fire and passion that will grip this world, both in America and in the UK. And Charlie Kirk's legacy, I think, will be stronger in death than it was in life. I'm part of a Christian hill walking club, and we were out in the Highlands this weekend. And in that club, there was old members, young members, but it was the topic of everybody's conversation. And there was deep sadness and shock that Charlie Kirk is no longer with us. But I recognised the burning passion in those young people's lives for Charlie Kirk and his strength. And I believe that that strength will go right across this land, and those young Christian conservative people will be no longer feared or scared to speak up. They will be like Charlie Kirk, and that will be his lasting legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jonathan Buckley. Thank you, Speaker. Last week, the world was shaken by a senseless, barbaric, and tragic act: the assassination of Charlie Kirk. First and foremost, our hearts go out to his wife, Erica, and their children. Today, we hear that courageous battle cry of a young widow. At its core, this is a human loss, a family broken, torn apart in the most cruel and inhumane way imaginable. No words can ease their pain, nor will they ever. But today, we stand with them in their grief and their loss. Charlie was a beaming light in a world consumed by darkness. A man with unwavering conviction. He stood boldly for the truth, guided by both courage and passion. His voice resonated with a generation, especially young people, who saw in him a rare form of leadership, unafraid, unfiltered, and unshaken. Members, Charlie Kirk was not assassinated because of the words he spoke. He was assassinated because our young people were prepared to listen, to take courage in standing for truth with conviction. More importantly than any of this, Charlie embraced his Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ, and proclaimed the gospel proudly. In his own words, he said, "I am far more interested in what God wants from me than what I want from God. My prayer is very simple. Use me for your will." In Belfast and in London, in cities and towns across his beloved USA, Charlie's name is being lifted up and remembered. His impact is nothing short of seismic, helping to reignite conservative family values right across the world, not in anger but in reason. He gave a voice to the unheard. He empowered people both young and old here included in Northern Ireland, to question and to challenge. He reminded them that they weren't wrong to think differently. Charlie's legacy will endure. It will inspire a boldness to those he touched. A new generation will honour him, not by reiterating into silence, but by speaking truth. Thank you, Charlie Kirk.
Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the people of North Belfast, a community that is used to the damage of political violence, I rise to add my sympathy and those that I represent to the Kirk family. Mr. Speaker, Charlie Kirk was killed motivated by hatred. Hatred of his ability, hatred of his willingness to challenge the status quo, and willingness to stand up for traditional values. Mr. Speaker, it falls to all of us, public representatives who value democracy, to call out this attack, not just an attack on one man or a set of ideals, but an attack on a process in which we should all hold dear, that of freedom, that of tolerance, and that of respect. To those, Mr. Speaker, across the United Kingdom and in the United States, engaging in the ghoulish and obscene behaviour of celebrating this death, I say shame. But I also say, Mr. Speaker, the Kirk family will take great solace in that disgraceful act, because they know that they do that because they hate him. We look at the words that Charlie spoke. He knew that people hated him because he was willing to challenge them. He was willing to stand up to them, and he was willing to take on vested interests. Mr. Speaker, it falls to all of us who value democracy that we continue to speak up for that right to challenge and that right to represent those that we hold dear. And Mr. Speaker, this party will continue to be on the side of the silent majority and stand with the Kirk family.
Steve Egan.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to speak, but I've just had a message from Senator Wayne Harper, who sits in the Utah State Senate chamber. I said to him, Senator, we woke to the terrible news of the death of Charlie Kirk. The use of violence to silence free speech is regrettably something we here in Northern Ireland are all too aware of. Charlie Kirk and his young family are in our thoughts and prayers. We also pray for you and your great state at these sad times. Senator Harper reached back and said, "Thank you for reaching out, and thank you for the Northern Ireland Assembly reaching out to us all. This is indeed a travesty. As you all too well know, violence is not a political solution. Sitting around a table to talk is." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and thank all the members for the respectful handling of this issue, as was the case whenever we had our member statements on George Floyd, where people were equally respectful. And I just want to mention to members, on Wednesday we were having a round table about the personal safety of MLAs and about the abuse and so forth that is ongoing. And I think it's something that we all need to reflect on and be conscious of, that being in the public square is not necessarily a safe place all of the time, and every member needs to reflect on that, and every member needs to be aware of that. And whilst in America it is somewhat easier because of the number of guns that are available, we saw the murder of 2 members of Parliament in the United Kingdom, and I know that a number of our offices have been targeted in recent times, some not so recent, but in recent times a number of our offices have been targeted. So members do need to be aware of all of those things, and do need to reflect on those things. And I think that it's important, and the reason that we are here as a democratic institution is to give voice to people, and that voice can be disagreeing a lot, and can be forceful, and can be contentious at times, but that does not give anyone the right to take anybody's life or to cause harm to another person because of the views that they have expressed. So I encourage every member, just as public representatives, to be strong and to go out and represent your people as you're elected to do, in the way that you see fit. and we'll have a job to do for our constituents. Next item in the order paper is member statements. Nicole Colm Kildernew.
Agus be me ag lorch as Gaeilge ar dús. Ar an drochúr is ceadom éirí a ríis chun ard a harangt ar chur chuige do glachta an air a pobl ag buint les an Gaeilge. A ceann cóirle, the Minister for Communities has responsibility for developing an Irish language strategy. And although to date he has failed to publish one, the Minister clearly has his own strategy for the Irish language. That's a strategy to prevent the development of Irish and work against its ongoing growth on this island. It's a strategy to undermine and attack Irish at every opportunity. And in his decision to remove trilingual letterheads from his department, it's a strategy to make Irish invisible. Unfortunately, this is one of a number of interventions the Minister and his party have made to thwart the development of Irish, including the blocking of additional funding from the Southern Government for North-South bodies, including Forest na Gaeilge, and opposing Irish Sign Language at Grand Central Station. I can call you, the Irish language has endured attacks before and it has survived. It will endure these attempts to undermine and suppress it as well.
Philip Brett.
And following on from that, Mr. Speaker, I welcome last week's comments from the High Court judge, which pushed back against attempts by Sinn Féin to continue to push cultural dominance here in Northern Ireland. As the High Court judge made clear, the attempt by the Infrastructure Minister to impose additional Irish language signs at Grand Central Station has made the Executive into a laughingstock. But, Mr. Speaker, should we be surprised? This party made clear from the very start that the attempts by the Infrastructure Minister were unlawful. This was called out by the Deputy First Minister and indeed actions by the Communities Minister. And what we have seen since is an attempt to whip up faux outrage. Mr. Speaker, the previous Infrastructure Minister and now Finance Minister happily signed off on the Grand Central Station project without additional signage. However, Sinn Féin have attempted now to politicise this as a Johnny-come-lately issue. But let me be clear, this is not about inclusion. Sinn Féin want to raise Irish language above every other minority language here in Northern Ireland. Not content with Irish being included with all other minority languages, they believe their culture and their identity should be raised above everyone else's. This is about supremacy and not about partnership. And they're willing, Mr. Speaker, to squander £150,000 of public funding on this project, money which should be used to fix the roads and the infrastructure projects right across Northern Ireland. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the same supremacist attitude adopted by Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance Party in relation to language at Belfast City Council, where they set aside democratic norms despite a majority of residents not wanting Irish language street signs. They install them to whip up fears and to intimidate unionists, helped by the SDLP and the Alliance Party. But this has become a pattern every time they try to make a cultural issue of this. No mention, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that Sinn Féin-run departments exclude Ulster Scots from their letterhead, but yet go after our minister for having only one language. Once again, they want dominance, not partnership. We know what Sinn Féin mean when they say equality. Gerry Adams was secretly recorded telling the unionist community what he meant by equality. He wanted to break unionists. Sinn Féin will not break unionists, and he will not break this party.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise as an East Belfast MLA and chair of the All-Party Group on ADHD to ask the question, where is the report on commissioning adult ADHD services in Northern Ireland? In March 2024, thousands of people signed my petition calling on the Health Minister to urgently commission these essential services here, and my inbox has become flooded with the concerns and anxieties of those living with, and potentially living with, the condition, but crucially, unable to access a diagnosis or treatments because we do not have commissioned services here. Since then, I persisted and fought to meet with the Minister in his office alongside ADD&I, and was told in this chamber it would be completed by the end of this financial year. I've then been told it would be finished by the start of the summer. I've then been told it would be finished by the start of September. Mr. Speaker, I fully appreciate the work involved to create a meaningful and purposeful report. However, people living with ADHD have been overlooked for too long and have waited for too long to continue to live in crisis and despair. We already have likely missed 2 to 3 generations of struggling young people who are now struggling adults. My petition was launched in April 24, but we are now midway through September 25 and have still heard nothing official or unofficial. That's nearly a year and a half later, and I don't want to prejudge what that report will say, but I fear I could write the conclusion. I'd love to do it, but it's too expensive, and you all voted for the budget. Meanwhile, adults living with and potentially living with ADHD will suffer by facing expensive costs for access to transformative medication, lengthy waiting list times, damaged relationships, missed opportunities to use ADHD for the better, self-medication with alcohol and substance abuse, chronic disorganisation, and poor mental health. I was delighted to open the new office for ADD&I earlier this year in South Belfast, and I'm proud to have my name on their wall having done so. But Mr. Speaker, I'm about results, and I will continue to raise how ADHD and the lack of commissioned services here is destroying families and lives across Northern Ireland. I urgently call on the publication of this report and for the commissioning of ADHD services in Northern Ireland.
Call Mark Durgan.
There's a lot of disappointment, a lot of anger, not a lot of surprise though, across and beyond the football fraternity in the North West at the Community Minister's announcement last week on the Northern Ireland Football Fund. The decision not to fund Derry City and Institute football clubs has caused cross-community consternation and concern and makes a mockery of this Executive's programme for government claims on regional balance. And it was a decision, a political decision, coincidentally made in the same week that the DUP leader threatened funding to Derry. Since the announcement, which should have been made in this Assembly, we've heard Minister Lyons do his best to distance himself from it where clubs have been disappointed. It was an independent process. It was nothing to do with me. But clamber for credit from those who are content. While the Minister will point to the application criteria and the assessment process, how can he expect us or anyone to believe or accept that he had no say in how £36 million of public money is to be allocated? Remember, this is the same Minister who is spending public money challenging another Minister in the Executive over spending £150,000. This is £36 million from the Assembly budget, so it's right that MLAs should get clarification and assurance where there has been understandable consternation. Given the Minister suggesting that he hopes for more money in the future, it would be a naive dereliction for MLAs not to scrutinise criteria, weightings and their working application. The SDLP is demanding a VAR-like review of this diabolical on-field decision, and we will be canvassing for cross-party support for such a review, be it through petition of concern, Communities Committee or the Executive itself. And this can't lead to accusations of delaying a process that has already been disastrously delayed by being used as a political football and by 5 years of Assembly collapse. When the Minister himself has conceded that funding won't be allocated until late next year and that several of the successful projects will probably never even come to fruition. This decision cannot stand. Derry clubs deserve better. We all deserve better, and we all demand transparency.
John Burrows.
Raise the issue of a dog incarcerated for life, I'm afraid to say, in McGilligan Prison by the leadership of the Northern Ireland Prison Service and by our Justice Department. There's not a single animal charity that has not, to me, expressed outrage that there is a dog being placed, given the title of comfort dog, inside McGilligan Prison. It has no master and it has no handler. I'm unaware of any service dogs who are in that position. Anyone who understands pets, either professionally or working dogs, knows that they need to have a handler and a master. This dog also does not go home. It lives in the prison. And I think it is our job to cut across party lines. We're here to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable, and there are a great number of people in the prison service today very uncomfortable. The fact that this dog is there. The staff that are looking after it are not trained. It has no designated handler. It is passed between pillar and post of untrained staff. And I've had that confirmed in writing from the Justice Minister that it doesn't go home and that it has no master. Those who understand service dogs know that they have clear boundaries. For example, if the prison service or the police service or other service dogs, they actually wear a different harness at work than they do when they go home. There are dogs who will be hyper-vigilant at work, but they'll sleep through a thunderstorm when they go home because they know that's their home time. This dog lives in a prison. It should be the Justice Department that actually role models good behaviour, not ignores it. And every dog charity, Causeway Coast Dog Rescue, have been speaking to me all weekend. And I saw some pictures of, as an attempt perhaps to draw equivalence, that there's comfort dogs supporting victims of crime in court, which I welcome. That dog, a St Bernard, is brought in to see the victims of crime by its handler, by its owner. It then goes back home. There's no equivalence between that and a dog that is kept in prison. There are real questions about the welfare of this dog. Who's it microchipped to? Who's the lawful owner? Who's responsible for it? No rules, no regulations. And yet it is in one of the most high-risk settings that you can have in society, a prison. It is housed in H2, the wing. It is walked by a sex offender. We agree that there's a role for rehabilitation, but there has to be proper boundaries, proper safeguards to look after our animals. So I would ask for cross-community and cross-party support, that we need to look out for this animal, that you cannot pluck an animal up, put it in a prison with no trained handler and never let it go home. It's an abuse of the animal, and I'm calling for the Justice Minister to cease this programme until there's proper legislation, safeguard and boundaries.
Cancorla. It seems there could be light at the end of the tunnel for the community in Warrenpoint to the almost 3-year nightmare that they have suffered due to the storage of tens of thousands of tonnes of black bin waste at Warrenpoint Harbour Authority and in close proximity to people's homes. Warrenpoint Harbour Authority have today released a statement saying that Regen will cease its operation of storing waste at Warrenpoint Harbour Authority immediately, and I want to tentatively welcome that statement. Members in this House will know, they've heard me talking about it before, but for almost 3 years, this odour has not only invaded people's sense of smell, it has invaded every aspect of people's daily lives in Warrenpoint. It was wrong that this waste was allowed to be stored at Warrenpoint Harbour Authority and in close proximity to homes and businesses to begin with. And I really do think that Warrenpoint Harbour Authority and Regen owe the community of Warrenpoint an apology for the torment that they have suffered over the last almost 3 years. I think it would be appropriate to pay a tribute to the community in Warrenpoint, to the various campaign groups, to my fellow political colleagues across the party spectrum who have campaigned on this issue for the last 3 years. And we stepped in, and the community stepped in, and the campaign group stepped in when the Environment Minister, when the NIEA, and those that have responsibility for making sure that people's lives aren't impacted by this waste, when it was their responsibility to step in and put an end to it, they washed their hands of it. So I want to pay tribute to the community, to the campaign groups and everybody who didn't let up on this issue over the last 3 years. And while this is good news that the waste will no longer be stored there, we will be, as I said, tentatively welcoming that. We'll be keeping a close eye on it because ultimately and how this is achieved, is for others to decide. But ultimately, the older issue has to end, and that's what we will be focusing on. So while Sinn Féin welcomes this, we'll be watching closely to make sure that all the older issues associated with the regen operation at Warrenpoint Port stop.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. How many times has unionism been told of a mythical New Ireland inclusive of all our cultures and tradition? How many times have we been told by Sinn Féin and the SDLP and some quiet voices, though getting louder within the Alliance Party, about this very myth? Members may be aware that at the weekend, Heather Humphreys launched her campaign for the Irish presidential election. In doing so, she described herself as a symbol of Ireland's tolerance and inclusivity towards Protestants and Unionists. Now, Heather is from County Monaghan, a place not far from here, or communities indeed that I come from and represent. But one wonders, has that perspective been shaped and moulded by her place within the Dublin establishment, politically, rather than the everyday lived experiences of many Protestant families living in border counties? Because for those families, Mr. Speaker, the picture is very different. Their story has often been one of exclusion, of quiet and vocal discrimination, and of gradual erasing. Whole communities, once vibrant and confident, have dwindled. The sharp decline in the Protestant population in border towns and villages has not been by accident. In many cases, it has been by design. It is the result of sustained social, cultural, and at times violent pressures that simply aren't acknowledged in the narratives presented by the Irish political class. Just 2 weeks ago, we paused to remember the anniversary of the Tullyvallen massacre, where 5 innocent Orange men were murdered in cold blood by Republican terrorists. These wounds have not healed, Mr. Speaker, and they should never be forgotten. We have a burying in the head approach from the Irish government when it comes to legacy, facilitating and protecting terrorists who skipped across the border, terrorising communities and destroying innocent lives. We have border bogs, Mr. Speaker, that still hold the lives of certain individuals that have never got the comfort of even just a simple burial. And over the weekend, it got worse. A national newspaper, sensationalist headlines about Heather Humphreys' former Orange links with her family. Is this the approach that Republicans place on anybody of a unionist tradition? Has the mask slipped? And be assured, for unionists, they know exactly how they would be treated in a so-called new inclusive Ireland.
David Honeyford.
Speaker, today I welcome the investment of 1,000 new jobs. Good news that shows the value of investing in our people. 3 years ago, funding went into college training programmes, and today's announcement proves that when you back skills and back our young people, it delivers real opportunities. And that's why it's essential, moving forward, that Northern Ireland has a joined-up approach, like SkillNet Ireland in the south, to build a pipeline of talent, linking business with education and our colleges to build opportunities and attract global investment. I've just left a meeting with Seagate, and we talked about exactly the same thing. Last week, I spoke at the Northern Ireland Manufacturing Expo in the Econ Centre, where industry leaders showcased the various latest technology and innovation, and they were really clear that they need more than words from this Assembly. Today, I want to call on the Minister of Economy again to bring forward a manufacturing strategy and, crucially, an action plan to go along with that. Other regions are racing ahead. Germany has an Industry 4.0, Singapore has advanced manufacturing in 2030, and the Republic updates its strategy every 5 years. Only last week launched a new action plan to deliver that. Meanwhile, here we risk falling behind, and that means missed investment, weaker productivity and lost opportunity. So we need a strategy to come forward with a delivery plan for a strong skills pipeline with apprenticeships and reskilling, a SkillNet Ireland type body to extend it here in Northern Ireland that supports MSMEs to adopt digital and industry technologies. Regional investment zones like the Maze and the Blaris in my own area, with plug-and-play industry parks and net zero manufacturing to keep firms competitive. We have the talent here, we have ambition, we have the entrepreneurs, we have 19,000 young people who are not in a job, skills, or in any training course or in education. We need to identify who and how we can address that issue, and we need government leadership, a manufacturing strategy plan, an action plan that delivers on growth, that brings skills and jobs for the next generation. This is about good jobs. It's about regional balance. It's about stronger export and putting money back in people's pockets. It's about creating hope and securing our place in a modern economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For my good, Cancolia, this morning we stood with the Bloody Sunday families as they began the trial of Soldier F in a court in Belfast. For over 5 decades, they have been denied truth and justice, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge their dedication, their determination, and their support and the inspiration they provide to other families in a similar situation, and indeed to other families right across the world. The civil rights that people in 1972 marched for were about a better future. They were about equality in housing, equality in employment, equality in voting. And they have created a better future and a more equal society for my generation. My generation has a responsibility to stand with the Bloody Sunday families and to ensure truth and justice. While a soldier stands in a Belfast court today, those who are culpable are also the British Army generals who ordered murder of innocent civilians on the streets of my city. And they are also the successive British governments who denied truth and justice and who took every opportunity to cover up what their soldiers had done. Successive British governments have done this, and I am calling on the current British government to repeal the Legacy Act, which is opposed by all parties in this chamber, and finally to put the voices of families first. As stated by John McKinney today, brother of William McKinney, regardless of the outcome, we are on the right side of history.
A rise to celebrate the phenomenal victory and a moment that echoed across boxing circles and the hearts of everyone in Northern Ireland and beyond. Lewis Crocker, the Croc, has done what few believed he could and claimed the IBF welterweight world title against Paddy Donovan in front of a roaring crowd at Windsor Park on Saturday evening. From the outset, Crocker came in as the underdog and was doubted by many. On Saturday, he showed heart, he showed composure and power, and finished 12 rounds without even a mark on his face. He boxed smart and walked away a champion. It was clear to see how much this meant to him, and he called it the greatest night of his life. He said that no one had given him a chance, but Saturday was all the proof needed and more to show what a fantastic boxer this young man is. Northern Ireland is incredibly proud of you. It really was a dream come true. Boxing on a world stage, a stone's throw away from his sandy row, walking out to Sweet Caroline, and also home to his beloved Linfield Football Club. This achievement has been fantastic for Lewis, but I hope that it really resonates with every person, even when you feel you have been written off and you feel the world may be against you. That should give you even more fire to achieve anything you set your mind to. Lewis has paved the way for many boxers, putting himself above the parapet and raising very real concerns about treatment and selection due to his community background as a Protestant in the Commonwealth Games selection, giving other boxers like Darrell Clark from my constituency the confidence to come forward and demand equality in boxing and call out sectarianism. We still await the report from the Equality Commission, but despite these past barriers, he managed to become world champion. My North Belfast colleague, Philip Brett, was also incredibly proud for his constituent, young Kyle Smith, who on his debut scored victory over Conor Meanwell in the super middleweight division, and what a promising career this young man will have. On this occasion, fortune favoured the brave. Well done, Lewis and Kyle. We are all so proud of you.
Steve Egan.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States will arrive for a historic second state visit to our nation tomorrow. Not only should this be warmly welcomed, it also comes as the Bank of America is setting up a centre of excellence for financial technology and security operations, and Citibank continues to announce further investment in these cutting-edge sectors here in Northern Ireland. In comparison with other presidents, the relationship with the 45th and 47th President, though controversial for some, has brought real benefit to Northern Ireland. With the advantageous 10% tariff deal with the United States against the 15% or more for the EU, gives us, unlike through the Ursula-Windsor framework, an actual advantage. This should give us further reason to welcome POTUS to our nation. Some here regularly complain about the President's stance on international relations, while remaining, Mr. Speaker, remarkably coy about making similar comments about the leaders of Russia, China, Iran or North Korea. Indeed, if I were an investor or balanced political commentator from the United States, I would be closely questioning this hypocritical attitude to both the United States and to its key allies. In fact, both the United States and the United Kingdom work closely together on cybersecurity, along with key partners such as the Five Eyes community and Israel. That should also be celebrated, particularly by those whose job is to promote our economy. Members, next year is also the 250th anniversary of the United States. Our links to their founding fathers are many because they're mostly us as well. And as we celebrate our transatlantic relationship, it gives us many more opportunities to promote Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom. And as we look at the many journeys our two nations have taken, we should be remembering John Adams's view that circumstances of language, religion and blood have their natural and full effect and bringing together a much closer relationship. We should be using every opportunity to do so. Mr. Speaker, sadly, it's therefore incomprehensible that so-called First Minister for All has refused an invitation to the state dinner. However, I am pleased to say that the Deputy First Minister will be attending. And despite the disrespectful stance of Sinn Féin and some of their other fellow travellers on this issue, I hope we give President Trump a warm welcome to our nation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Justin McNulty.
Today, on Lymphoma Awareness Day, I want to speak about a young mother from my constituency, Catherine Sherry, whose story must compel the executive parties to act. Catherine was undergoing CAR-T therapy in London when she tragically passed away in May. The treatment was working, but her immune system was severely compromised and the repeated air travel left her too weak to fight off a final infection. Catherine died far from home and far from her three young, heartbroken boys, Manus, Thomas, Tomas and Donal. Here's the devastating truth. This life-saving treatment is available just 60 miles away in Dublin at St James's Hospital, but Catherine couldn't access it because no agreement exists to allow patients in the north of Ireland to receive this specialist treatment in the south. I have raised this directly with the Health Minister. I have urged the Department of Health to act, but so far they have shown reluctance to explore or facilitate access to CAR-T therapy in the Republic. This is not a question of resources. It's not a question of medical capacity or capability. It's a question of political will. We're now told that the CAR-T centre in Belfast may not be operational until 2030, and only after accreditation. That's at least 5 years more of patients being flown to London or Manchester when a short drive to Dublin could spare them and their families enormous physical and emotional toll. There is already a shared all-Ireland commitment to cooperation on cancer care. That commitment must mean something. It cannot be allowed to gather dust while patients suffer and families grieve. Catherine's story is not just a tragedy, it's a call to action. Her treatment was working. Her battle and her bravery were heroic, but the journey, the unnecessary travel, ultimately cost her her life. No mother should have to leave her children behind to fight for survival in another country. No family should ever again be told, We did all we could when we know the system didn't. The infrastructure exists, the expertise exists, the barrier is political will. I have organised a roundtable discussion next Monday here in Stormont with representatives from Leukemia, Lymphoma NI and Blood Cancer UK, leading clinicians and families of those who have been impacted by the inaccessibility of CAR-T treatment close to home. This is an issue that impacts people and families across the North. Therefore, it requires a collective response and a joined-up effort from the executive parties, all of the executive parties. If any member wishes to join that discussion or support the SDLP's campaign to right that wrong, please reach out to me directly. On Lymphoma Awareness Day, let us say it clearly, people here in the North deserve access to life-saving cancer treatment on this island, and they deserve it now. My heart goes out to Catherine's family, to her husband, Virgil, and her sons, Manus, Tomas, and Donal, her parents, Roshan and Phil, and to her colleagues in our club and our community.
Thank you, Mr.
Amash
McNulty.
Nadiv, Goro, She.
Thank you, Mr. McNulty. Timothy Gaston has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Timothy Gaston.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I present this petition on behalf of over 3,300 citizens, parents and taxpayers who are deeply concerned about the Health Minister's decision to fund the so-called Lifespan Gender Identity Service. This scheme commits to spending £806,000 every year, money our struggling health service cannot spare. While cancer patients wait, while mental health services collapse, Mike Nesbitt has chosen to bankroll a controversial project built on ideology, not on evidence. At root, this comes down to truth. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. No service, no ideology, no lobby group can ever change that. Yet the Minister invited the Rainbow Project, a radical activist organisation that rejects those basic realities, to act as a co-design partner. That is outsourcing public health policy to lobbyists. The petition highlights three fundamental issues. First, lack of medical evidence. The Cash Review found the evidence base for child gender services to be poor quality and insufficient. The Minister's hasty rapid review announcement, made only after this petition began getting traction, merely proves he acted first and thought later. Second, the vulnerability of children. Young children are still developing. They cannot meaningfully consent to lifelong consequences. Referrals at such an early age pushes them down a path from which they cannot return. Third, the misuse of public funds. An FOI request revealed this funding is not a one-off, but will repeat year after year, with even more costs planned for GP involvement in Phase 2. Minister, listen to the public, not the Rainbow Project. Heed parents, not activists. Stand with biology, not with ideology.
To bring a petition to the table. Thank you. I will forward this to the Minister for Health and forward a copy to the Chairperson of the Health Committee. We now move to consideration stage of the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill. I call the Minister of Education, Mr Paul Given, to move the bill.
I beg to move that the consideration stage of the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill be agreed.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There are two groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 4 and 8 to 12, which deal with the monitoring and enforcement of guidelines. Members should note that amendments 9 and 10 are mutually exclusive. The second debate will be on amendments 2, 3, 5 to 7 and 13, which deal with the contents of guidelines and commencement. I amend members intending to speak during the debates on the two groups of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in each group in which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions on each clause standing part will be taken at appropriate points in the bill. If that is clear, we shall proceed. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Mr Nick Matheson, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Moved. I rise in my capacity as Chairperson of the Education Committee to speak on the committee stage of the School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill, and with your permission I will make some comment on the committee stage before speaking directly to the first group of amendments. The committee ran a robust scrutiny stage despite the constrained timescales imposed upon it, and I want to give a brief overview of how that stage was conducted. The bill was introduced on the 18th of February 2025 and was referred to the Committee for Education for consideration after second stage on the 3rd of March 2025. The committee received 19 written submissions and took oral evidence from 14 stakeholders in oral evidence sessions. And I would like to record the committee's thanks to all who took the time to engage with us on the bill and to inform our deliberations. Turning to the timeline of our process, on the 25th of March 2025, the Minister wrote to the committee outlining the process for publication of information around school uniform policies by schools and the corresponding timelines being observed by the Department in an attempt to facilitate the publication of guidelines, which is a key part of the bill and thus the forthcoming Act. The Department flagged the tight turnaround times for this and urged the committee to conduct a committee stage to complete by summer recess. The committee did set a longer committee stage, which was to complete in December of 2025, but on the 18th of March, that was the motion that was agreed on the 18th of March. The motion and the amendment to it in relation to the timeline was debated in a plenary session here on the 7th of April 2025, which proposed an extension of that committee stage to the 30th of August rather than the longer date proposed by committee, and that was agreed as the end date of the committee stage. And I put on record again that I did not support that extension, of that date of extension. I felt the committee did need more time to scrutinise this bill. And we did find that our processes became incredibly rushed towards the end, and there was undoubtedly, in my mind, evidence that we would have liked to have heard from a range of stakeholders, particularly schools and school leaders, that we were not able to do. But that shorter timeline did mean that the committee stage required significant reorganisation of its schedule of work, and we had to consider the availability of members, consideration of times and spaces to engage with stakeholders that could be facilitated to give us opportunity to deliberate on the bill. Now, it was notable that members at the committee stage extension debate made their intention to be available to facilitate this shorter time frame, and I want to put on record it is a credit to members that we remained quorate for the whole process, when at times we were convening 2 or 3 times a week through May and June, often during plenary sitting days. And I want to pay tribute to the clerk and the committee staff team who facilitated every meeting, supporting it with the level of administration and record keeping needed to keep the process moving effectively. But it's not to say that the shorter stage did not create some challenges. For example, we did consider, with the extension date running to the 30th of August, how appropriate or feasible it would be to engage with education stakeholders during that holiday period for them. So we endeavoured and succeeded in completing our task by the 2nd of July 2025. Now, later in the committee stage, concerns were expressed by some members around the Department's engagement on the bill, and there was some query around whether there had been a miscalculation of timeframes and the necessary resourcing to deliver this bill. And I would add, for the sake of balance, the Department in their responses and engagement with the committee strenuously contested that assertion. I'm sure this will get much debate today in the Chamber, but the committee has not yet been given sight, was not given sight of the Department's proposed guidelines for schools on their uniform policies, and that is the principal outworking of this legislation. Initially, we were given a very clear assurance in relation to the receipt of those that they would be provided, and to my mind, and I think all members agreed, that that would have been a significant and substantial assistance to the process of members' scrutiny, particularly for clarity with regard to the provisions of Clause 7 and the enforceability of the guidelines. I would add the committee had no desire to create unnecessary levels of prescription in the bill with any proposed amendment, but without sight of the draft guidelines, it at times felt compelled to insist upon prescription to satisfy members as to the effectiveness of the guidelines which will flow from this piece of legislation. In delivering the committee stage, the committee's priorities were clear. We wanted to ensure that there were robust measures to deliver affordability for parents. That was a priority for all members in the committee. We all know, as members here in our own constituency offices, just how much pressure the cost of school uniforms does bring to bear on family finances. The committee also sought to ensure the best interest of every child and non-discrimination principles in the bill. This committee was interested in limiting contracts with retailers that might amount to market dominance. The committee sought to improve transparency around available sanctions for breaches of the guidelines and uniform policy breaches, and to improve complaint handling and implementation reports for future monitoring of the bill's effectiveness. So these are the intended impact of the proposed amendments accepted for debate. Notwithstanding, there were a range of amendments put forward that haven't been selected, which is of course not a decision for the committee and is a matter for the Speaker. At its meeting on the 1st of July, the committee then undertook its formal clause-by-clause consideration and agreed 23 amendments to the clauses drafted, 12 of which were selected for debate today, plus an additional amendment coming from the Minister. So with that summary of our process, I will now move on to the amendments proposed by the committee in this group, which relates, as the Speaker has already referenced, to the monitoring and enforcement of the guidelines. So turning to Amendment 1, first of all, this amendment to Clause 1 specifies the frequency of the review of guidelines. The committee's research and stakeholder feedback very quickly identified a widely held view that aspects of the measures proposed in the bill, that there was substantial appetite among stakeholders to have them more precisely defined, and several witnesses highlighted this concern about the wording of Clause 1 in regard to the proposed frequency of review of the guidelines, which is currently framed as from time to time. The committee was conscious that review mechanisms of this legislation would create milestones to improve efficiency and flexibility of the guidelines, but also create opportunities for reflection post-legislation as to whether the implementation of those guidelines actually aligns with the objective sought by the legislation to reduce costs. And the committee felt it was entirely reasonable that a period of at least once every 3 years for review would give clarity and continuity, and felt that this would likely result in a review being carried out each mandate, which we felt was an appropriate and necessary measure to ensure effectiveness was routinely given attention by the Department. Amendment 4 in this group is really one that, mindful of the importance of these guidelines, that the committee decided as a measure of post-legislative scrutiny to require the Department to formally lay them before the Assembly. This would just ensure that the committee and other members remained clearly up to date and informed on any changes to the guidelines made under this bill in a timely manner. Amendment 8. Throughout the committee consideration of the bill, there was a repeated concern raised by stakeholders and members across our evidence sessions about the costs of uniforms, and there was agreement that there was a need to monitor and report on those costs, and for the Department to consider if it was necessary to introduce a cap on uniform costs. The committee agreed that introducing a regular report on this would identify areas of concern and improve our ability to scrutinise the impact of this bill. The bill, as drafted, had no such provisions. It created enabling powers around a cost cap, which I must emphasise, in terms of the evidence we heard from parents and what we heard from anti-poverty groups, was very clear that the cost cap was where they would have liked to have seen the intervention with this legislation. So there was a concern that those enabling powers around the cost cap could potentially gather dust for years, with no formal mechanism for members of this Assembly to hold the Minister and Department to account on whether or not the bill was actually delivering for parents and whether the cost cap needed to be implemented. The committee believes that this new clause addresses that risk and puts in place robust accountability measures, which I hope members will support. And I'll possibly, if I've given permission to make remarks as a private member later, I may speak to that amendment later in my remarks. Amendments 9, 11 and 12, the committee's intention around these would be to improve accountability in situations where the department is concerned that schools are not following the required guidelines. If the guidelines, and this seems to be the case, are what the Minister is assuring us, and I'm sure in his remarks he will set that out clearly, that they are what are going to deliver the meaningful changes in how schools manage their school uniform policies and reduce costs, then how schools are held accountable in the way in which they follow those guidelines or not is absolutely crucial. And the committee was satisfied on balance that these amendments strike a balance between requiring the department to intervene when guidelines are breached and to ensure that that process is open and transparent. Now, I understand that there is likely to be debate around these particular amendments, and it was rehearsed at length in committee in relation to how best to do this, and how do you find that balance between nobody wants to be naming and shaming schools, but nobody wants an enforcement mechanism that doesn't have teeth, that can't actually be utilised and ensure that the guidelines are adhered to. So, members, on balance, there was debate back and forward and some differing in opinion, but we feel that balance has been struck with those amendments. So that concludes my remarks as Chair of the Committee on this group, and I hope that that contribution clearly sets out the rationale of the Committee in bringing forward the amendments being debated today. But with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to speak to one amendment in particular in this group in my capacity as an Alliance MLA, and that is Amendment 8. It is, to my mind, fundamentally important in ensuring that this bill is effective. And Amendment 8 is that requirement that whoever holds the office of Minister of Education in future years is required every 3 years to come to this Assembly and to report clearly on the impact of the bill, what it did to the costs of school uniforms across Northern Ireland, and specifically to address if the cost cap power is going to be utilised, if it has been, what the impact of it was, and if it hasn't been, whether there is intention to do so. Every member of this Assembly will hear from their constituents about the impact of excessive school uniform costs on their family finances, and at times, and for some particular schools, those costs can be crippling and create huge levels of stress and distress, particularly over the summer months. And we felt it was vital that, as the bill really is fairly light on detail in terms of what is going to be delivered as an outworking of the guidelines, that there was a mechanism to ensure accountability. Because the bill, as drafted, really gives us, to my mind, no assurances of what the guidelines will specifically require schools to do. We haven't seen the draft guidelines. I assume that they are in place, they have been drafted, but for whatever reason they haven't been provided, and we certainly don't know even a sense of what the content of them will be. And I sincerely hope that those guidelines will provide a clear, enforceable framework that will require schools that still expect parents to pay excessive costs to get it under control. I would say that no member in this House wants to see £180 blazers in any school uniform policy. This seems so disconnected to the reality of parents' lived financial realities that for me it is frankly hard to comprehend how that could be stood over. But as this bill is light on definitive elements which schools will be required to adhere to in guidelines, and that the provisions to restrict branded items or a cost cap remain either may provisions, subject to amendment today, or in the case of a cap, an enabling provision which may or may not be used in the future, I'm clear that there is a need for accountability. So it seems entirely reasonable to me that once a mandate, that whoever holds the office of Minister should report to this House on the impact of the bill in reducing school uniform costs, their intentions to implement a cost cap, and if not, why not, and plans the Department has to carry out any further review of the guidelines. Without this amendment, I fear that regardless of its impact on cost, positive or negative, this bill, once it gains royal assent, is at real risk of being seen as the final destination in terms of the intervention from the Department on the cost of uniforms. It is vital, therefore, that there is accountability concerning its effectiveness and what the Department will do if it does not deliver as promised. And I wish to be clear, I've said it again, but it bears repeating. I hope sincerely that this legislation is effective, and I welcome that it is on the floor of the Assembly today. And I will welcome its impact if that is the scenario that we find ourselves in, because I think everybody here, if we're serious about doing our jobs, we want to see costs reduced for parents. So this is not about getting one up on any other party or winning in any way. This is about making sure that it's parents who win out of this process. So if the bill is not effective, or not as effective as it could be, then this Assembly should have the opportunity to properly interrogate why and hear how that will be corrected. So I'm satisfied that my remarks as Chair set out a clear rationale for the other amendments in this group, but I do wish to have firmly on the record my views on the importance of this amendment, which I was pleased to propose at committee stage, and I'm pleased that it received support from all members at the time when we went through our clause-by-clause deliberations. So thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I look forward to the remaining debate on the amendments in this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the bill and the amendments in Group 1. These amendments covering regular review, reporting, enforcement and transparency are about making sure this legislation delivers real relief to parents rather than gathering dust on the shelf. So let's be clear, while schools may close their doors during the summer months, parents' stress does not stop. The reality of school uniform costs weighs heavily on tens of thousands of families across Northern Ireland, and each September is marked not by excitement but by dread at the mounting bills for blazers, PE kits and endless branded items. Research from Pivotal Policy has shown that 1 in 10 children here have actually missed school because they couldn't meet uniform requirements. Just think about that for a moment. Young people being excluded from education, not because of their ability, not because of their willingness to learn, but because their parents cannot afford the right jumper or the right trainers. The same study showed that 73% of low-income families struggle to meet these costs. And this is not just statistics. We all hear it from our constituents day and daily. Families paying over £100 for a single blazer, often more when the school insists on specific suppliers. For families with 2 or 3 children in different schools, with different various uniform requirements, the costs become crushing. And yet, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, a £100 blazer does not make a child a better learner. It does not help them in their maths test or improve on their spelling. It only drives inequality into our classrooms. The Irish League of Credit Unions tells us the average cost of getting a child back to school is nearly £1,000, and uniforms make up a huge part of that cost. The Parent Engagement Group's figures suggest an average uniform cost of £378 here in Northern Ireland. This is simply not sustainable. It is pushing families into debt, forcing impossible choices between heating, food and their children's education. That is why these Group 1 amendments matter. Amendment 1 requires guidelines to be reviewed at least once every 3 years, and without this, the Department can review them from time to time, which in practice means maybe not. Families cannot wait on good intentions. They need regular scrutiny written into law to ensure accountability. Amendment 4 requires guidelines to be laid before this Assembly. That matters because guidelines only have power when they are open to proper scrutiny and debate. We cannot outsource this to departmental corridors. The Assembly must see and approve what is being done in the name of affordability. Amendment 8, as outlined by the Chair of the Committee, introduces reporting on uniform costs, including mean and median figures, the effect of any capping and future plans. The Minister has argued this is too prescriptive or unclear, but there is nothing unclear about a family starting at a £400 bill for a uniform for a single child. Parents want clarity on whether this bill is working and whether schools are lowering these costs. Without data, we are blind. This amendment ensures the Department gathers and shares the evidence we need. Amendment 9 and 11 strengthen the Department's power to intervene when schools fail to follow guidelines. If schools do not comply, it cannot be optional for the Department to act. Otherwise, we risk creating a law with no consequence, often a mistake made too often in this House. Families deserve to know that if a school breaches its duties, the Department must step in. Amendment 12 ensures directions given to schools are published. Again, the Minister has objected, suggesting this amounts to naming and shaming. But let us be honest, transparency is not about shaming. It is about accountability. If a school is failing its pupils by imposing unaffordable and unfair uniform rules, parents have the right to know. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and secrecy will only erode trust. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, these amendments are not radical. They are quite modest, practical and absolutely necessary. They place transparency, regular review and accountability at the very heart of this bill. But let me add this. While we work through the law, parents and communities have not been waiting. Across Northern Ireland, pre-loved uniform schemes are making a real difference to many families and lives of young people. The Redeem Our Communities project, for example, has helped nearly 900 families with recycled uniforms. These initiatives save money, reduce waste and build community spirit. There are similar initiatives in my own constituency that have played out well and have supported countless families over the course of the summer leading into September. It is a pity that amendments to embed such schemes more fully in this bill were not accepted. But the fact that these projects exist shows the will of parents and communities to act where government has been too slow or non-existent. So, as we consider Group 1 amendments, let us remember this. The success of this bill will be measured not in the technical drafting, but in the pounds and pennies saved by families come September. These amendments make sure the law is not just words on a page, but a tool that can deliver affordability, fairness and dignity for parents and pupils alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I call Pat Sheehan.
I'd like to get up today and say that I welcome this bill, or that I welcome it as far as it goes. Unfortunately, it doesn't go very far at all, and that's the difficulty with it. In the committee, we had a very productive committee stage of the bill. We heard from many witnesses giving evidence, from schools, from teachers, from parents, from the Children's Commissioner, from the Human Rights Commissioner, and from others. And there was an opportunity with this bill to include on the face of the bill affordability, to include on the face of the bill equality, not just for boys and girls, but also for children with special needs, that they would also win out of this piece of legislation. The Minister and his party, I have to say, were opposed to practically all the amendments that were brought forward by the committee, and that's unfortunate. And what we're left with, in my view, is a very watered down piece of legislation, and we're not even sure what impact that will have. I suppose what the Minister wanted was for this Assembly to give him the power to make guidelines. What the committee wanted was for this bill to be much more prescriptive, because whatever guidelines this Minister may have as his intention to implement at some stage, another Minister could come in and change those guidelines. Whereas if the bill was more prescriptive, issues like affordability and equality were on the face of the bill, then we would be in a much stronger position. But this group of amendments we're dealing with, Group 1, is about ensuring that whatever guidance comes out of this bill is not only written but enforced and monitored. And I'll speak briefly in support of Amendments 1, 4, 8, 9, 11 and 12. And I will not be supporting the Minister's Amendment number 10. Amendment 1 puts a clear duty on the Department to review guidelines at least every 3 years. The families deserve the reassurance that these rules won't gather dust on a shelf. The cost of uniforms is not static. We've seen the impact of inflation in recent years, as well as the behaviour of some schools and suppliers, all of which drive up prices for families. We saw recently there a school has introduced a new blazer for high performers within the school, and no one is objecting to schools acknowledging excellence within their schools. But what this school did was say that if you were a high achiever, you could get a £180 woolen blazer to show how good you had been. And I listened to the Minister, and this is why I'm so concerned about the intentions of the Minister going forward. He was asked about that in a radio interview, and he couldn't even mildly criticise what that school had done. And that was very disappointing. And to me, that showed that this Minister is not really serious about building affordability into this piece of legislation. Amendment 4 requires guidelines to be laid before this Assembly. That's democratic oversight, pure and simple. If we want parents to trust this process, we cannot have decisions taken quietly behind closed doors by the Minister and his colleagues. As my colleague Daniel McCrossan said earlier, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Amendment 8 forces the Department to report on uniform costs, to assess the impact of any cost cap, and to explain if and why no cap is introduced. Families deserve full transparency and a clear rationale from the Minister if no cap is introduced. Amendment 9 gives the legislation some teeth by compelling intervention when schools ignore the rules. Isn't that just simple and straightforward? If you tell a school, this is what you have to do, and the school says, no, we don't like that, we're not going to do it, shouldn't there be some sanction for that? Because there are already guidelines, not statutory, in regard to school uniforms, in regard to school uniform policy. I wonder, has the Minister spoken to any schools thus far in regard to implementing those guidelines? I would be pretty sure in guessing that he hasn't. And if schools are then going to ignore statutory guidelines, what's the Minister going to do? What's the Department going to do? Are they going to go along and say, listen, come on ahead, let's play the game here. Let's get your act together. Let's implement a fair and affordable uniform policy in your school. And they say to the Minister, Minister, sling your hook. What's the Minister going to do? The days of schools ignoring such guidance can't... Yes, I'll go away.
Thank the member for giving way. Would you agree that any attempt to dilute the amendments that committee have put forward around enforceability and the openness and transparency around those directions does not inspire confidence about how seriously the Department or the Minister is about ensuring these guidelines actually are implemented?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, any piece of legislation must garner the confidence of the members in this House that the Minister is serious about the legislation he's bringing forward, or certainly serious about the intention behind the legislation. In my view, it seems to be that the Minister is involved in a bit of window dressing. Oh, look at me, I'm going to bring in legislation that will make uniforms more affordable. But in reality, There's no evidence thus far from what we have seen that that is going to happen. And the chair of the committee will know himself that we were promised that we would see the guidelines. At one stage we were told, I'm going back to probably April or May, maybe even before that we would see them the following week. They didn't arrive the following week. Oh, it might take us a couple of weeks. We'll have to cross the T's and dot the I's and so forth. Where are the guidelines? Still haven't seen them. Still not there. If the Minister was serious about trying to marshal support for this piece of legislation, those guidelines would have been available long before today. So, as I said, the days of schools ignoring guidance can't continue, and families are relying on this legislation to make an actual difference. Amendment 11 removes ambiguity, and Amendment 12 requires directions to schools to be published. Parents need to know when a school has been instructed and compelled to change course. And just to touch on Amendment 10 tabled by the Minister, this seeks to undermine any limited protections this bill may have offered to children and young people. It proposes to insert the word undue, raising the threshold for intervention, in my opinion. That means pupils could still be punished for uniform breaches, so long as it's not judged undue. And the whole point of the bill is to stop unfair penalties for families, not legitimise them with wriggle room, and we'll oppose this amendment. And just for information, we spoke to a principal recently who has an excellent uniform policy within his school, and he is able, or parents are able, to purchase the uniform for that school for £2 less than the uniform grant. And with this piece of legislation, the Minister could have been doing the same thing for every school. And one of the big issues in our schools at the minute is absenteeism. And many children are absent because they haven't conformed to uniform policy. And this principal said to us, he doesn't care what they wear as long as they are in school. And that should be the attitude that we should all have, trying to get our children into school. We all know about the long tail of underachievement that we have here. There's a wider issue. To date, neither the DUP Education Minister nor his department has produced the draft guidelines, and I've already mentioned that will accompany this bill. And never mind that we were promised, it's just not good practice if we're serious about doing legislation properly, that the department and the Minister promises guidelines and then we don't get it. What we're being asked to do is blindly trust the Minister. And we are not prepared to do that. And that's exactly why we worked with others across this chamber, particularly the Alliance Party and the SDLP, in the Education Committee. We tabled wide-ranging amendments so that it wouldn't matter which minister is in post. Families could be assured of consistency and fairness, regardless of who holds office. So finally, while we support this group of amendments, again I must mention the missed opportunity. Amendments we tabled on issues like children's rights, on equality, on making reasonable accommodations for pupils with additional need, and uniform reuse schemes were all considered not to be part of the bill, and therefore can't be debated today. And perhaps in due course we will get an explanation as to why that is the case.
Thank you, Pat. I call David Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. This is not a piece of legislation that should greatly divide the House. At committee stage, I have to say I felt several times. There were times when some were distracted from the original intent of the bill, and certainly the core promise that we, but also a number of other parties in the House, laid out as our overriding aim to bring down the cost of school uniforms for hard-pressed families across Northern Ireland. I'm thankful to the Minister for bringing the bill, and we should all be united to ensure that no child is denied the opportunity or dignity in our schools because of the cost of a blazer or a PE kit. And to be fair, despite the areas where we have differed, I don't believe any member here is blind to the pressures that households face, particularly in today's climate, where every pound is stretched further than before. While we share that concern, it is our duty to ensure that the way we legislate is both proportionate and workable. There is always a balance to be struck between affordability, checks and balances against excess, and school autonomy. To be clear, most of our schools are mindful of not only their pupils, but of the families they support. They seek to do their best to balance uniform requirements and practicality with the cost they know that those choices will place upon parents and guardians. They are communities in themselves, and often uniform is a vital part of fostering identity, discipline and pride. We must not, in seeking to solve one problem, create another by imposing rigid, centralised rules that leave our governors, principals and parents without flexibility, or worse, add to the burden of bureaucracy. It has been clear in the committee process that some of those aspects that we might understandably wish to have within the bill are neither simple nor as they sound, nor as likely, without significantly more work or learning from other jurisdictions, to positively impact parents and schools as we might wish. I would suggest that the answer lies in strengthening the guidance and partnership rather than legislating every detail. This bill does that, and gives the Minister the power to bring in sanction where justified should a school gratuitously continue to ignore guidance. While such powers under the bill would reside within the Minister's gift, and it's a point that Pat has looked upon from another angle, I would remind the House that as this mandate draws on, we do not know who will hold this portfolio in the future. Parties should not be unduly influenced in their judgment over how aligned they are or not with the current Minister. And I thank Pat for his vote of confidence in the current Minister, but I do wonder which party he is afraid of holding the post in future. Parents want fairness and transparency. Schools want discretion and respect for their ethos, and that balance can be struck appropriately. We too are mindful of the impact that such legislation can have on many of our small retailers, and we heard from Retail NI, and these retailers have been diligently serving families and schools for many years, some for generations. The committee heard, as I said, from a panel from Retail NI in this area about the complex web of supplies and turnaround times and the effects that can have, particularly in terms of trying to come to a conclusion around a cap. While we cannot expect that they can compete on price with online giants for generic items, and some have moved away from supplying PE kit due to schools' direct arrangements with branded manufacturers, of which we have heard, they have long done their best to provide good quality school-specific items at the lowest cost they can to our communities. As we move through the clauses of this bill, our party have and will continue to give each careful consideration. We have listened to the sensible provisions to improve accountability and transparency, but we will and have also resisted measures that add bureaucracy without significant gain or have been more about projecting ideology over achieving a better outcome for families. Moving on then, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to the amendments as grouped. Amendments 1 and 4, we will not be minded, both relating to Clause 1, we are not minded to oppose. We have some concerns about the additional bureaucracy, but not so much as to oppose. Amendment number 8, and that's the new Clause 4, we will, despite allowing it to pass to this point, we will be opposing. We share the concerns that the Minister has laid out in correspondence this morning to the Chair of Committee, and we feel that the terminology of the clause is unclear. There is also a lack of recognition that uniforms at secondary level are normally and as a standard more expensive than those at primary school. Clearly, we understand the Minister will undertake and as he has laid out, to bring back an amendment at further consideration stage that should give the same outcome as members intend, but which takes into account the complexities around the cap, which the committee itself has heard. Amendment 9, which relates to Clause 7, we will also oppose on principle. The amendment would remove consistency, as again the Minister has laid out, with Article 101 of the Education and Library NI's Order 1986, and we feel the impact of the amendment would be limited as the assessment of whether a direction is required still takes place. We will be supporting Amendment 10 and Amendment 11 and 12. Again, similarly to before, in light of the correspondence and engagement with the Minister, we will be opposing Amendment 11 on the similar basis as laid out with Amendment 9 in terms of introducing inconsistency with existing provisions in legislation, and that it prevents consultation with the school and an opportunity to resolve any issues informally. On 12, we again share the Minister's concern outlined that we do not feel that placing into legislation rather than at Minister's discretion the requirement to name and shame schools is helpful or necessary. In conclusion, from myself, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
For giving way, would you agree in relation to the issue of publishing directions that are made that would deliver a more effective deterrent, that schools would be much more likely to roll the dice around whether to comply with these guidelines or not if they knew that there was a sanction that could impact their reputation?
It can, of course, act as a deterrent, and I think in all of these things it's about a balance, and naming and shaming in any sector on any cause is always a controversial subject and around balance. So it's really about whether we think that the effect that naming and shaming a school might have is disproportionate and not least unhelpful in terms of a conducive atmosphere between the department and our schools. So I guess it's just finding that balance, and I understand the argument, but I just, on this case, would side on the other side, I'm afraid. So yes, in conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we must be clear. The objective of affordable, accessible school uniforms for families, of no child making school choices either on the institution they desire or the activities and subjects they get involved with, should be based on affordability. That is an aim we should surely all share, but the means of achieving that must be fair, workable and respectful of local school communities. That is a test we have always applied in considering this bill, and I look forward to seeing it progress, and even more so the delivery of reduced costs for parents and guardians across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I call Cathy Mason.
Gormiaga, Preles Concordia. Concordia, this group of amendments is about ensuring that whatever guidance, when we finally do get to see it, comes out of this bill is not only written, but it is enforced and monitored. I will speak briefly in support of amendments 1, 4, 8, 9, 11 and 12, and I will not be supporting the Minister's amendment number 10. Amendment number 1 ensures that the Department reviews the guidelines at least every 3 years. Uniform costs continue to spiral. Rising inflation in recent years, paired with the actions of some schools and suppliers, has increased costs for families. Regular inspection of the cost of uniform will give families the assurance that these interventions aren't temporary. Amendment number 4 requires guidelines to be brought before this Assembly, taking the decisions out of the hands of the Minister and his colleagues and into the hands of the Assembly, ensuring full transparency for families. Amendment number 8 makes it a requirement for the Department to publish a report at least once every 3 years, reviewing the cost of school uniforms and considering the introduction of a price cap. It also requires a clear explanation from the Minister when no cap is applied. This is the transparency that families need and the test that is needed. Amendment number 9 gives the Department the ability to intervene if schools breach uniform guidelines or if pupils are being unfairly punished for not following uniform rules. As my party colleague Pat Sheehan has already stated, Amendment 11 removes any ambiguity, and Amendment 12 requires directions to schools to be published. Parents need to be informed when a school is being directed to change its approach. We will not be supporting Amendment number 10 tabled by the Minister, as I feel it seeks to undermine any limited protections this bill may have offered to children and young people. As my party colleague explained, adding the word undue risks allowing pupils to still be punished for uniform breaches. This means that a girl who is on her period can't wear trousers. It means that a child who is standing freezing cold outside can't wear their coat. It means a child who has sensory needs must go on feeling uncomfortable and distressed. Now, further amendments could have addressed this, but again, that is at the Speaker's discretion. Whilst I support this group, I must note a missed opportunity. I had drafted a private member's bill that would have brought stronger proposals to ensure that we drive down the costs of school uniforms. We are in this position today as the Minister's legislation takes precedence over private members' bills. Instead, then, my Sinn Féin colleagues and I worked alongside other parties on the committee to bring forward amendments on children's rights, on giving girls the option to wear trousers, which again I find unbelievable that we're discussing it in this day and age, on making reasonable accommodations for pupils with additional needs, and uniform reuse schemes, which were all left out of the debate today. And perhaps, again, as Pat Sheehan alluded to, in due course we will be offered an explanation as to why this is. So we are now in the peculiar position discussing uniform legislation when neither the DUP Education Minister nor his department has produced the draft guidelines that will accompany this bill. This is unacceptable if we are serious about ensuring that school uniform policy is fit for purpose. The Minister should, I feel, take the opportunity today to give us clarity on when we can expect this guidance. Pre-Les Cancorlia, we wanted a bill that would truly make uniforms affordable for everyone, make them inclusive and promote equality. Unfortunately, I need now to be convinced that this is what we have in front of us in what remains in this bill following being stripped of genuine interventions.
Thank you, Cathy. I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. It's good to have legislation before us today. Delivering and scrutinising legislation is what we are here for, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to debate the selected amendments for the School Uniforms Bill. At the outset, I want to thank the committee for the careful work it has done to scrutinise the bill within a very compressed time frame, and I also want to record my thanks to the Bill Office, who provided diligent support to members, which was invaluable. The Alliance Party has long campaigned for action on the cost of school uniforms, so we welcome that there has at least been some progress after years of inaction. It's a shame, though, that the bill lacks ambition and scope. For example, I got up today and thought about what I would wear in terms of comfort and practicality, which are the language of the bill, and I opted for trousers. But girls across Northern Ireland do not necessarily have that choice, and this bill will do nothing to address it. And let me be clear. Our concern is that the main achievement of this legislation risks being that the Minister can say he did something, a neat box ticked for an election leaflet, rather than genuine relief for families. We all understand the importance of tradition in schools, but policies must never exclude. Schools funded by public money should not create barriers for children from families on low incomes or modest incomes. So I want to move now to speak to the amendments in Group 1, which are about monitoring and enforcement. Legislation only has value if it changes practice. That means real monitoring, real enforcement and real accountability. Families cannot afford another round of warm words and glossy guidance. They need affordable uniforms for their children, and this Assembly should accept nothing less. The amendments in this group are essential because without good enforcement, those schools already demonstrating best practice in terms of affordability will continue to do so, but those that don't can simply carry on without consequence. Amendment 1 is important to ensure the Department is regularly reviewing the statutory guidelines. We imagine the Minister will want to do this more regularly initially anyway to ensure the guidelines are having an impact for which is more cost-effective school uniforms. The Department's consultation document made clear that this regular review had widespread support. 77% agreed that schools should review their uniform policies every 3 years, and 79% agreed with monitoring and evaluation proposals. Therefore, it makes complete sense that the Department should have to review statutory guidance, and that should not just be left to a time-to-time approach. Amendment 4. This amendment simply requires the Department to lay the guidelines before the Assembly, which is a minimum standard of transparency and democratic oversight for these guidelines. Amendment 8. I am glad to say this amendment passed unanimously in committee. The amendment was in response to the fact that the Department were not able to present how a price cap could work currently or provide a preferred option. We know they will be consulting specifically on the price cap, and I hope the Minister can speak to when that will be, and also to his confidence that it will indeed become a reality. We know there is support for a price cap. The consultation report noted 88% of respondents supported a cost control measure being introduced. When I spoke to families about this legislation, this is the element they wanted to see. This is what people believe will actually bring costs down, and I can fully understand why they believe that, especially given that we have not seen any draft guidance. In the absence of draft statutory guidance of the proposals for a price cap from the Minister, Alliance put forward this amendment which holds the Department to account on a price cap. The Department must report at least once every 3 years on the assessment of the cost of school uniforms, the effect of a cap if introduced, and if no cap has not been introduced, why not, and subsequent plans around the guidance and cap. It is essentially a scrutiny amendment. Looking to Amendment 9. This is concerned with directions on adherence to guidelines, essentially how the Department are ensuring compliance with their own statutory guidance. We couldn't understand why the Department would not give directions to schools who were failing to adhere to guidelines. This is especially the case when there is an allowance or transitional guidance in place in the bill. As outlined in Clause 7, Line 2, the Department will of course be assured through their own investigation that the school is failing to adhere to guidelines. And when we are talking about directions to the school manager, this is clearly outlined in Line 5. Therefore, I truly don't understand why this amendment would not be supported. There was little assurance or clarity given by the Department on this issue. Therefore, the committee felt it important to ensure essentially that the Department were going to do their job, but I hope it will not be necessary. Amendment 11 is about simplifying the process when it comes to how the Department issues directions. The majority of the committee, again, could not understand why, after conversations with the school around potential breaches to the guidance, which is of course the right approach, the Department would then go back to consult with the school manager on their proposals for directions. In Amendment 12, this is not about naming and shaming schools. There is a considerable road to travel in terms of engagement with schools before a direction would be given. Schools that are publicly funded should not have policies that breach statutory guidelines, and there should be transparency around this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I wasn't planning to speak at this stage, as my colleague and I have sort of separated out the groups, but I thought I'd make a couple of comments and pick up on a couple of things that have been said so far. The member for West Tyrone, Mr McCross, isn't in his seat, but he did say on the way through that the success of the bill will not be judged by the pounds and pennies saved, not by the technical drafting. And to a degree, I would agree with him that actually the outworking and policy intent of this bill will be judged by the amount that parents actually save, but also in order to achieve that policy intent, legislation has to be right. And that's what we're about, I suppose, at fourth stage today. But it's just to pick up my feelings so far in the debate from some other parties, and obviously members are on committee with me, is I'm just a little bit disappointed in the negativity around the debate. What we have before us is a bill, and members can have different views on this. What we have is a bill that will, in my view, and in the opinion of OLC, reduce uniform costs for parents in Northern Ireland. I will indeed to the member for West Belfast.
Thank you for the member for giving way. Would he not share my frustrations and disappointment that majority of our amendments that were done through the committee have not made it today for debate, and not ask questions why? That is, they were well within the scope of the bill and they're not there.
Is that okay? Yeah? I want to thank the member for West Belfast for his question, and I would point out a few things to him. Clearly, Speaker makes these decisions and he's completely independent. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that on numerous occasions during the course of committee stage, certainly I and my colleague pointed out that certainly some things that we were seeing come across in terms of amendment, I felt, just my opinion, I felt were outside the scope of the bill. I will to the Minister.
For giving way, because I think I was due to say a few words before we break and then come back at 3:30. So I will elaborate, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, later on some of the substantive points members have said. I just make one point. This bill wasn't brought forward by me alone. It was approved by the Executive. Every member who have spoken and raising concerns have executive members. I engaged with the Alliance leader on this bill before we went through the Executive. I engaged with Sinn Féin. This bill is a product of the Northern Ireland Executive, of which your parties have representatives on. That is the legislation. There was opportunity to seek that legislation to be changed, to have inclusion within it by your members of the Executive.
Order.
And therefore
Order,
I say
Minister.
to members,
Order.
that is worth bearing in mind when you're criticising
Minister,
the bill.
Order, please. Can we return to the substance of these amendments rather than focusing on issues that either regrettably or successfully were not selected? And if you continue to do this, well, Paul, I'll decide that if you all continue to do this, then we're going to have a very different debate this afternoon. So I'm just letting you know. Okay, so sorry to cut you short. So as question time begins at 2 o'clock, you can continue. Apparently your very small point, which so far has lasted 5.5 minutes. But anyway, we will continue the rest of your points after question time. If members would just take their ease until then. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Order members, it's time for questions to the Minister of Health. We have started with a list of questions. Question number 11 has been withdrawn. I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am most exercised by the fact that patients have faced unequal access for far too long to timely breast cancer assessments. In one geographical part of the country, we're consistently meeting the 14-day target, while others saw fewer than 10% of patients seen in that time frame. So the regional system was designed to eliminate disparities by pulling referrals into a single waiting list and offering patients the earliest available appointment, regardless of their home trust. We've taken a deliberate step towards fairness and consistency, and therefore the system is delivering on the promise of equalised access. What it isn't delivering on is the challenge of meeting the 14-day target. The current average wait is simply not acceptable. I've told officials it's not acceptable to me, and I've told them I expect to see improvements made. We have allocated $5 million in recurrent funding through the elective care framework. This is supporting additional waiting list initiatives and the expanded use of the independent sector while we work to increase clinical capacity in the trusts. A comprehensive review of breast services, meanwhile, is underway. I want to assure sustainability and resilience in the years to come.
Ms. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer, but I'm sure he'll be aware that this causes a great deal of distress to not just the women involved but their families. Could I ask him then what reassurances he plans to give to those women today across Northern Ireland that they will indeed be seen within the target time for red flag breast cancer referrals? And he talks about that he has made it clear to officials that it's not acceptable to him. What he has not done is outline what the plan and direction given to officials was to fix it and resolve it for these women across Northern Ireland.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said to the member, £5 million is being allocated through the Elective Care Framework Implementation Plan. This will strengthen long-term resilience and reduce reliance on temporary measures. We must get rid of temporary measures and install resilience. In terms of the immediate pressures, actions I've taken, trusts have been instructed to prioritise red flag referrals within existing core capacity to ensure timely access for the most clinically urgent cases. The SPPG is working with trusts on a plan to provide regular additional waiting list initiative clinics and also mega clinics, and the independent sector will also supplement capacity in the short term.
And thank the Minister for his answers so far. But the previous questioner, the original question, was about what is the plan to reduce the waiting time. We have women, 14 days is the target time for breast services, for the red flag breast services, and we have women who are waiting 8, 9, 10, 11 weeks. Now, I know that it might be across the board that everybody waits. That doesn't give any comfort to those women or to their families. Some of these women have a family history that would show that aggressive cancers can actually deteriorate within a matter of days or weeks. So what is the plan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to acknowledge that an 8-week wait, a 9-week, 10, 11-week wait is not acceptable to me. It is not acceptable to those patients. It is not acceptable to their families. I get it. But equally unacceptable was the postcode lottery that was in place before I introduced this regional booking service, because you could have been living a mile away from a trust that was seeing nearly all their patients, or maybe all their patients within the 14-day target, but you were sitting in a trust which was only satisfying 10% of that demand. That was clearly inequitable, it was clearly unfair, and we have moved successfully to do away with the postcode lottery. Now what we have to do is drive down that waiting time to meet that 14-day target, which is a very big ask, but one that those patients deserve to see delivered.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I welcome the fact that action has now been taken to end this year inequity and postcode lottery for patients with suspected breast cancer. Does the Minister agree with me that in a region as small as Northern Ireland, with a population of less than 2 million people, that really there should be no tolerance of such varying patient experiences, not just for suspected breast cancer, but for other specialities also?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely agree with the member, and I think he'll be aware that one of my objectives during my time as Minister of Health is to try and ensure that whatever the condition, whatever the process, whatever the entry point for a patient or a service user into our health and social care system anywhere in Northern Ireland, that they receive a standardised, regionalised service. That's the ambition, right across the board.
Patsy Midlone.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. Minister, it appears that since the centralisation of services, for that's what it has been, that there has been, in fact, a deterioration in those services to many people, many women, who are deeply, deeply concerned about their health. Can I ask you, Minister, what additional resources are being allocated to those trusts and health services in order that those people who are deeply concerned about their health can be seen as soon as possible?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I've already outlined, £5 million of additional money through the Elective Care Framework Implementation Plan is the answer to your question. I also want to acknowledge that there are explanations for what has happened which are not excuses. So, for example, it is over the summer and the workforce is challenged because people need their summer holidays. So there are a number of factors that are playing into this, but I would just want to stress explanations and excuses are different things. This is only an explanation. It doesn't make it right.
Bill Brooks. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 2.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Evidence suggests men are disproportionately affected by certain conditions, such as some types of heart disease, smoking, or indeed more men than women die by suicide. So the inequalities within men's health are stark. Those in more deprived areas are much more likely to die early on average than those who live in the least deprived areas. The gap in life expectancy and healthy life expectancy at birth between men and women increases in line with greater levels of deprivation. The Public Health Agency supports a wide range of men's health initiatives, and while there is no current plan to develop a Northern Ireland men's health strategy or action plan with the existing resource constraints, I do want to ensure that in the development of health-promoting strategies and plans, relevant actions target men, and they're included where there's a difference in behaviours or outcomes between the genders.
Mr Brooks. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. The question comes on the back of some positive collaborative work being done in my constituency by a group of men's social and health groups in our community coming together through East Belfast Community Development Association. In light of the concerns that he's raised around the higher rates of preventable illness, mental health challenges and premature mortality among men, could you perhaps give more outline what actions your department is currently taking to address health inequalities amongst men? Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for that supplementary question because it takes me to my Live Better initiative. When I took up post, one of the most shocking reports I saw was on health inequalities, and this year's health inequalities report is out again, and it confirms that the difference in healthy life expectancy between people living in areas of most deprivation versus areas of least deprivation can be as much as 14 years, a quarter of the way into the 21st century in a first world country. I find that quite shocking, and I don't understand why we have tolerated it for so long. So Live Better is taking a number of services that already exist, bundling them together, taking them into areas of deprivation, and trying to get those services as close to people's front door as possible, because all the empirical evidence suggests if you do that, the uptake goes up.
Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if he could provide an update on the prostate cancer screening evidence review undertaken by the UK National Screening Committee and outline any preparation his officials have undertaken ahead of recommendations from this review?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am aware of that research and we have been looking at it as a department, but I would have to write to the member with the detail because I don't have that off the top of my head.
Burrows.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could the Minister provide an overview of some of the most pressing issues affecting particularly men at this time in terms of their health in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member very much for his question. I think it's the first time I've had the opportunity to welcome him onto the floor of the Chamber. Men's health and suicide I would take as my number one. It's a major risk factor for men, suicide being a major cause of death, particularly for men under the age of 50. Cardiovascular disease is also a contributory factor for poor men's health. Many conditions, such as heart disease, are preventable, as I know from my own experience. There is potential to do more around male cancers with early detection through the screening of testicular and prostate cancers. Men are also disproportionately affected by type 2 diabetes. So these are all critical areas where I want to put a focus as the Minister.
Jerry Carroll. Thank you. Question 3. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In recent written response to the member on the same topic, I welcomed the report by the UK Parliament's Women and Equalities Committee on women's reproductive health conditions. It highlighted women often find their pain is normalised or dismissed when seeking medical help in the NHS in England. I'm aware through qualitative feedback received by my department, some women in Northern Ireland have had similar experiences Others have reported having a positive experience when discussing issues with their healthcare provider. So I fully acknowledge the range of experiences. However, to the question of whether an impact assessment has been made, unfortunately, you cannot readily assess something which is not well defined and measurable. I do, however, recognise the importance of clinical education, the need to listen to women in this area, and to ensure that appropriate referrals and treatment decisions are taken that best meet the needs of those individuals.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. We remiss of me not to mention that it's Gynecological Awareness Month this month as well. Thank you for the answer, Minister. And over the last few months, my office have been engaging with quite a lot of women who've been failed by a broken medical system, and they know what medical misogyny is. They feel that they have a problem with not only waiting lists, but also a dismissal of their health concerns. Has the Minister or his officials looked at Portugal, which seems to be leading the way in terms of extra days leave and other support systems in place for women who experience particular healthcare issues?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not aware of whether we've looked at the model in Portugal, but I can assure Mr. Carroll we will certainly take that away. It may be of interest. As a bit of a tangent, I was at a Four Nations ministerial meeting on substance use last week, and we brought up the question of whether Portugal was leading the way in terms of permissiveness in terms of the use of drugs. And the answer was it was, but because they're no longer putting the resources into helping people who are taking drugs, the problems are re-emerging, which I find interesting.
Down Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his answers? Minister, few factors will impact on women's health care more than having a maternity and children's hospital that is unsafe for women and babies, and that patients and staff are not allowed into. Can you, Minister, reassure this House that the Belfast Trust and your department will continue to explore the issue of financial liability for this scandalous situation? I understand it could be in the region of £9 million, and that there will be no compromise in this issue. And maybe, Minister, you could also indicate why the review onto who was to blame for the debacle over the handover of the maternity hospital, why that review has been discontinued.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the first point, absolutely, we do want to get to the bottom of it, and we want to make sure we understand what happened, why it happened, and who was responsible for it happening. But I'm not going to jump the gun, but I'll just assure the member that when we find out who is responsible, we will take the appropriate action. In terms of the second part of her question, it is my understanding, but I await a formal briefing on this, that a couple of the workforce in the Belfast Trust perhaps weren't as forthcoming as we might have expected them to be in terms of engagement in that review process. So I will await a formal briefing and then I will make my decision. But I want to assure the member it is not acceptable to me if a member of the workforce of the Belfast Trust, or indeed the Department of Health, is not fully engaging in any review or an investigation into what has gone wrong and has cost an awful lot of public purse, and more importantly, has delayed the opening of that maternity hospital, which is badly needed for the women of this country.
Mark Durgan.
Question 4.
Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm acutely aware of the workforce challenges in consultant psychiatry within the Western Trust and indeed actually across the region. A number of actions are being progressed. In response to Action 32 of the Mental Health Strategy, a Mental Health Workforce Review report was published in July of 2023 that set out 18 recommendations to address workforce challenges, and that's across statutory mental health services. Work is currently being progressed to deliver a number of key recommendations in relation to both costing the proposed future workforce profile and the development of a future recruitment and training plan. In parallel, my department has established a psychiatric workforce task and finish group. This will identify a range of actions to help alleviate the pressures within the psychiatry workforce in the short to medium term. And as part of a significant package of training expansions, I announced in May of this year an additional 26 new medical specialty training posts, including 6 in core psychiatry.
Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer.
Earlier, the Minister mentioned health inequalities, and while poor mental health doesn't discriminate, it is obviously much more prevalent in areas of high deprivation. Does the Minister recognise, therefore, the dire need for the Western Trust, where there is least psychiatrists, to receive the funding that it needs to employ more psychiatrists to ensure that people there get the service and support that they need? He referred to some of the recommendations that are being implemented. Could he be specific in terms of which of those recommendations will boost the workforce in Derry?
We thank the member for his supplementary question. And obviously, with a focus that I've had since being elected in 2011 on mental health and well-being, and since I take up post as Minister on those health inequalities, I can try and be a bit more specific about a range of actions that could, at low or no additional cost, potentially help alleviate pressures within the psychiatric workforce. We're doing an analysis of sick absence rates, an analysis of locum use, an assessment of the impact of existing and emerging workforce challenges, an assessment of the impact of reinstating mental health officers, and how best to promote Northern Ireland as a region to work. That's in terms of the workforce. In terms of the issues, I think the issues that people face in his constituency, particularly in areas of deprivation, are well known. And these things overlap. I'm very much of the opinion that tackling health inequalities isn't just for the Department of Health. It's also about socio-economic issues. So the Department of the Economy is involved. It's about the environment. It's about people's behaviour. Equally, we can look at educational underperformance and not just look to the Minister of Education to do something about that. We know healthier children do better in schools, so that's down to me. And if we look at our shocking rates of economic inactivity, with 27% of people of working age neither in work nor seeking work, once again, once you look at the factors contributing to that, it's not just about affordable, accessible healthcare, it is about poor mental and physical health. So all these things need a whole system, all-executive approach.
Philip McGuigan. Minister, I met with the North Royal College of Psychiatrists here last week and had a very useful discussion in terms of some of the problems, retention, recruitment, lack of permanent increase of training places here since 2007 for psychiatry training, all leading to unsafe staffing levels and workforce problems, and obviously service provision and the implementation of our mental health strategy. They detailed the use of locums, and you mentioned that yourself. Can you ask, or can I ask you rather, if you've done any cost analysis of the additional cost of us using locums to fill the workforce gaps?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, absolutely. I'm not going to quote figures to you, but we started with nursing, and we have reduced our reliance on agency nurses, actually cutting it out. And so the focus now is on locums, who are very expensive, as the member will be aware. And we have asked one of the chief executives of the 5 geographic health and social care trusts to lead on an investigation and on delivering a plan for doing the same with locums as we did with urgency nurses.
Guy Middleton.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his responses thus far? Minister, the issue of mental health is one that must be prioritised. Minister, can you outline the impact in terms of the shortage of psychiatrists in the Western Trust, the impact that has on patients, and how would that compare with other trusts across Northern Ireland?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, obviously, if you need psychiatric help and it's not there for you, that can have a potentially devastating impact on your health. I think in terms of numbers, rather than go through the numbers of psychiatrists in each trust, because that will be determined by the population of the trust and an assessment of need, what the member may find very interesting is the number of vacancies which exist across the 5 trusts. So as of the end of June of this year, there were 33 consultant vacancies in psychiatry across Northern Ireland. The Southern Health and Social Care Trust had the highest level of psychiatric vacancies with 14, but the Western was right behind with 13. The Northern had 4 vacancies, Belfast had 2, and the South Eastern Trust, currently at that time, 30th of June, had no vacancies. So there is another massive postcode lottery.
Dan Armstrong.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you have outlined what the department what steps they are taking, which are commendable. Can you provide an update on what specific steps the Trust are taking, the Western Trust, to address the challenges around consultant psychiatry pressures?
And I thank the member for her question. Following a formal application from the Western Trust, the department approved a 10% RRP as an incentive for consultant psychiatry posts in August of 2024, and despite ongoing recruitment campaigns, no appointments, I regret, have been made to date. In response, the Trust submitted a further application seeking an enhanced rate of up to 20% for mental health liaison team, crisis mental health services, including inpatients, psychiatry of learning disability, and community recovery teams. This application was approved by the department on the 22nd of August last. That agreed rate is up to 20% of the consultant's starting salary as a recruitment incentive, and as I say, that was requested by the department, by the Trust rather, requested by the Trust. The department remains committed to supporting equitable access to mental health services, and we continue to assess and respond to workforce pressures in collaboration with the Trust and our other stakeholders.
Ciara Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, question 5.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, under the leadership of the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Nursing Officer, we brought together senior leaders from across the social care system to learn from last winter and plan for winter 25-26. I was clear I wanted a blank sheet and a whole system approach, looking at what could be achieved both in advance of the winter and in the longer term. This process identified the need for a particular focus on interventions to improve the care of those older people who are living with frailty, who have been identified as some of the most vulnerable to the risks associated with the winter period. 7 improvement projects have been established. They focus on reducing hospital demand by supporting older people to stay well and receive appropriate care in the community. This includes improving the use of advanced clinical care planning and enhancing pathways for patients, ensuring the right care is delivered in the right place first time. I hope to publish my winter preparedness plan in the next couple of weeks, and as in previous years, will again call on the public to do everything possible to help protect our system, including utilising community services where available and getting vaccinated if eligible.
Ms Ferguson.
Thank you, Minister, for the update, and I do welcome the 7 improvement projects. However, as of last Wednesday, 133 people were waiting for treatment in Galvin Hospital, A&E, and 49 were awaiting admission. What can you say to reassure the people that are seeking emergency care and our staff that are working in A&E and Galvin that things are going to change for the better?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot say to anybody that things will be perfect, but I believe that the 4 sessions that we had that we called the Big Conversation, which is going to lead to this plan for winter preparedness for 2025-26, will help. I can say to people accessing Galvin, I think the urgent care offer has helped, the respiratory offer has helped, and I think we're increasing the availability and the accessibility to the respiratory offer. And these things mean you have pathways by which you can avoid having to go to ED. But my visit to ED last January, of the 7 that I visited, it was the visit to Galvin that really sticks. It is the oldest of type 1 EDs in Northern Ireland, and you can tell it is. But things are being done, even in terms of seating accommodation, that the Trust are doing to try and ease the pressures. But until you get a new ED, which is several years away, nothing is going to be perfect. We're only going to be doing continuous improvement.
Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Last November, the Chair of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine called the Minister's Winter Preparedness Plan too little, too late. Can the Minister give a timeline for the release of this year's Winter Preparedness Plan and outline the lessons learned and how will it improve the ability of A&E departments and our hospitals to cope with the predictable annual increase in pressures across the health service and reassure patients and staff that this winter will be better?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as stated, I would hope to be publishing that winter preparedness plan in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Certainly the 4 sessions are over, and I was very pleased with the way the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Nursing Officer went about their business. I was extremely pleased with the appetite amongst stakeholders to attend those briefings. In fact, there were waiting lists for some of those sessions. And the 7 areas, I think, and I'm not going to list them all here, but top of it was identifying elderly people with frailty issues. Clearly, if we can keep them out of emergency department, we should be doing that. I mean, the members in Nursey will know himself the pressures and how difficult it is. And indeed, some people who are vulnerable, the noise and the lighting in the EDs are just not suitable for them. So I just want to impress, having visited those 7 in January, and talked to people who had been in the same chair waiting for treatment for 4 days. Please do not think that this is anything other but a real area of focus for me in terms of making those steps towards making things better.
Clark. Thank you, Minister, for his answers thus far. And I hear what the Minister's saying in terms of keeping people out of EDs, but we're all alive to the fact that the EDs are full today and have been for some time, and they're under pressure now. So what confidence have you in terms of the plan that it's going to be any better come the winter? And of course you did reference in your answer to the original question about our elderly population, about keeping well. But of course, one of the things you haven't touched on is access to GPs in the answer, because they can't get to their GPs, so ultimately they're turning up our A&Es.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on that last point, when I visited the Royal Victoria Hospital, there were people in the urgent care unit, which I think is on the first floor from memory. There was more than one person who was there with a flask and with a packed lunch. And I asked, had they been sent by their GP? And they said, no, we didn't bother trying to phone our GP. We came straight here, knowing we'd be here for a number of hours. So I've got my food, I've got my drink, I've got my podcast. I'm happy to wait for a while. These issues have been growing for a very, very long time. And I absolutely agree with the member about the fact that it isn't just winter pressures. And in fact, going through last winter, I said to colleagues in the department, please stop talking about winter pressures. We should be talking about additional winter pressures, because sadly the pressures on our emergency departments are 365, and that is very obvious even over the summer. And here we are in mid-September, and I have no doubt if we all took ourselves up to Derry/Londonderry and visited the ED at Eltnagelvin, it would be a very unbecoming sight.
All right, Harvey.
6, Mr. Speaker, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Health and Social Care Trusts are responsible for staffing. The regional recruitment of newly qualified nurses is therefore led by the trusts in partnership with the Business Supply Organisation. It takes place twice per annum. The most recent regional recruitment exercise for newly qualified nurses received more than 700 applications for Band 5 posts, and that's across the 5 geographic trusts. Currently, those applications are ongoing. The availability of posts during any one exercise is based on current vacancies, but also on anticipated staff turnover, and that can change on an almost daily basis. It's also important to recognise not every job offer made to recent graduates will be accepted by them. Individuals may choose to refuse the offer of a post based on a number of factors, not least geographic location, but also working pattern and the clinical environment.
I think we don't have time for a supplementary, so we move on to topical questions. I call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, Minister, has the Finance Minister offered you any funding to enable you to close the current pay gap for nurses?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
McGrath. Mr. Speaker, I'm told that the Finance Minister has washed his hands of the issue by simply telling health unions to contact the Health Minister, while the Executive Office will not even reply to correspondence from the health trade unions or myself requesting a meeting. Does this not show that the Finance Minister and the First and Deputy First Minister, while they are more than willing to stand beside nurses on pickets, they are unwilling to stand up for them where it counts in the executive and pay them what they are owed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be divergent from the member's assessment and analysis of where we are, and I understand, as a spokesman for the opposition, he's coming from that angle. I don't see a fix for this outside of the executive working together collaboratively, so I'm not in the business of pointing a finger at any other executive minister. I have made the point repeatedly that I understand every minister, every department is suffering huge financial pressures. Now, I believe the pressures on health are absolutely unprecedented, and we're talking around 614 million of a funding gap. That's unprecedented, and there is a question about whether it's unmanageable. And 200 million of that is for nurses' pay. And what I would say to the member is, after the last executive meeting, I happened to have a meeting with the Royal College of Nursing, and Nicola Ranger, the Chief Exec, had flown in from London, and she made it very clear that they had had enough. She also made clear that last time they went on strike, they felt they were too soft, and that their message did not land properly. So they are balloting their members with regard to strike action, not industrial action, strike action specifically. And they've said if they're going out on strike this time, there will be no derogations, there will be no mitigations. So unless something changes, I'm afraid we have to anticipate nurses on the streets by mid-November. And what that does to the waiting list initiative in the programme for government, what it does to health and social care delivery, it's just massive.
Honourable McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, I want to ask you about transport to hospitals. People in my constituency are very anxious about ambulance waiting times. What actions are you taking to improve C1 and C1T response times in the South Eastern Trust?
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the member is geographically wedded to the South Eastern Trust. My focus, of course, has to be more broadly to the whole of Northern Ireland. So, yes, we are looking at ambulance waiting times, absolutely. One of the other things, though, that we're doing, and I'm doing this with the Minister for Agriculture, the Environment and Rural Affairs, and also the Minister for Infrastructure across the three departments, we're looking at alternative ways of getting non-emergency patients to and from hospital, and that's things like community transport.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank the Minister for that, and that actually does lead in to the second question, although the response time for the C1 and C1T times were the first one. With regards to the less urgent and outpatient appointments, what assurances can you give that the Department is investigating ways to improve hospital transport provision in these circumstances?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said, that the answer is that we are trying to drive down the waiting times, the handover times for all ambulances going to acute hospitals. But for some time there has been a cross-departmental working group. I say it involves the three departments: infrastructure, agriculture, environment, rural affairs, and ourselves. We escalated it to a ministerial meeting just a few weeks ago because I certainly, and I think my colleagues agreed with me, felt that we perhaps weren't getting the sort of outputs that we were looking for, so we've asked them to refocus on their work, and we expect them to do just that and to get back to us in short order with some actual proposals for how we can use community transport and other initiatives to improve delivery.
Minister, what percentage of nursing graduates from all disciplines from Queen's University Belfast, the Ulster University, have secured full-time permanent employment within the Health and Social Care Trust system in each of the last 3 years?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, the member might be confusing me for a walking encyclopedia. Those are statistics I do not have to hand. There are many statistics in health and social care. This is an important one, and all I can say to the members, I will find that out and we will write to you.
Mr. McHugh.
I appreciate that, and I understood in asking the question that that would be the likely response. But also, Minister, what steps are you taking to improve the terms and conditions for staff within the health and social care system? And how is this strategy, how will it specifically reduce the service's reliance on agency staff?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said, in terms of nurses, I think we're at the point where we can say we don't use agency staff. And now we're turning to locums because that's a very expensive way to do business. Not to say that locums don't have their place, of course they do, but I think we have become over-reliant on locums and not using them for the original purpose for which they were intended. In terms of what we're trying to do to make the nursing role more attractive, well, the first thing was to give them the 3.6% that was recommended by the independent body that made the recommendation for Agenda for Change staff, which includes nurses, although I acknowledge nurses perhaps would like to do their own negotiation separate from the other Agenda for Change categories. I think we need to look at particularly promotion from Band 5 to Band 6 and 7, because you can actually qualify as a nurse, as a Band 5 nurse, have a long and very successful career, and retire as a Band 5 nurse. So we have to look at ways of promoting nurses from Band 5 through to 6 and 7. So there's a whole basket beyond money, because it's job satisfaction.
Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister will be aware of the benefits to disabled people who were able to qualify for the Independent Living Fund before it was closed in 2010. Given the research showing the economic benefit of more than £10 of social value return for every £1 invested in the Independent Living Fund, does the Minister plan to reopen it to new applicants and to give disabled people in Northern Ireland the freedom to live independent lives?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an ideal world, absolutely. In the current world, with a £614 million gap in funding, it is simply not possible. I have had to stop going to my permanent secretary and saying, what do you think about reopening this or putting a bit more into that? Because the answer is, I am the permanent secretary, I am the accounting officer. If you tell me to do that, I will have to write back to you and say, we cannot make any argument under managing public money, Northern Ireland, which is the keynote strategy, to justify that. So I have to live with the cloth that I've been cut, I'm afraid.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. I know that will be disappointing to people. Given the number of people who benefit from the Independent Living Fund in Northern Ireland is reducing, would the Minister then commit to keeping the same number of places open and open them to new applicants?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I can commit to say we will not cut the budget. I do not wish to cut that budget. But one of the frustrations, if I may, is every week, maybe not every day, but certainly multiple times a week, people will come to me and they will make an argument about if you put a bit of money, invest a bit of money in this, you'll get a great saving like the one you've detailed from this fund. But the money to pump private does not exist. And I think as an executive we have to sit down and think about this a bit more, because if we don't take those steps to save the money, and there are big savings and better outcomes to be derived for patients and service users, we're going to continue to be in a financially challenging position and not take the really logical steps to get ourselves out of the mess.
Minister, I appreciate you answered this in some detail for other constituencies earlier on, but why is the average waiting time in Altnagelvin Emergency Department twice or more than twice the average in other emergency departments across the north?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it is partly to do with the environment in which people are working. And I say of those 7 that I visited, 2 were very modern, 2 in Belfast, or the Donald in Belfast, the Ulster and the Royal Victoria Hospital. So what I notice when you go to an ED, when it's really busy, where the waits are days rather than hours, is that you have nurses and doctors, you have clinicians, you have healthcare professionals who know what the right thing to do for the patient is, but end up having to make a decision on what is the least worst option so that I can move on to look after the next person. So I think it is partly the environment, it is partly the demand, so it is a cocktail of reasons, which again is to explain it without justifying it. And I do want to see it fixed.
Mr. Delargy.
So I appreciate that we are aware of your longer term plans, which are investment and hopefully the building of a new emergency department at Altnagelvin, but people need to see immediate action today. You've talked about the fact that we're coming into additional winter pressures, and I appreciate that that has been acknowledged, but what immediate action are you taking today to ensure that the waiting times that are already twice as long as they are across the rest of the north are not repeated and do not worsen this winter?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, just gently say to the member, I don't take steps. It's the Western Trust who have to take the steps. And the Western Trust are very aware of my opinion, as are the other trusts, in terms of we need to leave no stone unturned in terms to try and address those waiting lists in those EDs. And I think it is well understood. The scope in the short term is limited. It's limited by geography and it's limited by budget. But that's not to say that we don't do everything we can, because it's not just, to my mind, it's not just about the patients, and that's absolutely critical, but it's also about the nurses and doctors and the moral injury they feel because they're not being permitted to make the good decisions, the best decisions that they know they can do.
Al Robinson.
Speaker, the Minister detailed to the House today and provide an update on the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination booster programme for Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am aware that we're going to have a booster programme this winter. I think it will be linked in as normal with the influenza vaccination offer. But I am not across the details, so I'll have to write to the member.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Could he also detail what steps his department is taking to address public concerns about vaccines?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we are aware that there is vaccine hesitancy. I'm not sure that the research suggests it is quite as embedded as some people think within the kind of societal psyche. We are not currently spending money on paid-for advertising, such as TV promotions, but we will be working with the primary sector to try and encourage people to take up the boosters. Certainly, I get a message every year from my GP surgery encouraging me to come along and book a session for the 2 jabs, which I get on the same day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, will he consider whether his department will fund an arrangement alongside TransLink to ensure there are public transport connections from North Down to the Ulster Hospital?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, those public transport arrangements are a matter for the Department of Infrastructure. As I've said, Minister Kibbins and Minister Muir and I had a discussion about community transport and how we might better realign that to get the sort of outcomes that we are looking for. But at this stage, with the resource and financial constraints upon me, I could not commit to doing that, because if I was doing it for the members' constituents, I would have to do it right across Northern Ireland, and there certainly isn't the budget or the resource available to do that.
Mr. Martin.
As the Minister will be aware, a decision was taken to close down minor injury units in Bangor and Newtownards, albeit quite recently, and relocate them to the Ulster Hospital. Does the Minister agree with me that for people who have no car now and would have to rely on taxis to get to the Ulster ED, it becomes an expensive trip?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely acknowledge the challenge that it makes, that it gives to people who do not have ready access to their own transport or transport laid on by relatives or friends. However, we have to live in the real world. The minor injuries unit at the Ards Hospital was closed and it was moved to the Ulster Hospital. That's 4.6 miles on a dual carriageway. For the majority of people, I don't think that was a particular issue. And it did deliver better outcomes because the MIU, the minor injuries that was in beside the ED, the scanners, the X-ray machines, the CT scanners, etc., etc., etc. But I do accept that for a minority of potential patients, 4.6 miles is an issue, and I continue to look at it with executive colleagues.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister of Health. Move to the Minister for Infrastructure. And the first person is Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
I can advise that the most recent assessment for a pedestrian crossing in the vicinity of Cambray Street and Flack Street was carried out on the 11th of October 2022. The assessment places this location 16th on Eastern Division's prioritised list of potential sites, which have been surveyed and assessed for a controlled crossing. Like the member, some of my own party colleagues, namely Jerry Kelly, have also been raising this issue, but as you'll be aware, the Department has been operating in a very difficult financial environment for many years now, and whilst there are many locations across the north that would benefit from investment in enhanced pedestrian measures, such as controlled crossings, due to the limited budget schemes are taken forward through the prioritisation of those deemed most in need for intervention. The prioritisation lists of pedestrian schemes are live lists and they are kept under review.
Mr. Kingston.
Thank the Minister for that answer. And as you may be aware, there have been quite a number of developments since 2022 with the reopening of Flack Street, the filling of the retail units at Hillview Retail Park, the new Eurospar at Edenderry Garage, and the busy bus stops on both sides of the Crumlin Road. So I would ask the Minister, there is cross-community support for this, so I would ask the Minister if she could ask her officials to reassess the priority for that crossing, that potential new crossing, and I believe it should be moving up the list.
Well, I'll take on board what the member has outlined. Generally, officials would only revisit a location like this if there had been a major development in infrastructure in the area, or if considerable time has passed since the initial survey. So at present, there are no current plans to carry out a review, but I will go back to officials and have the discussion to see if there's any potential given some of the enhancements to the area you've outlined.
Kerry Hart.
Could the Minister provide an update on the Knockbreda Road crossing in South Belfast, please?
Yeah, as the member will be aware, and I'd met with her and some of her council colleagues recently, I can advise that my officials are continuing to progress the development of the Knockbreda Road crossing following receipt of representations from a further consultation which was carried out by Belfast City Council, and work on the design of the scheme remains ongoing.
Connie Egan.
Question number 2, please.
Minister.
Firstly, I think I want to extend my sympathies to the family of the young girl, Jaden Rice, who tragically lost her life at the junction at West Circular Road and Clandyboy Road on the 8th of July this year. And just my thoughts to her family. I think it's unimaginable what they have been going through in the aftermath of this. I understand the PSNI are leading an investigation into this collision, and upon the completion of that investigation, my officials will be liaising with them to obtain further information relating to this and the other collisions where injuries have been sustained. At this point, then, officials will then consider any emerging factors relevant to my department in respect of road safety. And although, as I've mentioned, there have been a number of injury collisions along this route, the majority of these are all at the signal-controlled junctions, and no common causation factor has yet been identified which could be improved by additional safety measures. However, officials routinely review the injury collision cluster sites from the data provided by the PSNI, and if appropriate, an assessment will be undertaken. So what comes out of that investigation will be critical to informing what our approach will be and the next steps.
Second.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your words of condolence for Jaden. It was an absolutely horrendous and tragic loss for her and her family. And can I ask you, just as a Minister, would you give the commitment to Jaden's family and to the community in Bangor that their voices will be heard and this will be taken seriously in your department, and you'll do everything in your power to ensure that we do not lose another life here again? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when any tragic incident like this occurs, we have to take a step back and look at it and try and understand how and why it's happened and what we can all do collectively to ensure that no other family goes through this. So I've met with lots of families who have been through similar incidents, and would welcome the opportunity. I think I know I was speaking to one of the DUP members in relation to this, that I potentially could be meeting them in the future. So I'm very keen to do that and willing to hear from everyone.
Alan Chambers.
Speaker, Minister, my supplementary maybe goes a little beyond the West Circular Road of the A2 back towards Belfast. A number of years ago, your department introduced speed cameras there, which measured the average speed between cameras. And there was a public perception that they were bluff, they didn't work. But in actual fact, it was perceptible, the impact it had on the speed of that road, and still has. But another problem that I've seen recently, and it's an endemic problem, is that of motorists jumping red lights on that road. And I'm not sure if your department would have access to any mechanism, detection mechanism, that would deter that practice, because it's only a matter of time that there will be a serious collision because of that.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for pointing this out, and I think it chimes well with what the department has been saying in relation to the onus upon all of us to tackle driver behaviour, because essentially that is the main cause of all collisions, whether they result in a fatality or not. And we are constantly looking at what we can do to improve road safety. But most importantly, and I attended the Road Safety Roadshow, which was hosted by Newry Chamber just over a week ago. In all of these cases, the onus is upon each and every one of us. We are all road users, be it a driver, a pedestrian, a cyclist, whatever it may be. We have our part to play. So anything we can do to try and increase awareness, help people to think differently, to be safer on our roads, which protects everyone. Because to everyone else, I think, just to quote some of our campaigns, you are that someone else. So whilst we all think we're great drivers, to somebody else, you could be the reason there's a collision. So I'll take that on board. I think it's probably more a policing issue in terms of enforcement, but I can ask officials to have a look at it to see is there anything we can do in relation to that. And I suppose just to say, even this morning myself on the road in the conditions that we've been driving in, and some of the driver behaviour that I witnessed coming to Stormont this morning was absolutely horrendous. It really, really was. So I think there's something in all of that for us all to take away and try and make a difference.
Monsieur.
And I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, I know you've already met with a lady in my constituency, Stella McGinn, whose daughter Caitlin Rose tragically lost her life getting off the school bus, along with my party colleague, Councillor Ian Milne, and I thank you for doing that. I wonder if you could outline the steps that you're taking to improve road safety for children particularly.
Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for raising this, and I suppose just again to pay tribute to Stella and her efforts in what can only be described as an absolutely horrendous incident in the loss of her beautiful young daughter. She has used that to focus on how she can protect other children in terms of getting to and from school in particular. And I've met with Stella twice now, and I'm really have so much respect for her and admiration in terms of what she's trying to do. As the member will know, and as this Assembly will know, road safety is a high priority for my department, and I'm committed to working proactively to make our roads safer for everyone. But I'm acutely aware that children and young people are amongst the most vulnerable groups using our roads. As some may be aware, I recently announced an extensive package of road safety measures aimed at safeguarding school children, particularly when they're travelling to and from school, including around the issue of overtaking school buses. Officials have provided advice in relation to this, and I'm now considering the best options to take forward. I also recently met with the Education Minister, and we've agreed to collaborate on an initiative aimed at increasing awareness of school bus safety, and I'm looking forward to kind of see how that will progress, because again it goes back to that education piece, that awareness piece, and thinking about all these factors. Because whilst we're still in the early stages, our shared goal is that we work directly with schools to ensure that pupils, staff and parents are better informed about the risks and responsibilities associated with school transport. We're exploring the most effective ways to engage with schools and the broader community, whether through targeted campaigns, educational materials or through pilot programmes. The bus rear and on-street advertising regarding school bus safety is currently running, and it was reinstated from the start of September to align with the school term starting. And additionally, the road safety teaching aid calendars have been electronically issued to over 760 primary schools for the new school year.
Minister, your time's passed. So Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, I'll be brief. You were asked earlier on, Minister, about the Knockbreeder Road crossing. That is hugely critical to the community in Rosetta. They've been waiting for years for it. It's also critical for school safety. There's half a dozen primary schools and 3 post-primary schools in that area. You said it was happening in due course. Can you be more specific? When will the Knockbreeder Road crossing finally be completed, and that will open the back entrance to Cherryvale Park?
Minister.
Well, I recognise the importance of this, and I know this is a huge issue for the area, and I was pleased to be able to say that this will be taken forward. As I've said to my colleague in the previous answer, we're going through the design stage at this point, so until I suppose that concludes, and then we'll have a better sense in terms of timeframes in relation to the implementation.
Eula McAllister.
Question number 3.
Minister.
Section 22 of the Climate Change Act states that my department must develop sectoral plans for transport which set a minimum spend on active travel from the overall transport budget of 10%. My department hasn't changed what it considers to be active travel, which is travelling by physically active means such as walking, wheeling or cycling. What has changed is that for the first time there is a need to capture and report the overall spend on active travel funded from overall transport budgets across my department in line with Section 22 of the Act, rather than just reporting the new active travel projects being delivered and spend on the fantastic projects such as the Cycling Proficiency Scheme and the Active Schools Travel Programme. As I'm sure members will agree, active travel is not a single discrete activity within my department, and many different sections routinely carry out work that greatly benefits pedestrians and cyclists. For example, provisional outturn for 2024-25 shows that almost £12 million has been spent on maintaining existing assets, whether that's fixing trip hazards, cutting back vegetation or resurfacing old uneven footways, all which play a part in ensuring we have active travel routes that are accessible and usable. Similarly, while I recognise the role that street lighting plays in road safety for motorists, the primary purpose is for the safety and amenity of pedestrians. The majority of street lights are in built-up areas, and it clearly plays a significant role in making people feel more comfortable and secure if they're walking or cycling at night. That being the case, we've attributed 50% of the overall cost of street lighting towards our calculation of active travel spend. But let's not forget about investment in new infrastructure for active travel. I want more people to feel comfortable and safe when walking, wheeling and cycling, and that's why I'm increasing capital investment to develop our active travel networks. So I suppose it's just to outline that active travel isn't simply as straightforward as let's put out a new footpath or new cycle lane. We have to ensure that they're safe and accessible for everyone, and that forms part of that overall spend.
Ms McAllister.
I thank the Minister for that answer, but there does seem to be a redefinition of what does constitute active travel, and it is rather disappointing that by including streetlights and fixing streetlights that it shows a commitment to active travel, when we know in some constituencies, in particular in mine, North Belfast, we really do lack new infrastructure when it comes to active travel. But how does this new definition or new way of thinking actually impact the overall spend on active travel in comparison to the previously used understanding of what active travel
Minister.
is?
Well, I think that just to reiterate, it's not a change of the definition. What I am now required to do is calculate that overall spend and how that is made up. So that is all has changed. I'm required to do that. We cannot say we are spending X, Y, and Z on active travel, but excluding the elements of that new infrastructure or maintaining existing infrastructure that is important to allow that active travel route to be used. So I just need to be very clear in that we're not going out and fixing streetlights and saying that's active travel. We are doing this specific to active travel routes to ensure that it captures what the facts are and what is required, because if we are not ensuring that those routes are up to standard, then people can't use them in the way that they're destined to be used. We talk about ending violence against women and girls. There's no point in us putting footpaths and other infrastructure in place if women don't feel safe to use them. So I think there's maybe a little bit of a grey area here in terms of this is not a change in the definition. This is just where I'm required to, in terms of my responsibility, to outline what is included in that spend, and that is part of active travel infrastructure. In the same way, if we are developing any other piece of infrastructure, that spend will be included for whether it's a new road or whatever it may be.
Minister, can you provide an update on the active travel delivery plan?
Sure.
Yeah, the public consultation on the draft active travel delivery plan closed on the 28th of February this year, and I'm very pleased with the level of engagement on the plan, with over 330 responses received. My officials are currently reviewing all the responses and preparing a final plan which they're aiming to present to me for consideration in the coming months. I hope to be in a position to publish the final plan before the end of this year, and once complete, the active travel delivery plan will complement the Belfast Cycling Network delivery plan and the strategic plan for greenways to provide a firm basis for the future prioritisation and delivery of active travel infrastructure for the next 10 years and beyond.
Keith Buchanan.
So far, Minister, active travel schemes obviously are to be welcomed, but how are you going to get the balance, Minister, with new schemes and keeping existing footpaths clear? There's loads of footpaths in my constituency and you can't even walk on them, yet now I see new ones being built to nowhere, literally nowhere. How are you going to get that balance right?
Well, I mean, and we've had this conversation in committee as well. I think, you know, we have to recognise the importance of adequately maintaining our existing network, and that is looking at the overall budget and how we allocate those budgets. There are always going to be difficult decisions to be made around prioritisation, and like I've said in response to other questions here today, that, you know, I think in terms of the question your colleague raised regarding the pedestrian crossing, that is deemed in terms of the prioritisation of those schemes. So, look, I think that question could apply to any aspect of the work that I'm doing in my department, that the Health Minister is doing, that the Education Minister is doing. We have to prioritise things in terms of how adequate they are and the needs that they present. So that the same applies in terms of existing infrastructure and how we ensure that the worst, I suppose, are dealt with as soon as possible, and that we work through those issues.
John Stewart.
Minister for answers. Minister, out of this year's active travel budget this year, over £500,000 of taxpayers' money has been squandered on a 6-foot fence along the Lochshore and White Abbey promenade, one of the lovely coastal views we have in East Antrim. Nobody wants it. It's totally excessive. I have raised it with you and your officials. Will you undertake to review this now and try to sort this out for the local residents in that area? Minister.
So, as I've said before, we have reviewed this, and the member will be aware of this. The bottom line is that there's a standard that we have to meet, and I know the Alliance MLA for the area as well has also met with me on this. I have a responsibility to meet the standards that are set, not by me, but are set for me. And we have offered, I think the alternative was to remove part of the fencing, and that was as far as we could go in relation to standards. So I accept that this is not what people want, but at the same time, if something happens and someone is hurt or injured as a result of us not doing what we should be doing in terms of meeting the policy, then that falls to me. So as far as I was concerned, I think we were keen to find a balance so that we are addressing both our responsibilities but also taking into account the views of the local community.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 4.
Minister.
Allocations for road maintenance activities are made to my department's 4 roads divisions on the basis of need, using a range of weighted indicators tailored to the particular repair or improvement intervention. In distributing the resources available for structural maintenance activities such as resurfacing and surface dressing, these indicators take into consideration criteria such as carriageway area, traffic and road condition. For essential maintenance activities such as patching and grass cutting, the factors taken into consideration is distributing the funding available include defect information, areas of grass and numbers of gullies, for example. The capacity of our internal contractor is also a factor in the allocation of funding, and where our internal capacity cannot fully deliver the current requirements, then my department's divisions or section offices must engage the services of external contractors. This cost will differ across council areas depending on relevant capacity and external contract rates. My department's 4 roads divisions broadly use the indicators I've already mentioned when apportioning their allocation across council areas to ensure, as far as possible, an equitable distribution of funds. However, I do think it's important to say the exact combination of indicators and metrics used within each roads division will vary and be tailored to the individual needs and circumstances in that division at that time. Yearly allocations vary to reflect funding pressures within section office areas and are also influenced by specific allocations for high priority work such as trunk roads resurfacing schemes and structural stability schemes, including coastal defence repairs. So on that basis, it can be assumed that no section office or local council area will receive a fixed percentage of the available allocation each year.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her answer to me. The Minister is aware that I would like to see more money go into North Down in terms of both road maintenance and footpath repairs. And certainly I've seen things over the summer, and our office has done a lot of work here, of pavements that are frankly, I think, dangerous for the elderly, and lots of elderly people live in them, but my understanding is that there's no money. Will the Minister commit to sending some of her senior DFI officials down to North Down to meet me and the section engineer in North Down to look at some of these specific areas and see if something can be done?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Where our road surfaces or our footpaths or whatever type of infrastructure it may be poses a risk to health and safety of any of our the people in our community, absolutely that needs to be looked at. So if the member would write to me, and we can ensure that a site visit is arranged.
Thanks very much, Minister. But can you advise, Minister, please, in what way you've responded to concerns from the Mineral Products Association, Highway and Maintenance Construction Group, that were tabled with yourself in a series of meetings in June of this year in relation to the 25-26 road maintenance budget that potentially puts 500 jobs at risk and leaves roads in the north here in an even worse condition? Minister.
Yeah, well, I share the concerns of the Mineral Products Association, and I've outlined that very, very clearly. The reality is this budget is nowhere near enough of what I need to do everything that needs to be done. In fact, I had communicated this to representatives when I've met them. The reason my budget took as long to agree is because I was trying to squeeze money out of wherever I could to ensure that we could put more into structural maintenance. But it just isn't possible at this point in time, and it's unfortunate. However, that is a result of over a decade of underfunding in terms of Tory austerity, and everyone in this House knows that, and everyone in this House will agree that, because we all agreed we do not get the budget or the funding that we needed. And I'm sure the member's colleague can make comments there in the background, but I'm sure his colleague, who was the previous infrastructure minister, would agree with me, because she had the same challenge. But let me tell you, I'll do everything I can to ensure that we get fair allocations in terms of our roads, and particularly our rural roads, which are in the worst state that we've ever seen. So take that as a commitment, and a strong commitment from me, that I'll continue to fight that we can get more and more money in to look after our roads and bring them up to the standard that's acceptable to us all.
Kelly.
Question 5.
As I've said in previous answers, road safety is a priority for me, which is why I've increased the road safety advertising budget by over 1.5 million. The actual allocation is 2.4 million. With this, I am reinstating a programme of campaigns addressing the main causes of road traffic collisions. I've prioritised the reinstatement of pedestrian and motorcyclist safety campaigns, as both are vulnerable road user groups. These will go live as soon as possible, and I'll be commissioning a new anti-drug drive campaign to address the increase in drug driving as a key area that needs to be looked at. As the member will also be aware, there's a number of things that I'm looking at as part of that, and we're constantly reviewing, are we doing enough, and how we can close those gaps. I've mentioned earlier the campaigns around school buses. I've also done some around fitness to drive and being awareness in terms of our any medical declarations and issues like that, and I'm working with officials both across my department and the Department of Health to look at how we can further widen that as well, to protect more people on the ground, and some suggestions have even come up as part of this discussion. So it goes back to the point around the need to address driver behaviour and everything that I am looking at, which is why I have increased the budget, because I recognise that if we can get that into people's minds, it could make a real difference.
Minister, I understand that you want to speak to the person directly, but if you can direct your comments to the mics, then Hansard will pick it up. Mr. Kelly.
Yes, Listener, I thank the Minister for her answer so far, and she probably answered the supplementary I was going to ask, but I would like to thank her for taking up the issue of the Crumlin Road crossing, because just to add to what Brian Kingston said earlier on, it is a very fast road. This is a huge retail park now, and there's lots of people who have to cross that road from the other side of the Crumlin Road. Thank you.
John Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can you inform the House as to how much of this money, if any, will be spent on the A5 to implement fresh road safety measures to prevent further loss of life?
Well, as the member will be aware, we are currently in the process of appealing the ruling in relation to the A5. So at present, that is my focus and the focus of officials. However, all of these things remain under review in terms of improving safety of existing infrastructure, as I've said earlier on. So we'll continue to, at this point in time, I don't have a figure on any of that.
Justin McNulty. Sir.
The public consultation exercise for the Newry Southern Relief Road concluded on the 4th of March 2025. I have received a comprehensive report from officials covering the many detailed representations received as part of this process, and I'm giving careful consideration to its contents. My department's major project portfolio is complex, with a range of projects at various stages of development and delivery. Every project will have its own specific considerations, but in common with all departments, I'm very mindful at present of the impact of the judgment in the A5 project, which was extremely disappointing, and as members will know, I have lodged an appeal. So therefore it would not be appropriate for me to comment in detail on the judgment while the appeal is live, but as officials work hard to prepare for the appeal hearing, I'll also take the necessary time to carefully consider the potential impact of the judgment on other projects as they move through the next stages of their delivery, including the Southern Relief Road.
Mr McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. And in terms of that, well, firstly, Minister, it is reassuring to know that you're on the record as saying that there should be a lifting bridge to accommodate tall ships coming into the Albert Basin in Newry. But in terms of the consultation, can you confirm and reassure residents around the Flagstaff Road, Barra Creek, Ellis Holding, that their views will be very much listened to in terms of Benson's Lane and the environment around there and the tie-in points with Ellis Holding at the A1?
Yeah, and absolutely, I am on the record in terms of my own position in relation to the road, and that's something that I will never move from. As a minister, I have to consider all of the responses to that consultation and be impartial in relation to that. So officials are working through that, and everyone that has made a representation, their issues, their voices will be heard and will be considered as part of that process.
Aoife Finnegan.
And I want to thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, you've already set out our position on this and the depth of feeling in the local area. Therefore, how many representations were received and what were their nature?
Yeah, well, a total of 214 responses were received to the consultation, which again I do think shows the depth of feeling in the area and how people want to be a part of this process. And that consultation was held between the 21st of January 2025 and the 4th of March this year, as I've said. 154 of those representations were objections, of which 55% of those 154 cited the inclusion of the fixed bridge as a reason for their objection. There were 15 responses of support for the proposed scheme, 24 general comments and 21 responses not applicable to the scheme.
William Irwin.
I thank the Minister for her responses. In relation to the Southern Relief Road, what is the current expenditure to date on the road?
Well, I don't have the figure to hand, but I can give you an idea of just the overall cost in terms of what it is. If you want to write to me, I can provide more up-to-date figure in relation to the costs incurred so far. The current estimate already has a shortfall of funding of approximately 22 million for the overall scheme. So therefore, there's a lot of work still to happen. But I can come back to you in terms of the figure as it stands at present.
Stephen Dunn.
I fully recognise the importance of the road network and the vital role it plays in connecting our people and communities, as well as supporting the wider economy. For many years, as I've said, my department has operated with a very constrained maintenance budget, and this has resulted in an underinvestment in our infrastructure and a deterioration in the condition of our roads, which is why officials have been working on the development of a new road maintenance strategy and a new approach to how we tackle and deal with road maintenance. This will focus on delivering higher quality repairs instead of spreading resources too thinly, ensuring a more reliable and safer road network where we intervene. It will be data driven and supported by sound engineering judgment and address the problem in a more meaningful and sustainable manner. Officials are currently finalising work on a draft road maintenance strategy, which I will be able to then share more widely. As members will know, public finances are limited and we have a lot to do to make up for the years of austerity and underfunding, but I'm committed to ensuring that people are at the heart of those funding decisions and that we do all we can to be efficient and effective in the delivery of public services.
We have time for a topical, Mr Dunn. I call Justin McNulty, or have time for a supplementary. I call Mr McNulty for topical questions.
Minister, the A5 project has become a shameful embarrassment. Families are still burying loved ones while your department ties itself in knots with delay after delay, legal wrangling and failure to deliver. How did the project end up here? Is this the result of systemic incompetence within your department, or does this calamitous failure, responsibility for this calamitous failure, lie with you or your Sinn Féin predecessor, John O'Dowd?
Well, let me be very clear. The AF5 has been an issue for many, many years, as you have rightly pointed out. And that is not, and I won't say it's an incompetence of officials, because I know officials have been working extremely hard. Extremely hard. Many of them live in the area, are from the area, and are very passionate about this. So I think the member's colleague can shake his head all he wants, but have respect for those people that have put their heart and soul into delivering this scheme. The reality is we are at a juncture of new territory in relation to the Climate Change Act, and despite what people have said, I work very closely with my colleague in DERA. Prior to my involvement in this scheme, officials have been meeting frequently with him and have been dealing with this as comprehensively and robustly as possible. So my focus right now is delivering for those families, delivering for the communities in and around the AFI. I've been working with counterparts in the south, and I've met with a number of representatives right across this island who all have an issue, or who all have a passion for this project and want to see it delivered. So that's my focus. That's what I'll continue to work towards. And I won't be distracted by petty party politics, because at the end of there's been a number of ministers involved in this scheme, not just Sinn Féin. Well, look, I'm not too sure what role your minister played either. However, I'm not going to get into that. The priority for me is delivering this scheme. Let's work together, let's work collaboratively and get it over the line, because that's what I'm determined to do.
Mr McNulty.
Minister, you're the responsible minister for delivering this project. With respect, you haven't answered the questions. Families do not want more excuses, they want accountability. Who holds responsibility for this failure, and when will you finally guarantee delivery of the F5 without further mess-ups from you and your department?
Well, if the member could point to the mess, and I would happily look into that. The judge's comments were very, very clear. The judge recognised that every effort was made to try and get this delivered. This is an issue that we have to look at. This is why I'm going through the appeal process, and I'm telling you now, I'm determined that we will deliver this.
And I want to thank the Minister for answers provided so far. Can I, Mr Speaker, ask the Minister if, as we move into autumn, if she will consider trialling a flood protection scheme for commercial property similar to the homeowner flood protection scheme already in place?
Well, I think, as the member will know, I'm currently taking legislation through the House in relation to flood management, and as part of that, maybe we can have the discussion around that. At present, as you may know, we have this scheme in place for homeowners, but happy to have a conversation on this and see, is this something that we can do within the department, how we can work together. As you know, the Department of Economy have stepped in the past in terms of assisting with the aftermath of flooding, so I definitely think there's a conversation to be had. However, there are a number of flood alleviation schemes that are happening through my department within town centres and city centres to try and address this issue moving forward, but looking at something more specific, I'll consider anything that's brought to me.
Mr Blair.
Speaker, thank the Minister for that, and I can assure I would welcome such a conversation, having previously raised on a number of occasions flooding in Antrim town and flood risk on all stretches of the 6 Mile River, for example affecting residential properties and indeed commercial properties. Can I ask therefore if the delivery of the flood alleviation plans in a timely way is any closer than it was the last time I asked?
Well, and look, I mean, having had similar issues in my own constituency, I know how important this is, and particularly as we move into the autumn again, we've seen the heavy rain over the last few days. In relation to the feasibility study and the scheme that you talked about, I think it's anticipated the study should be completed by summer 2026. But happy if you want to write in to get further detail in terms of where we're at and what the next steps will be.
Declan McAleer.
Can the Minister provide an update on the A5 appeal?
Yeah, as I've said, I mean, this issue is very evidently such a key issue for not just me as a Minister, but for everyone involved. And so it's no surprise that the outcome of the ruling was extremely, extremely disappointing, which is probably an understatement. But not just for me, for the department, but for everyone involved, including the local representatives who have long supported this project. As you'll know, we lodged the appeal, which is due to be heard now in December this year. And this is necessary, I think, in order to resolve the important points of the law that will affect all parties concerned. So, and whilst my immediate priority is the preparation of the most robust appeal that we can submit, my ultimate aim remains, as I've said previously, the delivery of the A5. So I'm fully committed to doing all that I can to ensure that we get to that point and get there as quickly as possible. At present, we're working through the appeal and that legal case, and I think that would be remiss to say more than that at this stage, but that's where we're at.
Mr. McAleer.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, given the huge importance of this project for the northwest of Ireland, none more so for the families who have lost loved ones along this tragic route. Will the Minister agree that it's absolutely important that we all must work together to make sure this project comes to fruition? Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of what we're all trying to achieve, I think we all want to see the same thing and to get there as quickly as possible. Because any more time without the road means that more risk of lives being lost. And as the judge himself said, lives will be lost if we don't get this delivered as soon as possible. So that's why I have been engaging with the likes of the Enough is Enough campaign and working closely with them and with representatives from the area, because I recognise that if we work collaboratively, we can get there and we can achieve exactly what we want to achieve.
Reynolds.
Minister, in your response to Mr Kelly earlier, you mentioned how road safety funding has been increased and will be used to reinstate campaigns. What legislation are your officials currently working on in regards to road safety?
Well, as I've talked about the school bus legislation, and I've indicated earlier this year that I am keen to introduce legislation around overtaking school buses. That's something we're working through, and I'm being provided with advice in relation to that to see what the best way forward is. On that, in terms of other legislation, and I talked about we're looking at things around the use of mobile phones when driving, drug driving, drink driving, penalties, and they're just to name a few. But if you want a wee bit more detail on that, I'm happy if the member wants to write in if there's anything else that I have missed.
Mr. McGrath.
I thank the Minister for her response. The Minister have been updated recently on, for example, the graduated licence scheme, strengthening drink driving legislation, strengthening drug driving legislation, both of which you've just mentioned there now, and an increase on fines for speeding as well. Can you maybe mention in your response just now, or maybe even in writing, that's totally fine, where we're at with each of these measures and if we'll actually see them introduced by the end of this mandate?
Well, it's certainly my intention to get a conclusion and get these progressed as soon as possible. I'm considering all advice and information being provided by officials at this stage, but we're working through those, and as soon as updates are available, we inform the House, inform the committee.
William Murphy.
Holyer and Minister, can I ask you for an update on the Ulster Canal project?
Minister.
Yeah, the Ulster Canal project is being progressed in 3 phases. Phase 1, which is Lough Erne to Castle Saunderson, and Phase 2, which is Clonus to Clonfad, which are both now complete and open for navigation. And I was very lucky to be in Clonus over the summer to see that and to meet with Waterways Ireland. Work on the 3rd and final phase of Castle Saunderson to Clonfad is in progress, with Waterways Ireland progressing land acquisition, planning and detailed design elements. I'm fully committed to supporting the completion of this, which I think is a very ambitious project, and it will be transformational to the local communities and businesses in that region.
Karen Collier. I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer, and I know the Ulster Canal project is widely welcomed by constituents of mine. It's just literally up the road for me. Would the Minister agree that this would be a great boost to the all-island economy?
Absolutely, and I think the restoration of the Ulster Canal will offer a very attractive cross-border holiday destination, both for visitors living across Ireland, but also those from abroad. When completed, it will form part of an all-Ireland inland water system, allowing visitors to travel from Clonus in the south to Enniskillen in the north, as well as the rest of the Erne and Shannon water systems. And as I've said, I've seen for myself the increased visitors and opportunities that Phase 2 has brought to Clonus, and the remainder of the project raises the possibility for increased economic activity through tourism and hospitality along that route.
Down for South.
And thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, often in this House when we hear regional balance, it's about investment in the North West, but I want to ask you, in terms of regional balance, how you make sure that your road maintenance budget is applied evenly to ensure regional balance across all of Northern Ireland?
Yeah, well, as I've said in response to earlier questions, there are a number of factors that are taken into consideration when allocating funds. And as part of that as well, section offices will be putting forward their increasing needs in terms of what is required in their areas and what were their major demands or the critical issues that arise. So there's a lot of methodology that goes into that, but that is essentially what helps to ensure that the allocations are fair and that funding is delivered equitably across the North.
Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, is there anything built in to ensure that areas like my own constituency of South Down, where we don't have rail links and we don't have solid, reliable, regular public transport on the higher quality buses, that road maintenance would get more of a priority there, as we have lower quality roads, but they're our only way in and out of the constituency?
Well, I think it's fair to say a lot of areas, and my own included, would be able to make the same argument, and I think it's looking at all of that on the whole, and through the list of works that are needed in terms of prioritisation, that is then put forward through the divisions and then to the department. So that is essentially where I don't sit and decide who gets what, unfortunately. However, I do take into account what the member is saying and the frustration that can be felt. All I can say at this point is anything that I'm doing is to try and ensure that we're getting acceptable levels of funding into structural maintenance to ensure that we can deliver a service right across the North that people can see and feel, and that will actually make a real impact in all of our communities.
Trevor Clark.
Whilst I welcome your announcement in terms of increased funding for road safety, does it not fly in the face that you've increased the money for road safety on one hand, however the state of our roads are in disrepair, which actually adds to the road safety for those motorists using those on a daily basis?
Well, when you compare the allocations for the road safety budget in comparison to the structural maintenance budget, they're very, very different figures in terms of 2.4 million and 68 million. As I've said in response to many of the other members in relation to this, I fully recognise that the budget for structural maintenance is far from what it needs to be, and I'll continue to work to ensure that we get adequate funding and investment to meet those needs, because I recognise that this is something not just in terms of ensuring our roads are in a fit state, but for health and safety. So any roads that are in unacceptably poor condition, that are posing a real health and safety risk, it's important that those are reported, and I know the member will do that. But it's something that I am acutely aware of, and I'm very keen to see how I can make an impact. I know I'm not going to solve it all. I have to be realistic here. My whole budget at this point probably couldn't solve what's needed to be done, but I'm determined that we can increase investment and do what's needed to be done, and I suppose that's what I'm trying to do through the road maintenance strategy as well.
Mr. Clark.
I don't want to lead into the topic later, but I feel I have to. On one hand, we are reporting, and I'm sure all the elected representatives are the same, as reporting potholes and repairs required on roads. And whenever they are done, Minister, we need to report the same roads 6 to 8 weeks later because of the substandard nature of the repairs that are carried out. So when is the department actually going to get value for money in terms of the repairs? When are they going to follow up the contractors to make sure they're doing the job that they're getting paid to, so as our roads don't have to be fixed so frequently?
Minister.
I think what you've outlined is an example of why the draft road maintenance strategy that I have articulated should be something that will help to address those issues. So, we've had numerous conversations around how we can fix one hole in the road because it meets the criteria, but we're bypassing 3 or 4. So that's the type of work that we're setting out to try and tackle as part of that strategy, that we're not seeing that, which will, in my view, in my humble view, which will have an impact. And I'm sure your colleague in North Down, where this has been trialled, has seen an impact in terms of what that can do. It's not going to solve all of our problems, but certainly what my intention is that we can increase the resilience and the sustainability of all our road network.
Greenways in the Ards and North Down Borough Council area. Will the Minister publish the timetable for the DFI works to connect Cumber to the Bangor Greenway, and also confirm that a budget has been allocated for those works?
Minister, briefly.
Yeah, maybe I'll come back in writing if the member's happy enough with that, just to give the accurate timings and budget in relation to that. I was down for the most recent launch and opening of that part of the at the Newton Ards end. So I know that's something we're keen to see progress. So happy to come back in writing if that's okay.
For infrastructure, thank you. And we're going to resume the debate on the consideration stage of the School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill. And I think, Peter, point of order.
About speaking within the scope of the bill. Can I ask whether you or the other deputy speakers were privy to the rationale that was used by the speakers for not selecting the other amendments?
I wasn't privy to the advice given to the Speaker's office on amendments. I don't believe any other deputy speakers were either. But certainly what I'll do is I'll refer back to the Speaker's office just for accuracy and we'll come back to you, okay? So we're definitely going to Peter Martin now. Okay, thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I was, I think, an hour and a half ago, just pointing out that the tenor of the debate I was slightly disappointed with. And yes, this is a political debating chamber. And yes, at times there are political points scored. But that this bill in particular, a bill that is designed and I believe will deliver on reducing the cost of school uniforms for parents across Northern Ireland, is something to be welcomed. And yes, I would have been surprised if other parties had stood up and said this is a great bill, this is what it's going to do, because it was obviously brought forward by my colleague, the Minister. This was a manifesto commitment by our party in which we've delivered on. But I would have wanted, Madam Deputy Speaker, maybe a little bit more warmth in the chamber that this bill is not political. It won't help just one small subsection of a community or religious background or political affiliation. It will help every single parent in Northern Ireland when it comes to that. Yes, I will, to the member for Lagan Valley.
If you've actually seen the guidance, because you're very confident that this will deliver for parents, but I think our concern today is that we haven't, so we don't have the same level of confidence that you do.
I have no gifting in prophecy. I certainly haven't seen the guidance, but I have confidence in our Minister, and I have confidence because he said he would bring this bill forward, and he has. And I have confidence in him because he's got the fourth stage through the committee, and I certainly welcome that debate. Obviously not always in line with what everyone else thought, but I certainly welcome the debate at committee and our chance to scrutinise. But I would say to the member for Lagan Valley that I have confidence that this bill will deliver what it's supposed to. The scope is about bringing down the costs of school uniform for all parents across Northern Ireland. I believe it will do that, and I look forward to seeing it, hopefully, in legislation as quickly as it can be, because that's the best way to deliver for every parent in Northern Ireland when it comes to buying school uniform. I finished, but Madam Deputy Speaker.
Due to give way to them if you said you're finished. You're all right, Peter. I mean, there's no restrictions in this. I'm not restricting debate, even if it is outside the scope of the bill.
I'm more than happy to take a question from an intervention from the committee chair. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, and apologies. I hadn't realised you were bringing your remarks to a close. You made a statement that the scope of the bill is to bring down costs, but the text of the bill also refers to other issues, particularly comfort and practicality. So I just would like to hear why it is you feel that it is, despite being in the text of the bill, only about cost.
Thank you very much to the Chair of the Education Committee. I used to have my copy, I do indeed. I think whilst there are a range of clauses in this bill, and we've looked at some of them about what reporting procedures are, what the scope necessarily of the legislation will be, I think if you actually ask someone what the the bill itself was designed to do, the School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill, or if you'd watched media around this, or you'd spoken to anyone who's interested in this or has followed the progress of this, I believe that they would say, isn't that the one that's supposed to do something about sports kit? I've spoken to lots and lots of people, lots of parents, concerning this, and some people have even come up to me, who perhaps been watching the Assembly or watching the debates, and said, that bill, I hope it's going to reduce the cost of our sports kit. So I would say to the member that whilst there are clearly other clauses in here, and there should be, I think the core, in my view, the core is about bringing down costs. And Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope that is exactly what it will do. And thank you for your indulgence.
Nick, just to say to you, I'm finding it really difficult to hear you. Sorry. So maybe Mr. Martin didn't see you at the end, but either way, I'm finding it difficult to hear you. So our next speaker is John Burrows.
Thank you, Principal Speaker. We are enthusiastic about the bill. It is a positive thing that we're going to see honest endeavours made to reduce the cost of school uniform. And certainly it is worth saying in the record, we genuinely believe that no pupil should ever feel stigmatised or excluded by reasons of affordability of school uniforms. So putting something that puts affordability at the very centre of discussions and debates and considerations in school uniform is to be welcomed. There's a balance, of course, and we want to ensure that schools have a degree of discretion, autonomy, flexibility, and indeed that we don't do anything that devalues the role that uniform can play within a school. It brings a sense of collegiality, of identity, of pride, and I actually think it also promotes good school pupil behaviour, especially when you're outside of the school grounds. Having your school uniform makes you identifiable, and that can be a very useful thing for promoting good behaviour. So getting this balance right is absolutely critical. There are a number of amendments, and we'll have not committal on them all, but we're going to make some comments now. Amendment 1, no real issue with publishing every 3 years. I think that's a wise amendment. Likewise, moving on to number 4, we do think it is in the best interest of transparency to have guidance published. So there's clarity and certainty and transparency. In relation to the next one that we want to focus on is clause, I think it's 10, and that is, yes, the word undue. I will support the Minister's amendment in putting the word undue in, because what we want to make sure is that whilst we're aiming to bring down costs of school uniforms, aiming to make sure that we don't have exclusion on the basis of uniform, what we don't want to do is be so prescriptive on schools. So the intention has to be to say nobody should be excluded from sport, nobody should be excluded from school or disciplined because they can't afford a garment of clothing. But at the same time, it is vital that schools are able to say there are some uniform requirements, there are some policies that we think have to be enforced. There was a case on the news this week that was around the wearing of an earring. And I think that is a good example. I was asked that question sort of on the hoof, on the Nolan show. And my instinct was to say, well, look, I'm not going to arbitrate for the school. I don't know if the ins and outs of whether that pupil was asked to remain out of school or not. But the school have to be able to have some rules that apply. But it would be entirely wrong that any pupil is disadvantaged or excluded because they can't afford something. And that is why I used... Yes. Yes.
I know you're just new on the committee, John, but during the evidence we took, during the committee we took evidence from one young girl in particular who attends a well-known school in Belfast. Her family are quite economically challenged, and her family can't afford the school overcoat. So when she comes to school, when she's 100 metres from the school, she takes her own overcoat off and carries it into school then. But she still has 100 metres to go, whether it's raining, snowing, freezing or whatever. So it's not just a matter of children being excluded from school. And there are children who are effectively excluded from schools because their parents know they would never be able to afford the uniform. In some cases it's 600 or 800 quid. So, I mean, I understand, that you want to support the Minister's amendment. I don't think your rationale for doing so has been very convincing here today. Thank you, and thanks for letting me in.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. It's not a matter of supporting the Minister's amendment. As I said, my instinct when asked a question about a live case was that school should have autonomy to make its own rules, and that we need to be careful in this place that we don't delegislate the ability of schools to make reasonable rules. Yes.
I agree with members' concern for the autonomy of our schools. I listened to the school child that came in to speak to us, and she spoke very well, and I have to say I shared some of Pat's concerns that day, that there was perhaps an overzealous nature around some aspects of the uniform in that particular school, and I expressed that in particular, particularly because it seemed to be influencing the child's decisions around what choices she could make. I would hope that that would be an opportunity in future where the department can engage with that school. But would you agree with me that there are within this bill provisions and teeth that the Minister can enact to engage with those schools and to bring sanction in future if and when the Minister or whoever the Minister would be at that time decides to do so?
Yeah, and I think, and I'm happy to support that, and I restate, not because as the Minister, a Unionist Minister, we will support as a party, and I will support as an individual what is right and oppose what is wrong. And it is why, there is a certain irony in this, that the direction of travel for many people in this chamber is to tighten up with some things around school uniform and tying schools' hands. But the same people are adamantly opposed to actually requiring schools to protect inspection. That seems to me to be a completely irreconcilable position. And here's the next one is on Amendment 12. And I've read the Minister's letter, and this is where we are not convinced entirely about the name and shame. We remain non-committal about this because there is a deterrent value to being named and shamed. I do want to hear a little bit more about the rationale for not going down that particular line, particularly as it has been done with other areas of policy and government, particularly around social security benefits. So we are still undecided about what is the appropriate balance there. Certainly, there should be clarity about where people are, the number of schools, and why they are not complying with things. But to name them, I think we go into a principle, and I heard many times in the Education Committee about not naming schools. So I think it's something that is a red line that if we cross it, we must be very careful about it. But we're not ruling it out. And I do think it has a deterrent value, but I do want to hear a little bit more about why naming and shaming would not be appropriate. And by the way, I don't particularly like the phrase name and shame, I mean, otherwise you would have a court system which nobody ever was actually turned up and it was in closed session or the media couldn't report. So we are just wanting to tease that out a little bit more. Because, yes?
Thank the member for giving way. Would you agree that the bill does have quite a lead-in process before the department would be in the space of issuing a direction? There is capacity there to engage with a school manager around the issue, and one would have to ask the question if, despite that engagement, a school was to dig its heels in and still refuse to comply with the guidelines.
Yeah, that is a fair point, but you know, this is, I think, a seminal moment. If you're going to go down this line of name and shame with schools, and look, I'm not familiar that that has been something we've done in the past. It is a big line to cross. Whenever you cross lines, you have unintended consequences. So I think the responsible thing to do is not to say, oh yes, that sounds good, we'll stiffen this up with name and shame, or to say, oh no, we're going to protect our schools. And I do know the perception out there, which is a real one, that we tend to protect the reputation of those schools who have the most or come from areas that are better off, as opposed to not worrying about the schools who are socially, in areas that are socially disadvantaged. So we're actually very alive to both sides of this argument. We remain to be convinced. I think that's a healthy position to be in. We do see a divergence between that and things like benefit fraud and the purpose that that does. About the other things within the criminal justice system, the deterrent value that naming and shaming people can bring. It is transparent. It is about accountability. So we want a little bit more convincing about this. And I would like to hear a little bit more from the Minister about why he believes the naming of schools would be a negative step and what sort of consequences that might lead to if we went down that line. So I think our position on this is to make a very clear, and I think we should be enthused, there's an opportunity here to get to an endpoint where schools put at the centre of everything they do affordability. That's in the best interest of children, it's the best interest of parents, it's the best interest of schools. But in the detail, and I wasn't in the Education Committee when we were discussing and debating this, so there is a time to read in, to really understand the nuances of people's positions. But we want to make sure that we get this balance right and that we don't lose the ability of a school to make sensible decisions, because that can have a real impact. If you're unable to enforce a simple thing, well then you can very quickly get into a chaotic situation, which actually is very difficult for parents and for teachers to manage. So there's a balance in all of this. We want to support the legislation. We are yet to be committed on this issue and convinced of the issue around name and shame, but we do think that there is an opportunity here to make school uniform more affordable, and particularly to make sure, and this is the clear red line and the clear purpose of this, should be that no pupil, under any circumstances, is ever excluded from sport or discipline at school because their mum or dad or their carers cannot afford something. That is the key protection that this legislation must achieve. And that is the thrust upon which we will be looking at the bill, supporting some things, but also looking for more convincing in others and scrutinising as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I now call on the Minister for Education as the penultimate speaker on this amendment. Minister.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. Let me first begin by thanking all the members who have contributed to the debate so far on this important piece of legislation. We are first and foremost members of a legislative assembly. Others will cast a view on some of the comments that sounded more like the second stage debate as opposed to the detail of law and wording. I'm not going to go into that because I think I have a duty as a minister to focus on discharging what this assembly is meant to do, legislate and be very careful about the wording of law rather than engage in broader commentary about what could have been and what should have been. It's our job to legislate. So some have tried to lay a trap. Some want to bait me and get me riled. I'm not going to do it. It's Monday. I had a good weekend. All right? So we're not going to go into that particular mode today. This is too serious for us to engage in that. I want to focus on legislation, because when this law is passed, when this law is passed, this is what schools and others will be held accountable for. If someone wants to go to court, this is what they will base it upon. So we have a real responsibility, and there has been legislation passed by this Assembly which has been flawed, which has not been correct. So we need to do our job and do it really carefully. In my role as Education Minister, I want to make a difference to the everyday lives of real people. More affordable school uniforms will make a difference to people from right across Northern Ireland. That's why I brought forward this bill, which was supported by every party on the executive. And I'm delighted that we've now reached consideration stage and hope the bill will be on the statute book later this year. Let's remember that making school uniforms more affordable is why I introduced this bill in the first place. And I want to recognise the effort that's been made by the Education Committee to submit its report in line with the revised committee stage timeframe. Now, I know that some members were not happy that the lengthy proposed committee stage was brought back from December to August, but I think that was an important decision by members of this chamber, as it prevented a delay of an entire school year before any benefit is felt by parents from this legislation. Now, I'm aware that some members have questioned whether the amended timescale will make any difference in terms of when parents feel the benefit of this legislation. Let me assure the House that it will. Because we're at consideration stage now, instead of later in the year or even into next year, once the bill passes final stage, assuming that it does, and that's a matter, of course, for members to determine, schools will know in sufficient time what legal requirements will be in operation before the 26-27 school year. And my department will advise schools of the type of matters that are expected to be in the guidelines once the bill reaches its final form. Work continues on clarifying draft guidelines and communications to schools so that these will be ready to issue after final stage. The conclusion of committee stage by the end of August means that this is achievable and that schools must adhere to statutory guidelines for the 26-27 school year. Parents will benefit. I recognise that the committee reported at the beginning of July. Timing-wise, this was admirable. However, I think there are some important legislative details that are missed in some of the amendments the committee has tabled, and I'll talk to those as we reach the relevant amendment. Yes, I'm happy to give way to the Chairman.
I thank the Minister for giving way. It's really just before you move on to the content of the amendments to go back to the point around the process and the timelines we're now in, and that you're confident that once this bill passes all its stages, that schools will be clear on their responsibilities. For those schools who have been outliers and have continued to pursue extremely expensive uniforms, do you have a view on what you will do? Because we will almost certainly be in a scenario when those guidelines are landing that royal assent will not have been granted. What will you do as Minister to ensure those schools will still live up to the expectations that we all have in this place, that they are going to do something about costs?
Principal Deputy Speaker, I do think the message has been getting out to schools, both through what I've been doing, the executive and also the committee in terms of this process. I've been in schools very recently, and the principal in one school indicated to me, and it was a school where we've talked about a blazer in sixth form based upon various different honours, that they're changing their policy. Before we even pass this legislation, he says, we have engaged with our student council, we've listened to the feedback, and we are changing our policy, and they are working through that. So I think we are already making an impact on those schools that are outliers, and I agree with the Chairman, the vast majority of schools do the right thing, but there are still some that has been required to go through this process now to give statutory force to the guidelines in order to make the change. But there are already schools, and I know from meeting with certainly one school at least, that they are making changes. So my comments that I'm going to make about the amendments and the deficient nature of the amendments isn't Paul Given's view. I'm not a legal expert. This is based on legal advice from senior legal advisors, and I want to place on record my thanks to the Office of the Legislative Counsel and the Departmental Solicitor's Office for their detailed work that they have undertaken, the advice they have provided and the pace at which they have done so. I'm also aware that the committee wished to see draft guidelines, and some members have referred to that in their contributions. But these must follow the bill. I'm focused on getting these guidelines right for schools. That is how we will make a difference for parents, and part of this requires legal advice. Members have asked for guidelines, but guidelines follows the law. I'll be able to provide those guidelines. We're already underway in terms of the work, and I will certainly be developing the guidelines. I have been doing it. It's in line with the law. The law must come first. I'm happy to give way to Mr. Sheehan.
That being the case, why was the committee promised that it would be given sight of the guidelines as far back as March and April?
Comment on why that would have been said. I was clear as Minister that guidelines follows the law. So therefore, once the Assembly has passed and we've got amendments that may or may not get voted through today, of course guidance is being developed, but it would be premature to produce guidance until we actually know the basis upon which those guidance have to be framed, and it is the law that does that. That's why the committee didn't get sight of the guidance in advance of us doing our job here to pass the legislation. So I've outlined the reason why. Members may not agree with that, but that is the reason why. Guidance follows the law. I'm not prepared to rush through or indeed share drafts of guidelines that have not had the benefit of due legal consideration. This is the stage my officials are at, and it will result in clearer guidelines, and this engagement and drafting will be ongoing until the final provisions of the bill are determined here in the Assembly. So I make no apology for doing things properly, not for my benefit, but for schools and for parents. Legislation is there to make a specific provision in law. It is meant to bring about a legal state of affairs that would not otherwise exist. The bill will operate within the context of existing law, and this includes all existing human rights and equality legislation. The Department is bound by law to act reasonably in exercising its statutory functions, and it should be borne in mind that this necessarily informs attitudes to fairness, dignity and equality. That, to be clear, is expert opinion from legal advice. Now, I invite the House to bear this in mind as we go through the debate. How the Department is allowed to go about preparing guidelines is necessarily informed by wider considerations that do not need to be expressly provided for in the bill. We all know that words matter. In this chamber, they are a matter of public record. In legislation, they are critical. Turning to the amendments, Group 1 is about monitoring and enforcement of what will be statutory guidelines. Monitoring is extremely important. It is important that we ensure the bill delivers what it is intended to do, making school uniforms more affordable for parents. It is also important that we do not lose sight that this is the fundamental reason that I brought this bill forward. To achieve this, we need the bill to support guidelines that work for schools in order to benefit parents and pupils. So starting with Group 1 amendments, with some that are not of material impact in Amendments 1 and 4. These require the Department to review the guidelines at least every 3 years and also lay them before the Assembly. Amendment 4 in particular seems unnecessary, given that the guidelines will always be published on the departmental website. However, Amendment 1 is not necessary either, since regular review is already required. Therefore, I invite the relevant member not to press either of Amendments 1 and 4. While I can appreciate the intention behind Amendment number 8, my position is that this represents over-elaborate drafting in terms of how it seems intended to operate in practice. This risks placing bureaucracy above a straightforward requirement to report on the impact of the bill, which would be more logical. Indeed, I can assure the members that this would be happening without any amendment on the point. A straightforward requirement could be drafted in such a way that all the provisions of the bill would be covered in a report, including any cap. The amendment before us today is also not clear about what measures mean or median costs relate to. That's the wording in the committee amendment. Mean or median costs. It ignores any potential differences between primary uniform and post-primary uniform, and we know that there can be significant price differences between these two stages. It is unnecessary in its prescription. Parts of it relating to the department... Sorry, yes, Chairman.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I think the first point that I would make, just in relation to that amendment, is I don't think any member would have any objection if the department took the sensible approach of disaggregating primary and post-primary cost in any report they brought to the Assembly, and I don't think the amendment precludes the department from doing that. But is there an issue? Because I think some of the concern that we may have here is when you're referencing mean costs and median costs, that the department is in fact reluctant to do that data collection work to actually establish those costs and set benchmarks of how much a school uniform costs across Northern Ireland. That was the committee's appetite, that we would get that baseline data, which would then be reviewed on that regular basis.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it isn't that the department has any reluctance in trying to capture data on this, but the Chairman makes the point for me. The committee are using an amendment to try and achieve an outcome to do with data collection. That seems to be one of the underlying reasons. That is not what the primary legislation should be designed to do in order to determine is the department serious or not about having an ability to capture data. So we have to use primary legislation for the right purposes and understand what is the intent behind it. And I think that comment reveals to me the justified cause of concern that I have when it comes to this legislation. And parts of this amendment relating to the department reporting on its plans to review and amend the guidelines are rendered unnecessary and indeed in legal terms potentially clash with Amendment 1, which requires that the guidelines are to be reviewed at least every 3 years. This all illustrates again the importance of getting the provisions exactly right for the sake of legislative accuracy and the real life effect. As my position is that this amendment it will need to be redrafted if it proceeds, I want to offer an alternative way forward. I will, subject to the executive agreement, bring forward a more straightforward but equally effective reporting amendment at further consideration stage. One that will result in all the relevant provisions, impact and outworkings of the bill being reported on. The first report to be within 3 years of royal assent, an improved amendment that will sit alongside and work with the other amendments and provisions in the bill. I offer the House this alternative as a pragmatic means of delivering what the Education Committee, I believe, is seeking, but without the problems that I have identified with Amendment 8. So I ask the House, therefore, to vote against Amendment 8, or for the committee chair not to move Amendment 8. This will enable me to table a better amendment at further consideration stage. Pressing Amendment number 8 and then seeking me to provide a further consideration stage amendment to tidy up Amendment number 8 is not the normal democratic process. And I fear we are at risk of losing our parliamentary protocols on this. If a member of Parliament, and we are not at Westminster, or a committee pushes an amendment and a minister gets up and says, I agree with what the committee or the member is trying to achieve, but there is a better way to do it and frame that legislation, it would be the normal convention for that to be accepted. But I fear members are more determined to prove a point as opposed to getting the right point in legislation. That would be a cause of concern if that is the process that members wish to follow. I will give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Could the Minister help us understand why the very specific concerns that are being highlighted today, that they have waited until the 15th of September, the day of this debate, to bring those concerns, given that the committee reported at the beginning of July? There would have been ample opportunity to raise those concerns at that stage. I appreciate there was no martial list at that stage, but surely with the benefit of time on our side, that would have been the appropriate time to have those engagements.
Deputy Speaker, there's 2 points and the Chairman has made one of them for me. We didn't have a martial list until decisions had been taken in respect of what amendments were to be deemed admissible by the Speaker. So that is the first point. The second point is My officials did make clear to the committee our concern in respect of this. I have not just served as a minister in a number of departments. I've also been chairman of a committee and served alongside some other members in this assembly on that committee. I can only speak to my experience as a chairman, that we would have had a Bill Clerk who would have advised the committee. That Bill Clerk often would have said to me, I'm not the expert. We'll engage the department who have the resources in the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Departmental Solicitor's Office. I can't speak for how the committee has been advised in terms of taking forward committee amendments and how it would engage with the department. But my officials have raised our concerns with the committee as it considers these committee's amendments that have been brought forward. So clearly there is still opportunity before members vote. I've put it on the record. I will deliver what the committee want in terms of the content of Amendment 8. But there is a better way to do it, and I'll bring it forward subject to approval of the Executive at further consideration stage. That allows the amendment to be sequenced properly within the bill, as opposed to where it is currently proposed and the content that is contained within the amendment. Turning to Amendment number 9, Clause 7 of the bill is permissive, just as is the general power of direction in Article 101 of the 1986 Order. So using may in this sort of context is precedented in a similar context, and in each of this, that context enables a robust but reasonable system for giving directions. Adopting the mandatory must instead risks an overly rigid system where directions are required in every case where the power to issue them is triggered, when in my view they should be used as a last resort in the appropriate cases. Leaving some degree of flexibility by keeping may is therefore important, so that intervention by way of directions occurs only where this is clearly the right choice for the department when assessing things reasonably. In addition, making a distinction between the department must give a non-adherence direction but may give a pupil disciplinary direction seems to me to be inconsistent and without providing material benefit. The conditions for the department to assess whether a direction is needed must be fulfilled in either circumstance. And that leads me then into Amendment number 10, which I present having reflected on the balance to be achieved within Clause 7. Amendment 10 provides a proportionate parameter in Clause 7.1b by including the word undue in relation to any directions about undue pupil discipline and participatory disadvantage. And I've already mentioned the issue of consistency, and Amendment number 10 ensures consistency with the parameter already included in Clause 7.1a in relation to directions about material school non-adherence to the statutory guidelines. So taken together, the result is that the department is not forced to consider resorting to directions except in the right cases or circumstances in relation to each of the disciplinary measures and participatory disadvantages. This allows schools to operate their discipline policy but protects pupils from being excluded in unjust circumstances where uniform items are not affordable for their families, and I ask that the House supports this minor but important amendment. Yes, I'll give way to the Chairman.
Thank the Minister again. He's been very generous, giving way on numerous occasions. I wanted just to clarify a couple of points in relation to Amendment 9 and 10. The distinction that was drawn between the must in Clause 7.1 and Clause 7.1a was drawn because we felt that if a school, as a committee, we felt that if a school was in a material aspect failing to adhere to the guidelines, which we've heard clearly, everyone has agreed should be principally about dealing with that issue of cost, that view has been highlighted, that if a school was failing in a material way to bring down the cost of school uniforms as legally required to do, and further to engagement with the department continued on that course of action, that it was entirely appropriate, the department must direct them. The may provision that was put in for Clause 7.1a was simply to try and navigate that risk, which I think Mr Burrows has alluded to, of the department getting embroiled in sort of schools' discipline policies and interactions with individual pupils down to the level of minutiae, which was why we struck that balance. I mean, given that, does the Minister concede that the two scenarios of failing to materially adhere to the guidelines, to refuse, to dig your heels in and refuse to comply with what the department's asking, and a potential issue around discipline policy in terms of how a school's policy is being applied, are different scenarios and may require a different approach?
So what I would say, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm happy to give way, because I think on legislation we have to get it right, and it's through the discourse that I trust people engage and listen and reflect and potentially change position, myself included if I'm wrong, and I'm open to being persuaded. The problem that I have with the must and may, it removes entirely the ability for the department to deviate from must. Then we have to do it. Again, I think some members indicated one of the reasons why they wanted this in primary legislation was one doesn't know the approach that any minister may take, and a minister may wish to give a bye ball, and therefore they may decide that they're not going to go down this particular route. I think rightly members would be challenging any minister of the department where there is such a breach of the statutory guidance, and we get into the domain of the areas covered within these amendments. That is where you would apply the pressure on the minister and the department to say, you have the power to actually enforce this. You will remove that ability when it comes to may and must, and I've highlighted that there is an inconsistency of the terminology when it comes to other parts of the bill. Yes, I'll give way.
Could you take your seat a moment? So, given way, everything, it's all part of the democratic process, but could you just be mindful that when you're asking for an intervention, it is an intervention, it's not an opportunity to have another speech, with respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and that's noted. To get to a question directly to the Minister then on that point, do you not accept, however, that if in an engagement with a school around a failure in a material respect to adhere to the guidelines, that it's a very different conversation that you'd be having when they know the department will direct them if they don't engage? If they choose not to, there's still that chance that they may be able to continue in the same course of action, and that this does create a more robust power.
Well, I think the outlines part of the rationale when it comes to must, and it certainly will give the leverage in terms of forcing a school. I think if it gets to that point where you're having to have the must, why would a minister or the departmental official responsible not have exercised its authority whenever it will exist, because they may be able to do it? I just think there is a point there that you will remove any ability in terms of having some power of flexibility, and there may be circumstances that we do not know that may be applicable in that situation, because this amendment, if passed, will say must. What I have indicated, and obviously I think it's amendment number 9 is mutually exclusive to amendment number 10, and I have indicated that if you don't move amendment number 9, what I'm proposing in amendment number 10 provides that consistency. Obviously in the issue of the whole may and must, that's a matter for members to reach a view on, but I seek to address that in amendment number 10. But if it is past number 9, we won't get, and I'm sure the Speaker will outline this, we will not have amendment number 10 being called, and therefore that is a matter that we won't be able to address, and we need to look at further consideration stage if that's at all possible. I'll give way to Mr Burrows.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Just considering that the fact that what we say here, as recorded in Hansard, is used as an aid to construction, Pepper and Hart and all of those things, anyone who studied at school, law at university, which will be used by courts in the future to determine what was the intention of this law. Could the Minister just absolutely explicitly confirm, and I think it will help us with Amendment 10, that the absolute intention of this legislation at its core is to ensure that no child, no pupil will ever be excluded from school or disciplined because their parents cannot afford an item of equipment or uniform?
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the member, given his experience, knows, and certainly I am aware, given precedent in court settings, they seek to understand by reviewing debate, both in the Assembly and in committee, what did they mean, to try, if you need to analyse because the wording is not clear, and then you're going to leave it up to a judge to figure out what was the intent behind that. And that is something that members, I think, really need to take cognizance of whenever they take decisions around precise wording in legislation. Absolutely, the purpose of this bill is around affordability. And I have said repeatedly that we do not want a scenario where any child is excluded from either applying to a school on the grounds of affordability, or indeed, if they are in a school, that they are excluded on the grounds of affordability. And by placing the guidelines on a statutory footing, it will help drive the change that is needed in a very small number of schools where this is a real problem. I'll make some progress on amendment number 11. Amendment 11 removes the requirement for the department to consult a school on the draft directions before it issues them. Including this requirement in the bill as introduced was again based on consistency with the 1986 order, but also best practice. So if the committee argument in tabling amendment number 11 is that it seeks to shorten the time taken to issue a direction, I can only say that cutting the school voice out of this part of the process, in my view, is unlikely to be helpful, and it reduces the opportunity for a quicker resolution without the need for direction. For those reasons, I'll not be supporting Amendment 11, and I'll be seeking to divide the House and for the House to vote against. I also question the rationale behind Amendment number 12. I'm clear that I want to work with schools. I respect our schools and those who work so hard within them to support our young people. And I don't wish to name and shame any school where a school uniform direction has been issued, because I appreciate the risk of reputational damage. Yet this amendment does just that. And I caution that we need to consider what actual and identifiable benefit there is to publishing that information. Members will also wish to reflect on the potential precedent that such an approach could represent. Mr. Burrows referred to that. If the direction is issued, it is legally enforceable through court proceedings if needs be. Publishing information about the number of directions issued, the matters which the direction was given about, that seems much more reasonable to me. Yet that is not what Amendment 12 will achieve. The entire direction must be published. That will naturally include the school name. Now, I'll not be supporting this, and I urge the House to think about the schools in their own constituencies when they're voting. If members find it helpful, I can include the requirement to report on numbers of and the reasons for directions in the alternative amendment that I am offering to prepare for further consideration stage. This comes back to the significant importance of each word on the face of our legislation. We can achieve the intention more effectively with a slightly different approach, and I ask that the House supports me and our schools in this different approach and not to vote Amendment 12 through today. I ask the House to pause before voting and consider whether the amendment in question will lead to meaningful monitoring and enforcement. Will it assist schools to adhere to the statutory guidelines or risk embarrassing them? I commend Amendment 10 to the House. I ask that members do not vote Amendment 8 or 12 through, and I give a commitment on the floor of the Assembly that I will table an amendment at further consideration stage which delivers the intent of these in a reasonable and workable way. And I ask that the House carefully considers the reasons why I'll not be voting for Amendments 9 and 11, and we pay due attention to the legal advice upon which they are based. And I ask that the House takes a sensible and measured approach with parents, pupils and schools at the forefront of members' thinking. I know that everyone in this chamber wishes to make school uniforms more affordable for parents and enable the department to provide clear guidelines that are workable for schools. So let us make good legislation. By doing that, let us make then a real difference for parents.
Thank you. But just before I call the chairperson to wind on this, just to be clear, My understanding is that the Office of Legislative Counsel advise the Minister. They don't make policy. That's down to the Minister and the Department. So just to get that clear, okay? So without further ado, I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Dwayne Nick Maltison. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I think it's been, I know Peter Martin has maybe been disappointed that the tone was a bit more negative than he would have liked, but I think it has been clear from the debate that everybody in this chamber is on the same page on at least one issue, which is that we need to do something about the cost of school uniforms. The question, and really in this group of amendments, is whether or not this bill will actually ensure that the monitoring and enforcement of the guidelines to deliver on that intended outcome will be effective. So I think a lot of the contributions that were made today probably did stray quite substantially into Group 2, and we were discussing the content of those guidelines, and we will, I think, get into that in more detail when we come to the next amendment. But I think on the issue before us around the monitoring and enforcement in Group 1, I personally feel that Amendments 1 and 4 really should not be causing anybody any undue concern. The idea that the department would at least once every 3 years be checking in on these guidelines and looking at them again to see if they're effective, to me seems fairly routine. The fact that it was left in the bill as from time to time, it was that phrase that caused members of the committee concern, that it felt there was a bit of a hands-off approach being taken, that from time to time we might look at it, we might not. You know, if I say that I enjoy an activity from time to time, that really does give a sense that it's once in a blue moon for me. That's how I read that, and I think that we would want to be looking at this much more than once in a blue moon or from time to time. It should be clearly laid down. So I hope that members do take on board the committee's considerations on that point. Amendment 4, I can't see that the department should have anything to fear from laying these guidelines in the Assembly. It's another layer of ensuring that they are clearly out in the public domain. No doubt the guidelines will be published. It would seem unusual to force a division on an issue of that nature. Amendment 8 is obviously one that the Minister has set out very clearly that he has a particular view on and particular concerns around. I think from the committee's perspective, there was a very clear acknowledgement that there were no, other than the review from time to time, that there was no accountability measure in the bill. And I don't want to rehearse the comments I made earlier in this in any great detail. I think my concern, and I'm not speaking for the committee here particularly, but I think from our discussions it is probably broadly reflective of what other members have discussed in committee. There would be a concern that if we leave this to the department to mark its own homework around accountability, that there would be a risk that the provisions would be diluted, and that would be my concern. And I appreciate the Minister's concerns that he has highlighted around the specific wording. I would trust that further consideration, if there was something that caused a serious technical problem for the department, that it would be certainly within their capabilities to address that and tidy that up. But I think for us, we're very clear that we want that reporting mechanism. Certainly the committee's discussions were very clear that we wanted that very, very clearly on the face of the bill. So certainly from my perspective, I will not be making any change in my position around that amendment. I think the debate around amendments 9, 10, and indeed 11 and 12 has been a helpful one because it's reflective of the nature of the discussion that we had in committee, which did have a fair degree of back and forth around what is an appropriate balance to strike around enforcement. But I think there's nothing I've heard in this debate that convinces me that what the committee has brought forward is anything other than necessary and appropriate. Guidelines, and we'll come to this in the next group, are only as good as what's in them, but they're also only as good as the extent to which they can be meaningfully enforced. My sense from... I will indeed.
Just now that you've mentioned the guidelines, I know the Minister was clear here today that the guidelines follow the legislation. That's contrary to what we were told in committee. In fact, officials told us at a meeting, just a private meeting with the party, that we would be reassured when we saw the guidelines that there wouldn't be any need for amendments. So I just wonder, is my memory of the whole discussion around guidelines something similar to your own memory? Thank you.
thank the Deputy Chair for his intervention there. No, absolutely, my memory is the same, that in committee we were given very, very clear assurances that the guidelines would be provided in draft form to the committee, and I certainly feel that would have been helpful. And from my own perspective, I was very open to being reassured. You know, as I said in my opening remarks, I never approached this with a desire just for the sake of messing with the Minister's bill. I think I want to be really clear. I think this issue is too important to get into that space. I have no desire to put prescriptive measures on there just to have scored a point, or to say that was something that, you know, that I did or that the committee achieved. We didn't see the guidelines, so we didn't get the reassurance. So I think that is to a large extent why we are where we are with this process. In terms of the enforcement of the guidelines, it seemed to me from the department's evidence to committee, and I think they were at pains to emphasise this, that they really did think that the guidelines were going to be so clear, so robust, that it would be highly unlikely that any school was going to have the wriggle room to diverge from them, and that they therefore didn't see really any scenario where it was likely they'd be involved in directing a school at all. So I think if that is the case, I'm not sure where some of the concerns around the change of the provision to a must provision and the publication, because if this is something that the Minister is confident that the bill will deliver on, to deliver a regime that will work for parents and deliver reduced costs, and that schools will have to comply, then I'm not sure that the concerns really that are being raised carry much weight. But I do think...
Principal Deputy Speaker, we have said that we are, and certainly I am, open-minded about this, what's called the sort of name and shame aspect. But it would be the case that if directions were given and not followed, that the school would be inevitably named in open court through a legal process. So I'm just trying to tease out the benefit, therefore, of naming in the first instance simply for we find that you weren't in compliance, rather than waiting to see through a court process that they refused to comply.
I thank the member for the intervention. I mean, again, I would just re-emphasise, very clear from the department's evidence to committee, they didn't really envisage any scenario this would get anywhere near a courtroom, and I would hope that would be the case. I hope that schools would have the good sense to comply with the guidelines. For me, the benefit of this, and I don't like the name and shame element, it is just that sense that this will be put into the public domain. For me, it is that phrase, failure in one or more material respects. So if a school is failing in one or more material respects, so that means material meaning substantial, significant respects, to actually comply with the guidelines that are there to bring costs down, I would have to ask the question, why is the school in that space? And if they have reached that place where they are still refusing to engage with the department on that, when the department has highlighted the concerns, it seems to me that if a school is of that mindset, there may need to be quite a robust mechanism there, so that they are assured and clear that there is going to be a consequence for that action. And it's that phrase, the material respects. We're not talking in some inconsequential way, that they maybe haven't used the right form of words that reflects the guidelines accurately, or that they haven't been clear enough in one element of their uniform policy. It's a material respect, and for me that means that's going to be a serious breach. And it seems to me that the enforcement regime that would flow from that should reflect the seriousness of that. So that would be my view, really setting out on those amendments specifically in relation to enforceability. I want to just pick up a couple of other points from the debate. The Minister in particular emphasised this bill's status as an executive bill, and yes, of course it is. Any bill that comes through the department has gone through that passage in the executive, but I don't think anybody here would say that therefore means every member of that executive has rubber stamped it, said this bill is now the finished article, doesn't require attention, doesn't require amending, and it delivers entirely everything that we would want it to do. If that was the case, we wouldn't run a committee stage. There would be no such thing, and there are committees across this Assembly engaging in scrutiny of executive bills, suggesting improvements and enhancements when the scrutiny stage kicks in, and I think that's entirely appropriate. So I think to suggest that because this is an executive bill we should just leave it alone is not reflective of the reality of how this place operates. So I think in terms of where we go from here, I hope that members do consider carefully how they vote on these amendments, so that we are assured that the bill that comes through on the other side of this process is one, when we're considering this Group 1 set of amendments, that actually does deliver in terms of enforcement, that it is effective. We'll come to the content of whether what the bill will actually do is appropriate or not. But if we're serious about tackling cost, which everybody in their comments today has said they are, then we also have to be serious about how we monitor the impact of the bill and how we ensure it is enforced. I want to be really clear and on the record before I finish my remarks. The vast majority of schools are trying to do the right thing. They're there to serve their communities, but we cannot ignore the fact that there are outliers in this space who, for whatever reason, to do with their history, their tradition, their perceived demographic of the students that they seek to attract, whatever it might be, do not seem to have that appetite to take seriously the issue of costs and ensure that their school is open to absolutely everybody, regardless of their economic background. And I think it is important, if we know that that is the case, and we know that there will be schools that will maintain those positions, then there needs to be accountability. So I commend the amendments that the committee has brought to the House, because I believe they do add the level of enforcement and appropriate monitoring that is required to try and ensure, as far as possible, with the bill we have in front of us, notwithstanding that I think there's been debate about what was selected, what wasn't. We would probably, many of us would like to see other things have been on the floor for debate, but in terms of what we have in front of us, we want to ensure that it is effective and that it delivers. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in relation to amendment number 1, the amendment proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 10, leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshal list. So the question is that amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We are now on a Group 2 amendments, which is content guidelines and commencement. We've come to the second stage of amendments for debate. With Amendment 2, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 3, 5, 6, 7 and 13. So if all that's clear, I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Mr Nick Matheson, to move Amendment number 2 and to address the other amendments in the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the Amendment 2. So this group of amendments, which I will now speak to, and I will not, I promise members, not rehearse all of the comments about the committee stage. I'm sure none of you want to hear that repeated again, so I will go straight to speaking to the amendments directly. So Amendments 2 and 3, and I should just remind members again, because I think this is important, that this is the section now of amendments where we are really looking at the content of the guidelines. So is really what these guidelines going to contain. This is about, are we satisfied that they are going to deliver on the bill's intentions? There was much discussion throughout the committee stage of how many provisions in the bill were framed as what may be included in the guidelines for schools rather than what must be included. That was a recurring theme probably in every single committee meeting that we had on this issue. And while not all parties agreed on all aspects of the discussions around this point, and I'm sure that members will address that in their own remarks, there was a feeling that as the bill was drafted, the guidelines, that as it was the guidelines that would actively dictate what schools actually had to do in this space to reduce costs, what schools would actually find as a new requirement, that the bill it would be appropriate for it to prescribe some key aspects of what the content of those guidelines would be. So Amendments 2 and 3 sit together in this regard, and if passed, they will stipulate that the guidelines must inform schools who is to be consulted on their uniform policy, although that would not limit the consultees should they choose to consult more widely. And then following on from this, that the mandatory consultees must include parents and guardians and the pupils of the school. For me, that this was not mandated in the bill as drafted seems a significant oversight, and the committee, although I will say members from the DUP didn't take the same position, and they will, I'm sure, address that, but around the other parties around the table, there was a strong feeling that that needed to be corrected. It seemed clear that parents and pupils associated with the school would have to be consulted for a school uniform policy to be meaningful in terms of the level of engagement with the school community with that uniform policy to ensure that it is fit for purpose for that school. Now, it may well be the case, and I suspect that it is the case, that if draft guidelines were before us now, those requirements may well be provided, but we couldn't get those assurances from the department, and it may well be that the amendment was not necessary, but in the absence of that clarity, the committee felt this to be an important aspect for inclusion on the face of the bill. It was very clear from the evidence we heard, particularly from young people, that they felt in some contexts completely ignored in relation to school uniform policy in their school. They felt that it was just something that was imposed upon them and that their views were not relevant. And also parents felt that they may well sign their child up for a school at a given point in the year only to find that the uniform policy hid a whole range of costs that they hadn't been aware of and understood. So I think for both those groups it seems critical that they are required as consultees by a school when they are drafting their policy. Amendment 5, the committee proposed, I'll move to that now, the committee proposed a number of amendments. These all relate to Clause 2A, and there was a whole range of areas where the committee proposed different amendments. And this was really around issues of comfort and practicality of school uniforms and issues relating to gender, menstruation, special educational needs, religious observance. There were a range of issues, but based on the amendments selected, we are only debating a single proposed change to Clause 2A, and that is around a proposed change which would require schools to consider the practicality of uniforms in facilitating access to a play-based curricula and outdoor learning. Particular care was taken when we looked at this amendment to ensure that there was a specific reference to the foundation stage, although the amendment is not limited to this cohort of children. This was an amendment that I was pleased to propose to committee, and I'm glad that it received support, because my experience is that children moving from preschool into their primary education often experience a very sudden and a very marked change in their uniform, finding that it becomes more formal, more restrictive and less practical. It's not uncommon for schools to adopt uniform policies for their P1 children that mandate buttoned shirts, dresses, tights, ties. Those are things that, if we're serious about a play-based curriculum being important in the foundation stage, that inevitably restrict children's ability to access that curriculum. And again, I think it does sometimes raise questions about whether or not we really do deliver a play-based curriculum, or if we are moving children to sit at a desk and to learn in a different way. And I think that this would be a very clear message that uniform policies should reflect the value that is placed in the foundation stage play-based curriculum and ensure its accessibility for all children. So the committee, with the exception of members from the DUP, supported this change, and I hope that it is given support today when we come to that stage of the consideration stage debate. I'll move on to Amendments 6 and 7. The committee heard from parents and children that the cost of uniforms differed widely depending on the arrangements and contracts that schools had with suppliers, and on the insistence of certain expensive branded uniform items as part of these arrangements, and particular attention was given to the issue of branded PE kit. So these amendments together seek to bring a degree of accountability around supplier contracts for school uniforms. And I do want to note we heard very helpful evidence from school uniform suppliers that supply arrangements can have a role in delivering good value, that if schools have a positive relationship and engage with local suppliers, that they can be part of the solution to delivering value. But the committee was keen to balance that with transparency in this space, so that these arrangements around supplier deals were clear to parents purchasing uniforms. And there was a very strong appetite among members to ensure that practices such as sportswear manufacturers exclusively supplying expensive PE kits to schools, with perks then being offered around the provision of equipment or kits for staff, for example, as part of these deals, the committee was clear that we wanted that to be brought into the open. The amendments, in my view, do still permit single supplier deals to be retained, but only when a very clearly articulated cost rationale is supplied to support their continuation, and the committee felt that that was an appropriate balance to strike in this space. We didn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and if a sensible arrangement with the supplier was delivering good value for money, we were of the view as a committee that these amendments would still allow that to continue. Now, Amendment 13 did generate substantial discussion at committee because it concerns the commencement of one of the enabling powers in this bill. So members will be aware that the bill as drafted gives the Minister some enabling powers around limiting or restricting items of uniform at some point in the future and introducing a cap on uniform costs at some point in the future. So this particular amendment related to Section 3 of the bill, which gives the Minister the enabling power to restrict specific items of uniform. In common parlance around this debate, that is often referred to as branded items, but I would, certainly from my perspective, I would urge caution on the use of that phrase, because we found out very quickly at committee stage that branded meant different things to different people in almost every context. So the committee had submitted an amendment which would also have made the restriction on these uniform items a must provision. It would have created a duty on the Minister to bring forward restrictions on uniform items with a view to bringing down costs. It would have been something that would have kicked in immediately after royal assent if this amendment was passed. But however, as that other amendment was not selected, and again noting it's a matter for the Speaker's judgment, but it does render Amendment 18 now largely inconsequential, because giving immediate effect to a power that the Department may utilise rather than must doesn't really change anything. So as this is still remaining a may power, its commencement is perhaps of no great consequence. But I see no issue with the amendment going forward either way on that basis, as it would be good to see at least some impetus behind this in the bill, that if it is given effect immediately at royal assent, at least those powers become available to the Minister straight away. I will.
The member very much for giving way. I'm very fortunate that I'm a parent who no longer has to suffer the costs of uniforms anymore because she's up and away. But one of the things that I have found, and I hope that the Minister will take this into account after the bill does get royal assent, is the price of girls' skirts compared to boys' trousers is ridiculous. You know, it may not be a branded item, it may not have a school badge on it, but when a school is telling you that it has to be X a certain colour, that it can only be bought in one shop, has to have a certain number of pleats in it, has to have this, that and the other thing, it means then that you could be talking about going into a supermarket to buy boys' trousers, black trousers, at a few pounds, whereas a girl's skirt could be anything up to £40. So I hope that there are considerations like that made in the future going forward to ensure that cost is taken into consideration with all schools.
The member for that intervention, and that was one of the repeated themes that came through the committee, that there is a gendered aspect to this, that girls' uniforms, the evidence we received, are often more expensive than the boys' uniform at a school. So actually providing some choice in that space would have had a cost impact as well as a principle of equality impact, but that is not an amendment that's available to us today to debate. But I do think that the change to bring this aspect of the bill into effect at royal assent, while it remains a may provision, I would hope that at the very least it would focus the Minister and the Department's mind that there is an appetite for something to be done in the space of restricting items of uniform, because PE is the one that came up repeatedly. So we had the issue around the gender imbalance, that girls' uniforms are often more expensive, but we also heard substantial evidence. Barely a session went by where the issue of PE kit was not discussed, and certainly the parental evidence we heard, and the evidence from young people, and indeed the evidence from uniform suppliers. Many of these suppliers gave evidence to say they have just sort of stepped away from the market of providing PE kits because they were clear it's the manufacturers that are making the money, and not the local school uniform shop in many of those cases. So I think there is a real sense that doing something around restricting branded items could have an impact. I would add to that the real area where we heard evidence that people had a serious appetite for something to be done was around a cost cap, but we know that there is maybe perhaps layers of complication to that, and the committee did hear evidence that was not a straightforward intervention. But I really do want to just put on record here that we really do hope that this does not just gather dust. The provision around a cost cap is such a crucial part of this bill, and I hope, I was going to say I trust, but I hope that it will be a provision that there is serious action taken on to bring forward. So that concludes my remarks as Chair on this group of amendments. Principal Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will briefly conclude my contribution as an Alliance MLA. This group of amendments is concerned with what needs to be included in the guidelines on school uniforms that will be created and that they subsequently then at school level must adhere to. It remains a significant frustration that a clear decision was taken not to provide either the committee or members more widely with sight of these guidelines, which is what the bill will create. I appreciate it would only have been in draft form. But we do remain largely in the dark about the practical outworking of this bill. And I have no doubt that the Minister is an MLA with his own constituency. I have no doubt he wants to be able to say to parents that he brought costs down. But the practical outworking is not clear. When you walk a parent through this bill, there's often a kind of, what does it do? Moment to what does it actually do? I hope, for the sake of parents, that the guidelines that it does create, so that what it actually does, I will get away.
Recognise, and I'm sure he will, that actually that reflects some of the complexity that was put to us at committee, that sometimes things that sound very simple to the general public, which might make for a good social media post for all members in the chamber, including me, to say this is what we've done, this is what we've achieved. Often that is just not the way legislation works, and there are complexities that are hard to explain in a soundbite, but which necessarily we have to face and make sure we're doing the right thing.
I thank the member for his intervention, and of course, we're dealing with legislation here. We're not creating a slogan that is easily understandable for parents. That's not what this process is about, and I agree on that point. But what I would say is that if we remain unclear as to what the guidelines will actually do, that's the impact of the legislation. It's what the guidelines will do, and I remain unclear exactly what that will look like. So I do hope that they will be clear, I hope they will be robust, and I hope that they will provide a decisive impact on uniform costs. And it's encouraging to hear that schools are already making changes in that space. But however, given how few of the committee or private member amendments that have been selected for debate, we are inevitably left now with a bill that really is very much the Minister's, and I know the Minister has been unhappy with some of the amendments that the committee have proposed and that have made it on to the floor for debate today. But to my mind, the bill is largely, even when we at the amending stage here, is going to be largely unchanged from what was presented to us. There may be some points that there's some disagreement on, but the general principle that the bill will not prescribe to any great extent what is going to be in those guidelines, which is clearly how the Minister and Department wanted to bring this bill. That principle has been preserved. So I hope that approach to this legislation delivers, because parents and families need it to make a difference on the unaffordable costs so many of them face to purchase school uniforms. I will.
Just on the broad principle that he's trying to outline around wanting to have the legislation to be very prescriptive, does the member believe that the way in which we put in the detail of how schools will operate, the type of uniform, should be in primary legislation or statutory guidance, which can be updated with much greater ease than taking primary legislation through this Assembly? Primary legislation gives the foundation upon which we can then do the following. That's why we have secondary legislation. It's why we vote on regulations, because they are much easier to update, as will the guidance. But to follow the member's argument and some other member's argument, they wanted to specify in primary legislation, which you then would need to take, should any circumstance arrive that we've got it wrong, we need to bring forward primary legislation. That to me does not seem the way in which we are best placed to utilise this Assembly. I am determined to deliver on the guidance. You will see that in due course. But the process is much easier attained through what I have outlined than what the Chairman seems to be indicating on behalf of the committee.
I thank the Minister for his intervention. This was an issue, and the Minister will know. It was discussed at length at committee around what is an appropriate level of prescription on a piece of primary legislation. The committee ultimately landed at a position that while the job of the primary legislation is not to write the guidelines. There were certain things that such an imbalance had been created in the system, that such inconsistency existed in the system around cost, around those issues of comfort and practicality which are referred to in the bill, that there was so much divergence that the appetite was clearly there from parents and from young people to bring a degree of consistency and certainty, and we felt that a level of prescription was required to deliver that. But as things have panned out, we don't have a huge set of prescriptive amendments now on the content of the guidelines. It is ultimately what has been selected is fairly limited in that space. So the Minister's approach is ultimately the one that we're going to see working through this piece of legislation. And I emphasise again, I sincerely hope that it delivers for parents and families because they need it to do so. But I confirm that from here on I am also committed to holding the Minister and the Department to account on the impact and delivery of the bill, whether or not the lack of prescription is going to be the issue that I'm concerned that it may well present, or whether or not the guidelines are going to show us something that we will all have confidence in that's going to deliver, whatever way it lands. I'm certainly committed to holding the Minister to account on what the outworking of this bill is. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I call Colin McGrath.
Very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to follow on from my colleague's remarks earlier, and I suppose in the interest of it being relating to school, I have had some extra homework in having to carry off these remarks as part of this bill today, as my colleague from the Education Committee lounges on a beach as part of her honeymoon, but I'm sure if there's going to be an excuse to be away from this place, that's certainly an acceptable one. So just to comment just very quickly on the bill, the second group, whilst the first group focused on the accountability and enforcement, this group goes to the heart of what the guidelines themselves should contain and how they will be experienced by parents and pupils. And maybe just to begin, I'd like to set out the principles that have guided the SDLP approach to this bill, which is that we believe that education should be a great equaliser. It should not be a source of inequality. Every child, regardless of their background, should arrive at school with the same chance to learn, to thrive and to succeed. But that principle is undermined when the cost of school uniforms becomes a barrier to attendance, or when a child is made to feel lesser because their family cannot afford a specific item of clothing. Throughout the process of committee scrutiny, I understand that the committee heard the same themes from parents, pupils and stakeholders, and that is that the costs are spiralling, that families feel locked into exclusive supply arrangements, and that uniforms often prioritise appearance over practicality. So these amendments are a direct response to that evidence. Amendment 2 represents a seemingly small change but would make a big difference. Parents told the committee that they were tired of warm words and promises that change might happen. They want certainty, a guarantee that guidelines will be issued, not left to departmental discretion, but for a duty to compel action. Amendment 3 requires that pupils and parents are explicitly consulted. And again, this was something I understand the committee consistently heard. Families feel decisions are being made about them and without them. And yes, the Minister has said that he intended to consult anyway, but parents should not have to rely on good intentions. Writing it into the bill ensures that their voices are guaranteed a place in that process. Amendment 5 addresses the practicality of uniforms, especially for children in the foundation stage. Teachers, unions and parents all said that uniforms must support play-based learning and outdoor activity. A uniform that looks smart but prevents a child from climbing or running or joining into messy play is not therefore fit for purpose. This amendment reflects what was consistently heard. Clothing must support learning and not restrict it. Amendments 6 and 7 tackle the issue of exclusive supply contracts. Time and again, parents expressed frustration that they were tied to a single supplier and forced to pay inflated prices for basic items. Stakeholder groups echoed this, pointing out that such contracts eliminate competition and ultimately remove choice. Amendment 6 requires at least one open retail option unless the school can show that its contract truly delivers value for money. And Amendment 7 requires schools to publish their contracts annually. The committee heard repeatedly that transparency is the best safeguard against unfair costs, and these amendments make that transparency a legal requirement. Finally, Amendment 13 is, while less high profile than the others, still matters because clarity about when provisions come into effect is essential. Parents need to know when that change will arrive. The Minister has suggested that some of these amendments are unnecessary or overly prescriptive, but that is not what was heard at committee. What was voiced consistently was that families want certainty. They want clarity. They want affordability built into the system. They do not want to be told that something might be covered in some future guideline. Time and again, the committee heard about the stress caused by costs. Families were telling about spending £100 on a blazer, £40 on a jumper, £15 on a tie, often when cheaper, perfectly adequate alternatives were available elsewhere. Parents have told the Education Committee that they feel trapped by school supply arrangements that drove up prices. This is what these amendments address. Yes, many community groups indeed are stepping in with pre-loved uniform schemes, and the committee heard from some inspiring projects during their committee stage. But these schemes exist because families have been left with no alternative. Community goodwill should not have to fill the gaps that are left by substandard legislation. These amendments would significantly strengthen the bill. They make sure the department has a duty, not a choice, to act. They guarantee parents and pupils a voice. They ensure uniforms are practical for learning. They shine a light on exclusive supplier contracts, and they provide clarity on when action will start. That was what was consistently heard at the committee. It is what the parents have asked for, and that is why the SDLP are pleased to support Group 2 and urge other members to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Pat Sheehan.
I just want, first of all, touch on an issue that the Education Minister raised in his contribution. He said that this Assembly has passed flawed legislation, and that may well be true, but it's also true of every other legislator anywhere in the world. There's nothing is going to always be perfect. We'll do our best to make sure it is. Sometimes this Assembly may fail. It hasn't failed very often. But the Minister also said he wasn't a legal expert. Neither are we on the committee. And we took advice. And all of us, I think, in the committee approached this on the basis that we wanted to do something to help hard-pressed families and parents who sometimes are spending exorbitant amounts on school uniforms. Not every school, but some schools. And we set about trying to shape this legislation by producing amendments that would do exactly what we wanted it to. And in that sense, we were prescriptive. But it wasn't us on our own. I'm not a legal expert. Don't think the chair is either. But we brought legal experts in to give us advice. Not just from the Assembly. We also had the Commissioner from the Human Rights Committee who came in and gave us legal advice as well. And we took legal advice from them, and we took advice from drafters in the Bill's office. It's not us making it up. We didn't wake up in the morning and say, oh, I have a great idea, let's use this formula of words. It was all done with advice. And on occasions when we weren't exactly sure that the advice was right, we asked the Bill's clerk to go back and look at it again. And on some occasions that did happen. So, you know, we came at this in the right frame of mind. We know what we want. We know what we want this legislation to achieve. And the difficulty here is, and here's the difficulty, we find even here today, the Minister appears to be disingenuous on a number of issues. First of all, on the guidelines. Officials in the department were working on guidelines from as far back as this legislation was first tabled. Yet the Minister says the guidelines follow the legislation. Officials were working away on it. They told us it would be ready within a week. They told us, don't worry about amendments. As soon as you see these guidelines, you'll know there's no need for an amendment. So what were officials doing? And by the way, I'm not blaming officials. I have no doubt they were instructed from above to say that. No doubt whatsoever. And so another matter where the Minister has been disingenuous today was to say that this was an executive bill. It's from the executive, as if it wasn't his bill. And of course, the Minister has been around this place long enough to know that it's a procedural issue that the executive gives approval for bills to go ahead. But to coin a phrase, the executive aren't across every jot and tittle of a bill that's coming through. And if you were true to your word, you would never amend any bill that comes through the executive, because as far as you're concerned, that's it, the executive has approved it. So my difficulty here today is that you are sitting here and you're being disingenuous about aspects of this process to bring forward legislation. That's a fact. Certainly.
I appreciate we haven't spoken about any of the amendments, but that's a matter for those chairing proceedings.
Actually, Minister, if you don't mind taking your
I will
seat.
indeed.
First of all, I don't need to be reminded, but thank you for doing that. And I would just like members to return to the substance of Group 2 amendments. And I think I have been extremely patient, extremely inclusive, but constant interventions that are long-winded is starting to wear patience. So the Minister will get his intervention. I'll ask a member to return, and other members who speak in the future to return to Group 2 amendments, which are 3, 5, 6, 7 and 13, if you don't mind. Minister.
I'm happy with your ruling that we stick to the amendments, and I'll be speaking in due course.
So, Sinn Féin will be supporting all the amendments in this grouping, and I'll take the opportunity to speak briefly to Amendments 2, 3, 6 and 7. Amendment 2 changes may to must, because without it the Department can dodge issuing guidelines altogether. With it, the Department has a duty. Families can't be left in limbo, and this is an opportunity for us as MLAs to say clearly, at the very least, whatever we think about this legislation, guidelines will be issued. Whether they're good enough guidelines or not is another matter. Amendment 3 requires consultation with pupils and parents or guardians. And this is common sense. Pupils wear the uniforms, parents pay for them. It's only right that they should have a voice in these matters, and more importantly, that their voices are heard. Amendment 6 is one of the strongest affordability measures. It ensures that uniform items are available from at least one non-exclusive retailer, breaking the monopoly of school-appointed suppliers. And we all know that some schools have sweetheart deals with suppliers, and they get some kickback from that. And that's one of the things that the committee also focused on and wanted to end that practice. Because while the school may benefit out of it, The people that are suffering are the parents who have to pay for this sweetheart deal. Schools, what we didn't rule out was the fact that schools can keep contracts if they can prove value for money, because the issue was raised with us that in some rural areas there may only be one supplier, but that the contract that the school has with that supplier might provide value for money. And if that is the case, and the school can prove that there's value for money, then there's no obstacle to it. Amendment 7 requires schools to publish contract details annually. Transparency will shine a light on sweetheart deals and monopolies. If a deal is genuinely value for money, then no one should have anything to fear. Amendment 13 tidies up commencement provisions, minor but necessary for clarity. But again, as my colleague Cathy Mason said in relation to the previous group of amendments, we need to look at the wider context. We are being asked to debate this bill without having seen the draft guidelines. The draft guidelines that we're being told will make this work. Maybe at some stage in the future we'll get clarity around that, whether the guidelines do follow the legislation or whether they were being worked on and for some reason a decision was taken not to show them to the committee. Maybe that will come out at some stage in the future. We were promised 18 months ago when the Minister was asking us to shorten the committee scrutiny stage, and I'm going to say here now, I voted in favour of that. I'm also going to say I think I was wrong doing that. I think the Minister was trying to rush things through without giving due consideration to all the issues, and he was just concerned about getting this through as quickly as possible. At that time, we accepted his bona fides and all of that. I'm not so sure we would accept them now, because asking people to blindly trust the Minister and his department is no longer going to work. And frankly, families just can't afford to trust the Minister on this issue. And that's why we worked with others to try and put forward a range of amendments that were prescriptive, that would absolutely ensure that affordability, equality, comfort and practicality were built into this legislation. We've missed an opportunity here. We could have had proposals that would have allowed girls to wear trousers, to allow generic clothing, to permit the use of sew-on crests, and so on.
Chair, you've just made a ruling that we should continue to speak on only amendments that have been tabled. This is clearly diverting from that. Could I ask you to make a ruling on that?
Well, I'm listening, David. So we are talking about the content of guidelines and commencement. I'm not across every aspect of this bill because I'm not on the committee. So I'm trying my best to listen to ensure that what people are saying is in keeping with this Leave Large folder I have in front of me. So, but what I'll do is I'll refer it on to the Speaker, and again, I'm not even doing it gently now, I'm asking people to return to the substance of the bill. Sorry, not the bill, the amendments, Group 2 amendments. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Pat.
And of course I'm dealing with the amendments that we're discussing in this.
Pat, can you leave the mic alone, if you don't mind? You're going to break it.
I'm trying to get it out of my way. So, just to reiterate that point, there were proposals in the amendments that would allow girls to wear trousers, an issue of equality. It would have allowed parents to buy generic clothing. It would have permitted the use of sew-on crests, and proposals to guarantee adjustments for pupils with disabilities. None of those amendments, unfortunately, were accepted, and in my view that's to the detriment of this bill and this piece of legislation. But we will be supporting the Group 2 amendments.
Thank you. I now ask Peter Martin to speak. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to start off really by picking up a few things that have been talked about so far, and I didn't want to make an intervention because I don't want to slow things down anymore. But just picking up on the deputy chairs, the committee chairs' cost cap and the impetus to have said cost cap, and this was debated at length at the committee, and I thought it was a very useful discussion. But when we looked at cost cap, and we took some evidence from, for example, the CMA, the Competition and Marketing Authority, we looked at cost cap, and some members were very keen to have one, and we tried, to say, well, what would the figure be? What would the figure be? If we were asked, everyone in this chamber was asked to write down what they thought the cost cap figure for school uniforms would be, I would suggest you have a lot of different numbers there, and that's a problem. And it becomes more of a problem whenever you put it into the primary legislation, because it's there and it can't be changed. And picking one that was used, just as an example, £250 was talked about at the committee at one point as cost cap. And some schools might think, well, we're going to struggle. Some post-primaries might think we're going to struggle to bring our entire school uniform into £250. Other schools we know are doing it for less, even as we speak. And in fact, I spoke to a principal about 2 weeks ago who was in that situation. And he said, and I more or less gave him that example, and the principal said to me, well, do you not think if you put that figure in, do you not think schools here under that might raise the cost of their school uniforms to hit that cost cap? If that's the amount you're allowed, could you raise it? And so what that's called is an inverse incentive, or a perverse incentive, to try and meet a criteria. And I think that would have actually putting it in. Not only do I think it's not a good idea to put numbers into primary legislation because, for example, it doesn't take account of inflation as the years go on, but actually putting that in particular, I think was a very, or not having it there is a very good idea, because it allows the guidelines to reflect that and take evidence around it. The Chair.
Member for Given Way, and I know he was keen to make a wee bit of progress in the debate, but just as a point of clarity, would the member accept it was never proposed at committee that a number would be put in primary legislation, simply the principle, whether it must be done or not? And that is an important point of clarity.
I want to thank the Chair for that intervention. I hope I didn't suggest that that was ever talked about in putting it into a number, but it was chatted, that number, and the concept of a cost cap, and it's actually just reflected in both speeches. And if you have a cost cap, then usually you need a number associated with that, and I think that would be difficult. In terms of the member for, I think, South Down on the bottom, Mr McGrath there, who is admirably, I must say, stepping in for his colleague who's currently sunning herself somewhere. I actually thought as he introduced his speech, I found myself nodding with him on several occasions, because I would completely agree that the purpose of this legislation, as drafted, is to make sure that no child is prohibited, or no parent or family feels prohibited from sending their child to any given school, certainly not by cost. And I recall one young lady coming to committee, and I think this has been talked about, but it's interesting how we all remember these things, and I remember something slightly different in the evidence that she gave. But she came in and she said she'd like to play more sports in sixth form. And I think she'd moved schools. She was moving into what we would maybe call lower sixth. I'm sure there's a number for that these days, but in old money, it was lower sixth. And she was very sporty, and she was just chatting away. And what I loved about her was the openness. She just shared what she thought. And she said, look, I'd love to play more sport, but my family simply can't afford the range of sports gear and kit that I would require to do the things that I want to do in lower sixth. And I know that impacted on the committee and some members in this chamber. And it probably is the singular most important thing that stuck with me during the entire of that committee stage. And that is what I believe this bill will do. And I would say to the member for South Down, have faith, Because I think when this bill gets legislative statute and the guidelines are there, I think it will help those children who are in that sort of situation not to be faced with the choice that that girl had. Members, there was significant debate in committee about this bill. I will indeed to the Deputy Chair.
And that may well turn out to be the case. I don't know why you're so confident. I mean, if the amendments from the committee had gone forward, there would have been absolute clarity for that family and that young girl. And it's the same young girl, by the way, who used to take her overcoat off 100 metres from the school. That's how bad the situation is. The situation with the overcoat, but she also said she wasn't going to do sport because her family couldn't afford the uniform. There would have been clarity in the amendments. There's no clarity now, and I don't know why you're so confident, because nobody else is.
Can I just remind members, so we've already debated amendment number 8, which was reporting on school uniform costs and capping of expense. We now need to focus on amendments 6 and 7 and the rest in group 2. So can I just bring your attention to that, and just a reminder to everybody else as well.
That's great. Sorry, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. If it's possible, just one remark, and then I will get on to 5, 6 and 7. And it's because it was brought up in the course of the previous speakers in terms of scrutiny and the scrutiny phase. I did feel that there was an impetus to get this bill through. I think it is certainly for parents who are watching this, I think they'll be very keen to see this in place. Not bad legislation, but good legislation, and legislation that makes a difference. And the previous speaker actually alluded to that. I'm going to outline our party's position on the Group 2 amendments and just take you through that. Amendment 2, this amendment is likely taken in conjunction with the following Amendment 3, is likely, and it's been reflected on that, to widen the number of consultees, and as such, this is not something that we would plan to oppose. Amendments 5, 6 and 7, I'll talk generally and I'll talk specifically on. We do have some general concerns around the drafting of these. The Minister in the last grouping alluded to advice from OLC. The member for West Tyrone from the SDLP had talked about in his last speech the success of bills will be judged by pounds and pennies, not by technical drafting. But I would reflect, as we look at Amendments 5, 6 and 7, that technical drafting is important, that it gives the legal intent that the policymakers had. So that's why we have to be mindful of that. In terms of Amendment 5, we consider that the phrase play-based curricula and outdoor learning aren't defined in primary legislation. We do recognise the intent of the amendment, but feel that in balance this is already covered in Clause 2 and will be, I'm sure, further clarified in the guidelines. We will be opposing 5. In terms of Amendment 6, it's our understanding that this particular amendment could have some level of unintended consequences. And I'll address, again, the previous speaker was talking about the impact that having monopolies or one supplier or whatever it is can have. But we also heard evidence at committee that there are a range of very small schools, some post-primary, mostly primary, in rural Northern Ireland, perhaps in South Down, South Armagh, maybe in West Tyrone, that are not near particularly large towns, and they may have arrangements with a local primary school. And actually that arrangement in itself might be particularly valuable to the parents, because that supplier, whilst being the only supplier of that primary school, actually what they can supply might be incredibly cost effective. They might have a really, really positive arrangement Now, I realise that's not the case, and the committee in its debate realised that's not the case with every school in Northern Ireland, but there are outliers. And so we don't, I'm sure nobody here would want to lose a number of small independent retailers in our towns. And so on that basis, because of the drafting of this, we're going to oppose that clause. In Amendment 7, we think that this is probably in the wrong place at Clause 2 and should be in Clause 6. As such, it's a technical flaw, and as per Amendment 6, we think the use of the term provider, the retailers is already mentioned. The amendment seeks to add the term provider in, and we don't think that's necessary and erroneous, and therefore we'll be opposing Amendment 7. On Amendment 13, give me for 1 wee second. Look, in terms of Clause 13, we do not view this as particularly problematic, and as such, we'll not force that to division. Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you for your time. Thank you for your indulgence. In terms of the Group 2 amendments, I would just finish by saying, again, that I think this bill will make a difference for parents who are buying school uniforms. I'm one of those parents. Many people in this room are one of those parents. It'll make a really positive impact as we look forward to the new school year, and I would commend it to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I call John Burrows.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I do think it is a good day that we're dealing with legislation. I feel somewhat spoilt. I've only just arrived. I'm right in the heart of dealing with legislation, which is very positive. In terms of the amendments, I just want to say at the outset, I sort of see this this whole piece of legislation as like a stick of rock, and the slogan going through it's affordability, and it's kind of wrapped in a wrapper that says no child should be excluded ever, disciplined ever, disadvantaged ever, because the mum and dad or parents or carers don't have the money that someone else has. So I think it's really important to capture that principle every time we're dealing with a group of amendments. So on Group 2, trust but verify is a sort of a dictum I like. So Amendment 2, no issue with putting in the word must. I think that's sensible. In terms of Amendment 3, I think it provides greater clarity and certainty about who the consultees are. That's no issue. I am just interested in some of the legal advice the Minister has received. There may be drafting problems with some amendments. I know it's not often the Minister, of course, doesn't have to reveal any legal advice. But the only impact if he does is you lose your privilege. But I mean, you can decide to release legal advice. It would be useful at times, I think, to see legal advice, especially in legislation like this, where actually we just want to really understand the reasoning behind things. What are the risks? What are the unintended consequences of words that can really make a huge difference and stymie the intent of legislation? It is sensible in my mind to have a requirement that there's more than one provider for school uniform. I think that encourages competition, drives down prices, and it's entirely sensible then that we have that safeguard, particularly for schools mostly actually west of the Ban and those rural schools that will be quite often represented by those sort of on this side of the chamber who would be impacted by the inability to have more than one provider of school uniforms. So I think it's sensible to have that safeguard that the school manager can say where they've deviated from the practice of where there's not more, where there's only a single supplier. In essence, that is our position in the Group 2 amendments, but I am very conscious of the advice the Minister has around drafting, and I do want to see the detail of that to understand what are the main concerns, and agree that Amendment 13 is nothing contentious at all. So we're largely content with those Group 2 amendments, but I do want to see or explore or get reassured about what the Minister's concerns are around the impact those amendments might have on the legislation.
Thank you, John. I call Donny Baker.
Concolia. I suppose the whole way through this, we have been blamed because we didn't get the guidelines, and I completely understand why the Minister had a good weekend and he's something to be cheerful about, because when the marshal list came through on Friday afternoon, all the hard work that we done in the committee was very much thrown in the bin, if I'm being brutally honest. It was very disappointing. And, you know, we're being asked to trust the Minister. We're being asked to have faith in the Minister, if I'm remembering that correctly. Trust is earned. And I've been in this chamber long enough to hear comments being shouted across that committee, our education committee, needs to work harder, or sort of derogatory comments around the work that we are partaking in, and that would be the RSE inquiry. And the reason why I'm going to bring that up, because it's important within the evidence, the RSE, because our young people told us how important that would be against violence against women and girls, and it also included upskirting. No.
Principal Deputy Speaker, Mr. Baker's speaking about an RSE inquiry, but as far as I'm aware, you did indicate that you were quite keen to keep to the Group 2 amendments on the Education School Uniforms Bill.
Yeah, thank you. And as you'll have observed, Peter, I'm letting people have a leeway in, and then I'm going to bring people back to the subject. And if people can't or won't come back to the subject, I'm going to move on to the next person. Is that clear for everyone? So can you please come back, Donny, to Group 2 amendments, which are 3, 5, 6, 7 and 13. Thank you.
And I was going to say, I haven't really moved away from it. It was actually in Amendment 3 when we're talking about the rights of the child. So it all fits into it, and the evidence that you take within a committee, and the whole point of a committee. So really what I was saying on Friday when we seen it coming through was, is there a point of the committee when the Minister just wants the bill to be as is because we haven't seen the guidelines? That's the principal point of it. So I'll go to the amendment. So Amendment 2, you're changing the may to a must, and that places the duty on the department to use guidelines. That means that families will have more clarity going forward on the school uniform policy. Amendment 3 requires consultation with pupils and parents or guardians. This is a step in the right direction, making school uniform policy more compliant with children's rights, including Articles 2, 3 and 12 of the UNCRC. Amendment 6 ensures that the uniform items are available from at least one non-exclusive retailer. Schools can keep contacts if they prove value for money. Other ways, parents must have choice. Amendment 7 requires schools to publish contract details annually. Transparency is essential. And that's the whole ethos of what we've been trying to say today. Because all the amendments were well researched and based on evidence. They were drafted in very close consultation with the bill's clerks, who are experts in that field. The amendments complemented each other as we went through the bill. I'm confident that all amendments were relevant, competent and entirely within the scope of the bill, and I would be keen to see the advice the Speaker received in relation to the process that led to their exclusion from this debate today.
Annie, can you take your seat? Point of order.
Principal Deputy Speaker, this is a speech largely about amendments that he's annoyed weren't selected. I mean, it's completely outside the scope of what we're supposed to be talking about, which you want to be consistent on.
Okay, so everybody is very keen to tell me how to do my job, which is your prerogative. When a member throws in the numbers of the amendments, I'm assuming they're speaking to Group 2. You have that knowledge in the Education Committee, which I'm not telling you how to do your job. So people are starting to get touchy, okay? So amassing people, first of all, you can't talk about amendments that haven't been made because they weren't selected. You can't talk about the reason why you think certain issues are important within Group 2. And if that is clear, is that clear? Is that clear? Then go ahead. Thank you, Donny.
And that's exactly what I was doing. I was just pointing out that the amendments were drafted in very close consultation with the bill's clerks, who are experts in the field. There was other members today that were making comments around it wasn't within the scope. How would they know? That suppose drives it back to that, so that's why I was doing that. Look, I want a child-centred approach to education. That includes our uniform bill. This bill has the potential to be very good for parents and for young people. At the minute, it falls way short. And I think, honestly, looking across and what happened within committees, you're not getting that part of it. You aren't getting the child-centred part of it at all. And the Minister has to prove in his actions where we can trust him going forward. And as it stands, as what I have experienced in this chamber, I don't have that trust. So that's why we needed those amendments, which didn't come through. And that's the reality of it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Donna. I call Michelle Guy. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm going to make your life very easy and speak to the amendments in Group 2 on content of guidelines and commencement. The amendments selected in this section are about strengthening the bill to give it the best chance to deliver real change for families. Each amendment addresses specific weaknesses, ensuring consultation with those directly affected, making uniform policies consistent with the play-based curriculum, tackling costs through supplier choice and transparency, and making sure key provisions take effect without unnecessary delay. Taken together, they make this legislation stronger, fairer and more effective. I will also just restate the point that as a committee we did take legal advice and drafting advice from the Bill Office on all of the amendments that we submitted, and there is the opportunity to tidy things up at further consideration stage. So Amendments 2 and 3. They focus on consultation by schools, and these are straightforward amendments. The vast majority of schools will, of course, be constantly speaking to parents and children. They will be receiving feedback on many things, including uniform. These amendments ensure that the department have to include in the guidance to schools provision for who schools must consult with. It also ensures that parents, guardians and pupils are included in that consultation. I'll move now on to Amendment 5, which concerns the play-based curriculum. So I know this amendment is something that my colleague Nick Matheson has been particularly passionate about, and I fully support him on this. We speak of how crucial a play-based curriculum is for our children in their early stages of education, and yet we continue to permit schools not to reflect that in the uniform. This amendment, if passed, will ensure uniform policies consider appropriately the play-based curriculum. And I often note how the only people who leave my house in the morning wearing a tie are my kids going out to school, and their dad works in an office. But this amendment is about young kids in the foundation stage. Their uniform should reflect the stage of their educational journey. So I feel this is a common sense amendment, and I do hope that members support it. Amendments 6 and 7 then around single supplier contracts. Amendment 6 refers to availability of purchase, and this is essential. I would say it is quite unfortunate that it is essential. It ensures guidance to schools would include strong provisions ensuring items required for a uniform are available for purchase from at least one retailer or provider which does not hold any formal or informal agreement with the school. This ensures choice for parents, and we hope in the interim, until the Minister proceeds with the cost cap, that it will have an impact on cost. The second part of that amendment is adding nuance, as the committee heard feedback on some cases where schools could openly explain how they were able to negotiate lower prices through supplier or a series of suppliers. But transparency is essential here. That theme of transparency is again present in this amendment. We have heard some disappointing stories of schools opting for a supplier, for example, to deliver PE and sports kit, and that decision-making process was influenced through staff having received free kit. That again is a minority example. However, no school or organisation should be afraid of transparency, and this amendment ensures that when it comes to formal or informal agreements with suppliers. Amendment 13 then. This amendment ensures that Section 3 comes into operation upon royal assent, not simply when the department wants. This is the section focusing the guidance on around limiting items of clothing or sets of clothing, as we know, essential for actually making an impact on the cost of uniforms.
We understand the department need more time to work on a cost cap design, but we have allowed for that in this amendment. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm not a member of the Education Committee, but I did want to contribute to the debate, particularly the amendments in Group 2, perhaps with also a few questions that the Minister might be able to answer. Firstly, with regards to the overall amendments contained in this group and other group, I just want to reflect on what actual school uniform is, and we know that it is different for every individual school, and I'm very lucky in that my children's schools are very flexible with their school uniform, and it is more of an informal but yet informal, so that children do feel comfortable. However, there are many kids as young as age 4 who go to school looking like they're about to interview for their first job, and it's a rather bizarre situation. We know that some kids have to tie their own ties whenever they can't tie their own shoelaces, so it is a rather bizarre policy of uniform. We've all had experiences of what this uniform may look like, either ourselves or the kids in our own home. However, I am disappointed about how far some of the amendments within the group actually goes, and I don't want to speak too much from what the previous speaker says of those that have not been selected. On that, I want to highlight around amendment number 5 from my colleague Nick Matheson on the play-based uniform and the practicality of that uniform. We all respect that there needs to be flexibility for schools to actually ensure that their kids can feel comfortable but also take a pride within their own school and representing their school. However, that can be done by wearing a jumper with your school logo on it and basic tracksuit bottoms or joggers. They're still representing their school, and the idea of play-based uniform I think goes on beyond the foundation stage, because we know the importance of physical activity right throughout the school day, and one of the issues that really concerned me around that was how children with sensory needs come into practice here, how young people who are put around a desk for 6 hours, they get a break for a recess, a break time, at lunchtime can play outside. But actually we all know that no child can sit and just work throughout the day without standing up, walking around, getting their jitters out, anything to actually be able to actually loosen up. And some of that does go to the point around play-based uniform. We know that all kids want to have fun in the playground, and some of them, even my own child, in the classroom itself. But the uniform does not always lend to that. So I wanted to ask the Minister, with regards to the guidance that he will bring out, whether there is an opportunity within that to reflect on the idea of all kids being able to be comfortable and their own selves, so that they can learn best in that play-based environment, but also beyond that, because we know school is also in the playground too, and kids like to run and mess about as much as possible. It doesn't necessarily always... Yep.
For raising that point. A very valid one, and allows me to address some other points that the member said. If I can point the member, and I think Cathy Mason raised this point earlier and gave some examples which erroneously suggested they couldn't be catered for. Clause 2(2)(a). So Clause 2, guidelines under this chapter to include provision informing such policies as to A, comfort and practicality of clothing for pupils. That's partly why Mr Matheson's amendment, and I'll come to it on the committee around curricula, in my view is unnecessary. But that is a very wide provision within this legislation, that the guidance which has to be implemented by schools must take into account comfort and practicality of clothing for pupils. So I trust that will give some assurance to the member that that is an issue that schools will be able to consider, and certainly whenever I publish the guidance, people will see that.
The Minister for that intervention. Would the Minister then agree or include, within the guidance that the options for girls to wear trousers as a matter of comfort, and is that something that you would seek to actually include in the guidance as well? Because I do think it is an issue. I myself hated wearing a pinafore for the entire, 14 years or more that I was at school. I think that is an option, but also for kids who have sensory needs. And I think of my own household as well, and the struggle that just because you have the school itself has guidance to be flexible, and the uniform can be cheap or can only be found in certain stores, doesn't always make it easy. We can only get my son's uniform in one place because we can't have belts, we can't have buckles, we can't have zips, we can't have buttons, and it is rather difficult. And that, on that sense, it is better just to simply wear joggers. I'm lucky that I have a school that is flexible, but we have many constituents that come to us who have schools that are not flexible, and we're talking about kids who do have sensory needs and children with special educational needs, and I hope that those children are provided for, in particular in the guidance, but with yeah.
Given way, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in answer to her question around the issue of skirts and trousers, yes, schools do have the freedom and liberty to put in place a policy that would make provision for that. I've attended schools and visits where I can see it. It's obvious there are trousers and skirts being worn, and that is a choice that is made available to them. So under this approach, again, I am seeking to compel schools to engage with their pupils, parents, have that consultation, devise policy, and if the school so chooses, and that I think is probably the difference, I am not advocating a prescriptive approach, but I am saying clearly if a school wishes to make that provision, it will have my support in making that provision, but that ultimately is a decision that the school will have to take, but that will have to be informed through the consultation process, listening to pupils, giving them a real meaningful voice, and that may well lead to change in some of those schools that currently don't make that provision.
Minister, but I will in a second, yep. But then what you have just told me, and I thank you for the clarity, is that I'm not on the Education Committee, so can't be across the detail of every single line within the bill. However, what you have said there would raise then the question of me is, what if the school still then says no? And there are schools out there that do say no. We make representation on behalf of pupils who do wish to use, or do girls in particular who do want to wear trousers, for example. But I can give way now.
Point I was going to make that there are schools where girls are allowed to wear trousers, but there are schools where they aren't. And the issue here is whether girls should have the right to wear trousers or not whether it's at the whim of some principal in the school or the Board of Governors or whatever. Thanks.
I agree, and they should also be entitled to wear trousers just because of weather aspects as well. I remember having to wear skirts and tights and being absolutely freezing going to school, and then schools that only prescribe particular coats and jackets. But look, I do look forward to actually seeing the guidance. But you can understand from our perspective when we do have constituents that come to us that aren't allowed to wear trousers, as just one example, that our preference is not to leave it up to just guidance to then consult, for a school to consult, and the school ultimately to have the final say. I think it's really important that the child's voice is put first and foremost. I am supporting all of the amendments contained there in Group 2, and I look forward to see any changes that the Minister's Department feels that they need to make in the further consideration stage. But I thank the Minister for answering questions and allowing me to participate in this debate as well. Thank you.
Invite the Minister to respond to the debate. I've received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 o'clock under Standing Order 10 brackets 3A. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday the 15th of September 2025 be extended to no later than 11:30 p.m.
So I call on David Brooks to move the motion. Thank you, David. So the question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. So that is that the motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 11:30 this evening if necessary. Just saying. The floor is yours.
Principal Deputy Speaker. We've debated 7 amendments in Group 1 and now in this group we've turned to the Group 2 amendments which focus on the content of guidelines and also commencement. For the most part, I don't take particular issue with the policy intent of most of the amendments in this group. Rather, my primary concern is for the integrity of the statute book and that we ensure it's clear as to what the Assembly is seeking to do. Mr. Sheehan referred, and I quote, "Sometimes we get it wrong, so do legislators all over the world." Well, that's not a reason to continue to get it wrong, just because others have got it wrong in the past and others do it incorrectly. He indicated around it's a mere executive process. I've been long around in the executive to know it's not a mere tick box exercise to get approval from Sinn Féin to get a bill through. But if that is the approach that Sinn Féin now take, I look forward to other bills that I have being released, which are currently being held up in the executive. So it's not a mere tick box exercise. No, because I'm straying, as members did, beyond what I'm meant to be debating. But I'm just responding to the points that were raised, and then I am going to get into the substance of what we need to do. He also suggested that I was being, whether it was disingenuous or insincere. This was the first bill I brought forward. I announced on day one we were going to bring forward a bill to tackle the affordability of school uniforms. I'm bringing forward legislation on a whole series of issues. So I brought this one forward in order to facilitate the members, not just because my party wanted me to do it, but also because it was an issue that other members had a real desire to do. So people can question what were the motives in respect of bringing this forward. I brought it forward because it's the right thing to do. Others will judge in terms of the intention behind the rationale as to why I brought it forward. I only wish Sinn Féin ministers would bring their bills forward. I'm bringing a bill forward and I have other bills in the system. Where's the output from some other of my executive colleagues, with the greatest respect? So this is not mere pedantry when I say about getting the legislation right. Our former Attorney General, John Larkin, KC, in evidence to the House of Lords Constitutional Committee, set out why. He wrote of a period before the precision of modern legislation was in vogue. He says, in 1846, one witness to a parliamentary committee could complain, in the imperfect enactments which we find past every session of Parliament, that are necessarily, from their defects, the subject of professional investigation afterwards, and which require perhaps, if not in the same session, in the following session of Parliament, an Act introduced to explain the Act of the previous session referred to, which Act also becomes the subject of professional and judicial consideration, and is followed perhaps in the next session of Parliament by another Act to amend an Act entitled An Act to Explain an Act passed during a previous session of Parliament, which last Act is probably also discovered not to accomplish the object had in view by the legislature. What I've heard today suggests to me that we have learned nothing about passing ineffective legislation. I do not doubt the sincerity of members who are seeking to do the right thing around affordability. But it's not just about doing something, it's about doing the right thing. And I think members have decisions to take, but my position is very clear when it comes to outlining why I think there would have been a better way for this legislation to be drafted. I'll give way to Mr. O'Toole.
I ask this genuine with the spirit of sincerity. The Minister has earned some plaudits for getting stuff, even if I and others in this chamber really disagree with it, stuff forced through, perhaps often without executive discussion. He's now asking other members of the chamber to bear with him and to think rationally and, in effect, to trust him. Would he accept that the trade-off for pushing your stuff through and being, shall we say, somewhat abrasive at times in this chamber about your agenda is that people are a little less likely to give you the benefit of the doubt when it comes to matters like this? Just a thought for him.
Speaker, I've said to members, this isn't me that's giving this viewpoint. I have relayed the professional opinion from experts when it comes to legislation. I've recounted my experience, having previously been chair of a committee, as to how you seek to engage and the honesty of those who, with the best endeavour, seek to advise committee. But there's a recognition, when I was chair of a committee, that the professional expertise in this lay within the Legislative Council. And I've shared that. It's a matter for members. It's a matter for members to decide whether or not they wish to take my word. I don't ask them to do it on trust. but ultimately they have to preside over the decisions they'll take in the Assembly.
Can you just take your seat for a minute? I appreciate some members during the course of their deliberations said some things that you probably feel you need to respond to, but I am conscious we're now straying into the area where legal advice has been used that members have no and will not see because it's privileged, and also other officials are going to be challenged, so I just need to remind you of that. And with that, I'd like you to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I trust the Assembly will not lead us back down the path that I've articulated in terms of my concerns. Again, we start the grouped amendments with some that are, in my view, unnecessary, but they're not damaging to the bill in Amendments 2 and 3. In the existing non-statutory guidance, schools are advised to consult with their parents and pupils. This formed part of the policy consultation on uniforms. It is a matter of public record at second stage that I talked to the need for schools to consult with parents and pupils. Such a requirement was always going to be in the guidelines. The wording of the amendments are likely to require guidelines to have to specify other consultees, and while I am broadly content not to oppose the amendments, I do query whether that is the intention. Good intentions do not automatically equate to good legislation, and I caution members that every unclear provision in this legislation ultimately leaves our schools open to legal challenge. Schools have so much work to do in teaching and nurturing our children and young people. That is their key purpose. Uniforms have a role in supporting ethos and school identity. Uniforms need to be comfortable and practical to support children in their learning. But let us not confuse what needs to be on the face of legislation about guidelines to address the affordability of school uniforms with what may seem to be a good idea outside the legal framework. I am concerned by Amendment 5, which risks making statutory guidelines difficult or indeed unworkable for schools. In addition, I am afraid that Amendment 5 does not make logical sense to me as drafted. Terms such as play-based curricula and outdoor learning are used in this amendment in reference to the 2006 order that are not used in that piece of legislation, that are not used in any piece of Northern Ireland education legislation. Foundation stage is defined in the 2006 order in relation to the age of pupils in that stage, and that it covers 2 school years. The bill already has all the necessary powers in Clause 5 as introduced to differentiate guidelines between key stages. What this amendment means is not legally clear. I am not aware of any reference in Northern Ireland education law to curricula of any type. The curriculum is defined in the 2006 order in terms of, for example, the moral, cultural, physical, intellectual development of pupils and equipping pupils with the knowledge, understanding and skills needed for life, not clothing. As I've said, play-based curricula and outdoor learning are not terms used in law. I presume that they are intended to relate to the pedagogy of how the curriculum at foundation stage is delivered, but that is intentionally not set out in law. That is a matter of professional teacher training, development and ever-evolving best practice. What this amendment does is overcomplicate what is already covered through Clause 2, requirement on comfort and practicality, and I referenced Clause 2 in response to Nuala McAllister when she raised a number of questions on issues as well. Are play-based curricula and outdoor learning to be interpreted by the Department, then that interpretation to be included in guidelines about school uniforms which are meant to address affordability. Taken through logically, this amendment runs the risk of requiring parents to pay for a different uniform at foundation stage. That is a risk highlighted by legal advice. Every time a school takes its pupils from year 1 to year 14 outside to help them be active, is that outdoor learning? Is that to require a specific uniform instruction in the guidelines? This amendment is unclear and is simply not necessary. The underpinning point is for uniforms to be affordable. They must, through the bill as introduced, also be comfortable and practical within the context of affordability. So the amendment does not add to what is already covered in the bill as introduced, and indeed only serves to confuse matters with no associated benefits for parents or pupils, however well intentioned it is, and I have no doubt to question the intention behind this. For these reasons, I'll not, though, be supporting Amendment 5, and I would urge the House not to vote in support of it either. Amendments 6 and 7 are again not necessary. The bill requires the department to address unfair costs aspects in the guidelines and then defines unfair costs aspects. It includes any aspect of a school uniform policy which could raise questions about limited choice of places at which or retailers from whom uniforms can be purchased. Amendment 6 uses different terms. For example, who are providers? Again, I remind the House of the importance of words in legislation. In my view, this amendment is not clear. It is therefore not suitable for adopting into the bill. Amendment 7 relates to publication of information, and it does not really belong in Clause 2. Clause 2 deals with particular matters for inclusion in guidelines of broadly similar types relating to unfair costs and practicality and sets of clothing. Even if Amendment 7 were in the right place, I do not think that this amendment is clear in its language. And again, it's simply not needed. Under Clause 6, a manager of a school must publish whatever associated or additional explanation or information the guidelines require under Clause 1. So as the concern giving rise to Amendment 7 is already fully addressed by the bill, it adds nothing except overlap. So let's not populate the bill with unnecessary provisions based on misunderstanding as to what matters are already covered. So I therefore urge the House not to vote for Amendment 6 or 7. Finally, on Amendment 13, the reason Clause 3 as well as Clause 4 were drafted to come into operation via commencement order is to ensure that any cap, whether that's the number of branded items or cost or indeed a combination, was properly thought through and workable. That unintended consequences were mitigated against as far as is possible, and the cap can be invoked only where truly necessary and effective. My officials are working on a consultation about what a cap should be, how it should operate, who is best placed to develop, maintain, monitor and adapt it as necessary. That should come first. It will inform how any cap can be most effective and how whether it should be deployed. This will support a measured, informed approach which will be consulted on and which will be focused on addressing affordability for parents in the most effective way. As with all primary legislation subject to commencement order, clauses 3 and 4 are for commencing in due course in light of the sorts of factors that I've mentioned. However, the amendment is not of such materiality that I would intend to oppose it. In closing, I would bring the House back to the key underpinning reason that I brought this legislation forward. It is to help families struggling with costs associated with school uniforms. And I repeat what I said in the Group 1 debate: words matter. Wording in legislation is critical. I urge the House to consider what I've highlighted about Amendments 5, 6, 7 and ask that members also vote against these amendments. So let us make good legislation. Today, let our votes be for legislative provisions that will make a positive difference for families who are struggling. And let us do this without exposing our schools to unnecessarily complex guidelines that leave them more open to legal challenge because of unclear and unnecessary provisions having been placed in the bill. I'll be putting families first and considering workability for schools as I vote. I trust other members will too. And if we get this right, we can make a real and a positive difference with this legislation. And I do want to thank each member for their engagement on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call the Chairman of the Education Committee to wind, Mr. Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank all members for their contributions in the debate. There's been a lot of openness to take interventions and to go through these issues in considerable detail, and I think that has helped the debate and in terms of the considerations that are now before us. The first thing I want to highlight is a phrase that the Minister used. I think it was in response to my colleague Nuala McAllister, if the school so chooses. And I think that was a very telling phrase when we're looking at a group of amendments that are concerned with the content of the guidelines. That has always been the committee's concern, that guidelines will come forward, particularly in the space around comfort and practicality, that may give schools permission to do certain things. We've talked about girls being able to wear trousers. We've talked about play-based learning. There's a range of different things. And the Minister suggested that there would be permission given for schools to take those kind of steps and decisions. But if the school so chooses, to me, doesn't give enough comfort that the guidelines are actually going to require the schools to make interventions in those spaces. So for me, when we're thinking about the content, I would like to move beyond if the school so chooses and into the space of guidelines that really do create a clear direction of travel in areas that the school needs to follow, must follow. And I think that is where there is maybe some divergence here around this group of amendments.
Taking an intervention. It's not that long ago that female police officers there was guidance to say they could wear trousers, but they had to ask permission to wear trousers from the months of September to April, and their senior officer could refuse permission. I don't think that's a place that we want all of our girls in our schools, and the world didn't fall down around us because those female officers were allowed to wear trousers of their own volition.
I thank the member for the intervention, and absolutely, I think when we're in the space of giving permission to do certain things that are right and appropriate, that still leaves others in a place where they may not be afforded that right if the school chooses not to exercise that permission, and I don't think that would be an acceptable scenario. And the Minister also used the phrase that there is a concern that has come through in this debate about doing the right thing, not just being seen to do something. And I absolutely take his point on that. We're all concerned with whatever the outworking of this legislation is, that it does the right thing, and that right thing is that it should bring down the cost of school uniform, and that right thing should also be that it improves the comfort and practicality of uniforms for children. But I am struggling a little bit that I'm not quite sure what it is the bill will do other than create the guidelines, because we just do not know what it is that the Minister will be asking schools to do. He used the phrase unfair costs, which is the language of the bill. And all of us want to see unfair costs tackled, but I go back to my point. What is not clear is how. It's not clear how that will be done. So the committee's interest in bringing that degree of prescription was really around ensuring that we were doing the right thing, not just doing something. But in fact, what we have before us today in terms of the amendments selective is not actually a huge suite of very prescriptive interventions. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, this bill is really still, when we look at these Group 2 amendments, when we're looking around the issues of the content of the guidelines, is still largely, as the Minister brought it to us, with some changes which I think are not changes that I think should be keeping anybody awake at night. I would add that there is the option of further consideration stage. The Minister has referenced some concerns around language and concerns around ordering and sequencing. There's absolutely every opportunity at further consideration for those issues to be ironed out, and I'm sure that members here will engage in that process. So really, I want to leave my remarks there because I think this has been clear in the debate in terms of where we've landed on this. I think we have, on the one hand, the Minister and Department who want to bring a bill that does not prescribe and that relies entirely on the guidelines, and members were keen on certain areas to ensure that the bill was clear in what it was going to ask schools to deliver and the interventions that were going to be required in relation to their school uniform policies. I remain on the side that I would like clarity around what schools are going to be asked to do, because I think it is that clarity that gives us assurances that the costs are going to come down. I do just want to finish on a point in relation to that sense from the Minister that members are perhaps behaving irresponsibly or potentially weighing in to do something that's going to cause some sort of crisis in our school system. I think if everybody is on the same page that they want to deal with costs and that schools want to work with the department, I have no doubt that a little bit of prescription on the bill that just gives the department just that pause for thought to ensure that the guidance does include some additional things that perhaps it had not considered it was going to do, to move beyond permission and into requiring schools to do certain things. I have no doubt that the system will step up and engage with that guidance. I don't think anybody here is trying to act or vote irresponsibly. I think everybody here in this room wants to see costs brought down, and I would commend the amendments in Group 2 to the House as positive interventions in that space, both around affordability. I think we're all clear that some of those single supplier arrangements do need to be dealt with, and also around comfort and practicality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Matheson. We now move amendment proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 18. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Education to move formally Amendment 3. Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 2, line 1. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Education to move formally Amendment 4.
Move.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 2, line 9. Insert words as printed on Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended stand part of the bill. That's been done. Okay, the question is that clause 1 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Education to move formally Amendment 5.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 2, page 2, line 15. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Clear the lobbies. The question put in 3 minutes. Order, members. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Like the noes have it. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Michelle Guy and Danny Baker. Teller for the noes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Your doors. Order. Order, members. Clerk, read the result.
74 members voted, 42 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The ayes have it. The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. Amendment 6 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Education to move formally Amendment 6.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 18. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order. I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a), brackets B. There is an agreement we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to division. Do we have tellers?
Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers to the ayes are Michelle Guy and Danny Baker. Tellers to the noes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure doors. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
73 members voted, 49 members voted aye, 24 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerks are unfasten the doors. Amendment 7 has already been debated. Call the Chair of the Committee for Education to formally move Amendment 7.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 18, words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27 brackets 1A brackets B that there is agreement. We can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to division. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Rhonda McMurray and Donny Baker. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yeah. Not laugh, that's fine. But I'm not sure who's coming on for the. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
73 members voted, 49 members voted aye, 24 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Amendment made. The ayes have it. Unfasten the doors. The question is that clause 2, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 3. The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. No amendments have been tabled to clause 4. The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Education to move formally Amendment 8.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed after clause 4, insert new clause reporting on school uniform costs and capping of expenditure. The question is that Amendment 8 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Don't panic. I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27, brackets 1A, brackets B, that there is an agreement we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to division. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Teller for the ayes, Rhonda McMurray and Donny Baker. Teller for the noes are David Brooks and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Okay.
That's 49, okay, on your side, yeah.
Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
73 members voted, 49 members voted aye, 24 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Right. Amendment's made. Unfasten the doors. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 5. The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 6. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Amendment 9 has already been debated. Members should note that Amendments 9 and 10 are mutually exclusive. If Amendment 9 is made, I will not call Amendment 10. I call the Chair of the Committee of Education to move formally Amendment 9.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 3, line 31, leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order. I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27, brackets 1A, brackets B, that there is agreement that can be dispensed with the 3 minutes and move straight to division. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers to the ayes are Andrew McMurray and Danny Baker. Tellers to the noes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
74 members voted, 42 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The ayes have it. The amendment's made. Unfasten the doors. I'll not call Amendment 10 as it's mutually exclusive with Amendment 9, which has been made. Moving to Amendment 11 has already been debated, and I call the Chair of the Committee to formally move Amendment 11.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 4, line 11, leave out words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order. I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27, brackets 1A, brackets B, that there is agreement that we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the division. Do we have tellers? Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Rhonda McMurray and Danny Baker. Tellers for the noes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. Assembly to divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
that. Apologies.
Order, members, order. We were doing very well there, but there's been a technical issue, and we're going to have to redo the vote. So if members would divide, ayes to my right, noes to my left, and we will do the vote again. Apologies. Secure doors. Order, members, resume your seats. Clerk, read the result.
74 members voted, 42 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Amendment made. Unfasten the doors. Amendment 12 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee on Education to move formally Amendment 12.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 4, line 30, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order. I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27, brackets 1A, brackets B, that there is an agreement to be dispensed with the 3 minutes and move straight to division. Do you have tellers? Where do those guys go? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers to the ayes, Rhonda McMurray and Donny Baker. Tellers to the noes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Okay. Excellent. Secure the doors. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
74 members voted, 42 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Aye. Ayes have it. The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. Question is that Clause 7 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 8. The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 9. The question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. And contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 10. The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 11. The question is that Clause 11 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 12. The question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 13. The question is that Clause 13 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 14. The question is that Clause 14 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Education to formally move Amendment 13. Amendment proposed to Clause 15, page 7, line 4. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 15, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 16. The question is that Clause 16 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Members take their ease while we change the table.
Members, order. I would like to inform members that the Speaker has been notified by the nominating officer of the DUP that Peter Martin has replaced Deborah Erskine as chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure, and Paul Frew has replaced Joanne Bunting as chairperson of the Committee for Justice with immediate effect. I would also advise members that the Speaker has been notified by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister that they have appointed Ms Joanne Bunting as a Junior Minister in the Executive Office today, Monday the 15th of September. Ms Bunting accepted the nomination and also affirmed the pledge of office in the presence of the Speaker and that of the Clerk Chief Executive today. The Speaker is satisfied that the requirements of standard orders have been met. Has received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, to remind members that they must be concise in asking questions. It's not an opportunity for debate. Long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement to update the Assembly on the Northern Ireland Football Fund, and in particular the performance programme strand of the fund. When I took office, I made it clear that one of my priorities would be to push forward the long-standing commitment to invest in our local footballing infrastructure. Last May, I gave approval for the Northern Ireland Football Fund to go ahead and set my officials the task of designing a rolling programme of investment. I opened the first call for applications from performance clubs at the start of this year. Last week, I was delighted to announce the outcome of that competition and the first cohort of projects which will move forward to the next stage. I made my intentions clear that this programme would be delivered in phases because it would not be possible to fund and deliver all projects at once. So to determine the order in which projects would be taken forward, I committed to using a fair and transparent open competition approach to assess clubs' individual needs, proposals and ability to deliver sustainable benefits. I was determined that all applicants would have an equal opportunity to make their case. My officials worked with stakeholders and listened when they asked for clubs' previous investment in capital work to be taken into account. We listened when clubs said that no individual club should have special treatment and asked for all clubs to have the chance to make their case on a level playing field. I knew that it would be unfair when the fund had been delayed for so long to have expected all clubs to have kept planning permissions in place and to have fully developed designs. So I allowed applications to be made for projects which have not yet been fully developed. Applicants were required to have a strong understanding of their needs, to have worked closely with their local communities to understand and be able to clearly set out the benefits their projects could deliver, and to have a plan in place to fund part of their projects themselves. Members will appreciate that the process had to be unequivocally fair and defensible. People have waited so long. It was clear that applicants whose projects were not taken forward in the first cohort would feel very disappointed. So the application, the criteria and approach to scoring were thoroughly tested in advance. Testing was completed internally with our economists, accountants and other business partners. Everything was also tested externally with other independent funding bodies. And legal advice was sought to confirm fairness, all before the application documents were published in January. Support was offered to clubs in advance of them submitting applications. My officials provided information sessions across the country to take everyone through the application process, and comprehensive guidance and scoring information was shared with all eligible applicants and made available online. The feedback from clubs and other stakeholders on the application process was overwhelmingly positive, with many welcoming the chance to make their case on an even playing field. They understood the process had no pre-commitments to any particular clubs or areas or individual circumstances. Applicants were first asked to estimate their overall project cost and to self-select one of 3 tiers within their application,
which would be scored. It was for applicants themselves to carefully consider their needs. The only guidance my department offered was that clubs should make sure that projects proposed were proportionate to their needs and the benefits they could deliver for both their club and communities. The tiers meant that projects were assessed and ranked against others of a similar size. For example, a proposal for a replacement carpet on an existing pitch for a rural club, which might cost around £1 million, wouldn't be in direct competition with a major demolition and rebuild project costing upwards of £10 million. What this means in practice is that scores are not comparable across tiers. Now, the people of Northern Ireland are at the heart of everything my department does, and the objectives of this programme reflect this. The programme was developed in partnership with key stakeholders, including governing bodies and clubs themselves. We listened to the football family and delivered a programme based on what they wanted, a chance to make their case based on need, a chance to secure enough funding to really make a difference, and a chance to set out their ambitions and the benefits their club could deliver for fans and communities. The performance programme is focused on modernising footballing infrastructure and improving the financial sustainability of clubs. It's also designed to maximise the impact that public funding can bring to people within and beyond clubs, particularly those who have traditionally been underrepresented. This means that applications to the programme were assessed not solely on the state of disrepair of facilities, but also on the strength of the case clubs could make about their ability to deliver benefits to the wider community. The competition opened in January and closed in March this year, and my department received a total of 37 applications. The applicants submitted projects requiring in excess of £160 million of financial support. This clearly demonstrates the huge underlying need for this programme, but also greatly exceeds the current ring-fence budget of £36.2 million. I knew that demand would outstrip the current budget. The budget was set in 2015 and so naturally has devalued significantly and is long out of date in terms of current needs. Football has changed in the last 10 years, and the budget set then did not predict the central role clubs play in their communities today, nor did it anticipate the rise of the women's game and the facilities needs which have grown out of that. Over the last few months, my officials have worked diligently, carefully assessing every application against the criteria set out in the scoring matrix and guidance notes. The scoring matrix, made available to all eligible clubs when they were invited to apply, and still available on the department's webpage, lists the expectations and the scores achievable against each of the questions relating to need, benefits and finance. 6 experienced officials undertook the task of scoring. 2 were assigned to each tier. These 2 officials scored all applications in their tier individually and then came together in their pair to agree scores. These scores were then moderated internally by 3 more officials, 1 for each tier. And finally, all 37 applications were independently moderated by an external moderator. This scoring, double-checking and then triple-checking again approach was adopted to ensure consistency of scoring and a robustly defensible rank order for each tier. I was not involved in scoring applications or in determining their merit order. My role in this process was to approve the overarching policy approach and to decide how many projects would be taken forward to the next stage. I did not see any of the applications, and I did not influence or seek to influence the merit order of any of the tiers. I understand how long people have been waiting for this money, and so I'm not prepared to do anything that could bring this process into question. When considering how many projects to take forward from each tier, I considered a range of options presented by my officials. I opted to take forward a range of small, medium and large projects with a total value higher than the current available budget to ensure that budget can be spent and to avoid any further erosion of its value. Members will be aware that the prioritised cohort of 20 projects to be taken forward to the next stage of the programme in alphabetical order are, in Tier 1, Armagh City, Ballymacash Sports Academy, Lisburn Distillery, Queen's University and Rathfriland Rangers. In Tier 2, Ballinamallard United, Ballymena United, Banbridge Town, Bangor, Carrick Rangers, Dergview, Dungannon Swifts, Glenavon, Larne, Lisburn Rangers, Loughgall, Newry City, Oxford Sunnyside. And in Tier 3, Cliftonville and Glentoran. Now, I know that despite this rigorous process, many feel disappointed that some projects, particularly those in the North West, are not being taken forward in the first prioritised cohort. However, each applicant had the same opportunity to make their case. Each applicant was scored solely on the information provided in their application against the published criteria. The total score determined the applicant's rank order within their respective tier. I have visited many of our performance club grounds, and so I know that there are no bad projects out there. The need is clear. However, applications did vary in quality. Some applications included irrelevant information, some inaccurate information, and some applicants cut and pasted, giving the same answer to two different questions. Some just didn't provide enough information to secure a higher score. Assessors considered how well an applicant demonstrated they met or had the potential to meet the expectations linked to each question and scored the answer accordingly. Limited responses in meeting the expectations listed received a lower score, while excellent responses in meeting expectations received a higher score. And I repeat that the scoring matrix and guidance documents are still available on my department's webpage for all to see. We must now move forward at pace to deliver this long-awaited commitment. This will be the beginning of an ongoing process to provide much-needed funding and raise the standard of the entire sector. My intention is that more projects will be brought forward if more funding becomes available. It's important to note that individual projects have not yet been fully costed or market tested. This was a deliberate decision on my part so that all eligible clubs could apply to the performance programme, not just those who were able to produce detailed designs. It's therefore currently impossible to precisely predict the final quantum of government funding which will be required. Nevertheless, taking the figures as presented in the individual applications, the total departmental requirement to complete all 20 of the projects is just over £82 million, against estimated total project costs of £98 million. As I said, I am not committing to any spend at this point. It's also important for me to point out that this is not money that will be spent overnight, but rather over some years. There is never a guarantee that a capital project will reach final completion. Building is a complicated endeavour, with multiple milestones and approvals, not just from DFC, but from other statutory bodies, and challenges in design and construction phases will inevitably be faced, which can never be predicted from the outset. Large-scale capital projects of this nature take time, and while their development is ongoing, I intend to make the case for more money to allow me to meet the needs of the entire sector. Clubs also have a responsibility to ensure their projects deliver the highest standards and maximise benefits. The first projects to be delivered must be trailblazers who can help demonstrate the huge potential football has to transform communities. In closing, let me say this. Since taking office, I visited many of these clubs. I've seen the need to improve their infrastructure and the benefits they provide to the local community, despite the infrastructure challenges that they face. I have seen firsthand what the clubs are capable of and have listened to their understandable frustrations with the previous stalling of this programme. With that in mind, I'm delighted to take this step towards helping them realise their goals of improving on and off the pitch. However, I have demonstrated that I'm a minister that is getting things done, and today I am committing to do all that I can to progress this programme for all clubs to ensure the needs are met because of the transformational impact we can have on the lives of people across Northern Ireland. It's important to note that all clubs are still further along than they ever have been before. We have made more progress and we are going to make more. So let's keep at it. I commend the statement to the House.
Minister, thank you for your statement. The first questions from the official opposition. I call Mark Durkin.
Speaker, as a season ticket holder, I'm very disappointed for Derry City. But as a Foyle MLA and a football fan, I'm devastated for Institute. Will the Minister publish in full the range of options and all advice and recommendations he received from his officials before he made the decision to decide how many projects to take forward in each tier? A decision that ensured the exclusion of Derry City, who scored 4th highest overall and do have a shovel-ready project. Other clubs have been funded, scoring much, much lower and nowhere near ready. And how does that balance with his claim that he chose this way forward to ensure that budget can be spent and to avoid further erosion of its value, let alone show anything than blatant disregard for regional balance?
Minister.
Well, unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member has got a number of things wrong. First of all, what he is doing is conflating. Well, he has, because he doesn't know the process that was in place. He clearly doesn't, even though I have just outlined what that process was. And if he would have listened to the statement that I have just made, he would realise that it is not appropriate to compare different tiers. And that is what he is doing in the example that he gave. What the member is trying to do is to put some blame on my shoulders and to try and say that in some way I engineered an outcome. And the member beside is nodding. That is what he is trying to do. But I stand robustly over the work of my officials. And the member is not only denigrating the work of my officials, he has also denigrated other clubs that he has applied, because in his online commentary over the weekend he has sought to put club against club. Well, it is true, because unfortunately what he has done, and he's been very disparaging about Tier 2 clubs and commented on whether or not they would be able to deliver and commented on their capacity, which was inappropriate for him to do. Because you had a blanket response. Yes, I outlined some of the challenges that were there, but he gave a blanket response, and I believe that that was wrong and that that was inappropriate. Now, the difference between me and him is that I want to see all of our clubs progress. I'm not pitting them against each other. And what I have done is ensure that we are at least moving forward in this process. Now, I will take advice on what it is that I can or cannot publish. Some of that may be appropriate for us to do, some of that may not, because of what we have done in the past in terms of the applications such as this. But I will say this, I have heard nothing from the member about how this process was held up for 14 years. Where was his criticism of the others that held this up for so long? I'm a minister that has actually got something done. I have actually got on with it. I have delivered. And for those that haven't got through at this stage, I will do everything that I can to help make sure that they can move through. But I'm not going to take him disparaging other clubs, and I certainly won't take him disparaging the hard work, dedication of my officials that have allowed us to get to this stage.
Okay, members, before we proceed, I'm going to ask for respectful questioning. Less noise in the background, and perhaps also for members' consideration that there are a long list of members here to ask questions. The more time taken, both questions and answers, could limit the chances colleagues have to have their say. I'm moving to the Chair of the Communities Committee, Colin Gillarney.
And thank the Minister for his statement. And Minister, following your announcement last Thursday, there were certainly clubs who would have been overjoyed, including Ballinamalard United and Dungannon Swifts in my own constituency. However, there were also many other clubs who were left frustrated, disappointed and even potentially angry. As Chair of the Committee for Communities, I look forward to further detailed scrutiny in relation to this programme. However, for now, can you tell us who was responsible for determining the scoring criteria and ensuring their fairness? And what role did external stakeholders or independent bodies play in validating the process?
Sure.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I completely understand the concern that has been expressed and the fact that many will also be pleased at this announcement. But it is important to note that it has been a robust process, and I'm more than happy to make sure that officials are available to brief the committee so that any outstanding questions can be answered. But I'd like to think that during the course of my remarks today I have set out how that has been robust, that there was, to begin with, officials that checked. There were then officials that came together to score, and then those were checked again by an internal moderator and an external moderator as well. And before that, of course, when the process was being put in place, we made sure that it was robustly designed. And as I set out in my statement, we did engage with colleagues within the department who have expertise on these issues. We also went outside the department in terms of using someone who was the head of a large independent organisation that had experience in these matters in terms of funding, and legal advice has been received multiple times throughout this process. So I am sure of its robustness, I'm sure of its fairness, but from my point of view I want to see more people go through, and that's what I will be seeking to do. But I'm more than happy to assist the committee in any way because I think it's right that people have confidence in this process.
Michelle McElveen.
All the team at Ards Football Club who have worked so hard throughout this process. They, along with supporters, are disappointed and angry. Ards have been homeless for over 2 decades and have demonstrated need. Can I ask the Minister, will he meet with the club to discuss next steps, and also what support will be made available to clubs such as Ards and Institute who are homeless?
Sure.
Well, I want to thank the member for her question. First of all, I have offered officials to meet with all of those clubs, successful and otherwise, and if clubs would like to meet with me as well on that, I will be happy to do that, because I think it is important that they, first of all, not only kind of confidence in the robustness of the application process that was there, but also that we can help in terms of next steps. I've repeated this time and time again, but I want this to be a rolling programme, similar ways in which the footballing fund in England has been going for 25 years. I would love to see a constant rolling programme to make sure that we eventually get the funding to those who need it. So I hope that will give some confidence to them that this is not the end of the process for anybody, and I'd be happy to meet if that would help assuage any concerns.
David Huntingford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the progression of Lisburn Rangers, Balmacash Rangers, Lisburn Distillery and Lagan Valley. I've worked with all three brilliant clubs, and look forward to seeing those projects delivered. But taking forward, so you talked about going above kind of the 36 million and taking forward projects valued at 82 million with applications approved of almost 100 million. Have you raised expectations that you can't deliver? And secondly, what discussions have you had with the Minister of Finance to actually have the budget for that rollout, as you talk about over years, to actually deliver on all of this?
Sir.
Well, I thank the member for the points that he has made, and congratulate the clubs that were successful as well. I think for me, the most important thing is that we get as much of this money spent as possible to make the improvements that we can to footballing infrastructure across Northern Ireland. And that's why, as we often do in government, we overplanned. We took forward more than there is the budget there for, because it would be the case. I think I could write the member's question for him if in 2 years' time we were come to this place and I had only allocated £30 million worth of projects, and 1 or 2 bigger ones had fallen out because of planning or some of those other issues. So we did overplan in the reality that we know that there may be issues along the way, and my priority was making sure that we spent as much of that as we could. But of course I do want to see more funding for sport in Northern Ireland. I want to see more funding for the football fund in particular, because of the impact that it can have across Northern Ireland, and not just on a Friday night or a Saturday afternoon, but the community impacts that they have as well. And so I will be meeting with the Minister of Finance to talk about the need that exists. What I will also be doing is looking at alternative sources of funding, and I believe that through the process clubs will also do that. And it's another reason for over-planning, is because remember, government is always the last resort in terms of funding, and if there are other options for them to raise private finance, or for them to look at borrowing, or for us to use financial transactions capital, that should all be taken into consideration as well, and that's what I'll be doing.
Andy Allen.
congratulate all the clubs that were successful in this phase and indeed recognise the frustration of many others. And also, it would be remiss not to commend the Minister for finally progressing this much needed fund. Minister, and has already been alluded to, the fund that you had highlighted, the total project estimated cost of 98 million. If you're unsuccessful in additional finances, given the challenging budget landscape and notwithstanding additional resource that you had highlighted, what is the next phase of the process to look at those 20 projects, taking them forward? Because all can't succeed under the 36.2 million.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the member's question, and I agree with him. It is a good thing that this is finally being progressed after years of no action. I recognise the concern that he has in relation to the overcommitment, but I think a number of things are important to note. Is that even if all programmes were to be successful, as I said to the previous member, there may be other funding opportunities that become available, and some of these will have to be delivered in phases as well. So I'm hopeful that we can get additional resource, or that clubs can find additional resource. But if we get to that stage, none of that materialises, and all of the clubs are successful at getting through due diligence and business cases, then we can look at alternative arrangements then for how we make those decisions.
Minister, 20 successful projects, £82 million, 36 million allocated at the minute. There's obviously a significant shortfall there, and I appreciate you have answered some of that in your previous answers, but I would appreciate if you could elaborate on that. And I would also appreciate if you could elaborate on how realistic and deliverable you think that is within this mandate.
Sure.
Well, what I want to do is make sure that I move forward these projects as much as I can within the budget that is available, make sure that we are in a position to actually spend what is there now. That's one of the reasons for that over-planning. And in relation to the other question Mr Honeyford asked about raising expectations, I have been very clear that this is moving to the next stage. At no stage have I ever said that this is a guarantee of funding. In fact, I've made that very clear in my speech that I made last week, the speech that I made today, and in public commentary as well. But again, I would just reiterate the point. I would not want to be in the position where I had only allocated £30 million and a number of those fell away, because this House would rightfully want to hold me to account for getting to that stage again at the end of another mandate where this money hasn't been spent. So yes, I did decide to bring in more projects than I would have or should have under the actual amount of funding that was available. I think that's the right decision. And I also believe that there's work for clubs to do. To make sure that they have maximised the amount of income that they can bring in. I will say it again, government should always and only be a funder of last resort, because clubs will need to demonstrate that they do not have the access to the capital or to the borrowing in order to do that themselves. So I'm hopeful that more will come in that way. I also want to look at financial transactions capital, because many of these clubs will be doing things that align with the objectives of this executive, and so financial transactions capital is possible. And that might be able to be done on quite a large scale. That's something I'm actively exploring, because I've seen these projects, both those that were in the prioritised cohort and those that haven't been successful at this point. I want to see all of them go ahead, and I will look at all options that are available to try and get that money together.
Alan Robinson.
Thanks to the Minister for his statement in the House today. Minister, look, I personally saddened that the three applicants in my constituency didn't progress in this phase, but I have to thank you for progressing the fund 14 years after it should have commenced. Could I ask you, Minister, what lessons has the Department learned from this round of funding, and how will these inform changes in future grant programmes to ensure regional balance?
I'm grateful to the member for his words about moving the programme forward, and I hope that even through the disappointment that many people feel, and believe me, I understand that, I know that, I've met with many of the individuals involved, I see the work that they put in, and remember, nearly everyone that we are talking about here, they give of their own time, they give of their own efforts, and they do it because they're passionate about the work that they do, and they've applied to the fund because there aren't any other options that are available for them in many cases. So I get that, I understand that, I get that frustration, but I was determined to move this forward. And I'm going to use the sessions with the clubs to get their feedback. I've set out today, I believe, a very robust and entirely tight and defensible case for why we did what we did, but we'll always be open to feedback to see what can be done in the future, because believe me, it's my intention to do everything that I can to make sure that footballing need is met right across Northern Ireland. I want all of these projects to progress.
Mulholland.
Thank you for coming to the House, Minister. Like others, I'm glad to see some investment going into funding, and especially in my own constituency with Ballymena. You've emphasised fairness and transparency, and I suppose, how will progress be monitored? What accountability measures will be put in place if projects fail to deliver some of those community benefits? And will you commit to publishing updates on delivery, including timelines and spending, so that we can scrutinise and we can track the progress to see how that money is being spent?
Sure.
Well, look, absolutely, and that's why it's so important that we go through this process over the next number of months. There will be an initial period, which I hope will be very short, and by the way, in all of these timelines, which I'm happy to publish when we have them. In all of this, we wanted to go forward as quickly as possible. I do not want the department to be a burden or to hold things back in any way. So I'm going to be allocating additional staff to make sure that clubs have the help that they need to progress. But there will be that stage of due diligence, the checks that will need to be done. We'll make sure that we are looking at other potential sources of funding, and then that's when we can start to issue the initial funding for a grant, so that help can be given with business cases, and then finally move on to construction. But this is public money, so it does need to be handled in the right way. There does need to be propriety in how this is all done, and I will make sure that we keep the Assembly and the Executive updated, and the Committee as well.
Jenny Dennis.
Corla, and I want to relay the disappointment and frustration felt by Warrenpoint Town Football Club, Minister. You said in relation to those clubs that weren't successful that it was a no, just not yet. So maybe if you could tell us what exactly does that mean, and how do you intend to address the identified 200 million need across soccer in the north? Because clubs like Warrenpoint Town, who really are the epitome of a community club and who've done so much to promote the women's game, they really do deserve help and support, and most of all, they deserve investment. Thank you.
Absolutely, and that goes not just for the clubs that got through and missed out, but also for those grassroots clubs as well that we need to support as well, and that's what I want to do. I do think that there is opportunity for us to look at financial transactions capital. I think that that can help in some of the projects, which will hopefully take some of the pressure off the funding that is there. I think that we can look at other sources of funding. I will certainly look at my own department and our capital budget, and I hope that the Executive will see the need to continue to invest in sport as well, but that has to be balanced against many of the other pressures that we face. That being said, I do believe that investment in sport is also an investment in health. An investment in sport is an investment in education as well, and I hope that my executive colleagues will realise that and understand that. Look, I am fully aware of the size and scale of the challenge that we face. There's a huge financial ask. We do have a limited budget, but I want people to know that I will try everything that I can to make sure that we get that funding together, so that need is met, because this impacts real people. I've seen it firsthand for years, the change and the difference it can make in people's lives. Many of the football clubs that we are talking about are not just there on Friday evenings and Saturday afternoons. They're not just for the senior teams. There are many, many people that benefit, and I want to help everybody right across Northern Ireland.
Brooks.
Speaker, and Glentoran Football Club in my constituency, I know we're very thankful for the opportunity to progress, thanks to the opportunity the Minister's programme offers. I see, Minister, that Michelle O'Neill has now had newfound interest in more investment in local football. Can I ask how it is that he's succeeded in bringing forward this investment where Sinn Féin's successive ministers have failed?
Well, I think the simple answer to that is that I've never held this money to ransom. And that's exactly what has happened in the past. For 14 years we had no movement on the Northern Ireland Football Fund or the sub-regional programme as it was back then. I've done something about that. I know there are clubs that are disappointed. I get that. I understand that there are those that have not moved forward, but this has moved forward as a programme overall more than has ever moved in the past, because I was determined to get it done. And I have to say, it is absolutely shameful about how that was held up. I was in this chamber in 2015. It was one of my first assembly questions when I asked, when will this move forward? And I was told money could start to be drawn down by clubs next year in the spring of 2016. Well, here we are in 2025 and none of that has been drawn down yet. So I was determined to do something about that, and I'm glad that we're getting to this stage. I think that should be welcomed by everybody, because everybody's on this travelator. Some are now moving on to the prioritised cohort, but everybody is moving in the right direction because we're actually moving it forward, and that should be welcomed.
Ferguson.
And like many others in the North West, we are bitterly disappointed in relation to Derry City Football Club, Coleraine Football Club and the Institute Football Club. Minister, you had mentioned that officials presented a range of options for you to consider. And I'm sure if you were third on the list under Tier 3 or 16th on the list under Tier 2, you want to understand what the options were discussed and forwarded, so you can clearly see how you were dropped off that list in relation to your allocation. Could you give us a wee bit more detail on that? And then likewise, what can you do to ensure that the North West isn't left behind in the next round of the funding? Thank you.
Sure. Yes, so different options were presented with me. It's fair to say I wanted to get as many moving forward as possible, and that's why we have the extensive list that we have, and that was my role in this process, was to make sure we get as many clubs available as possible. I understand the concern that exists that so many seem to have been taken forward in Tier 1 and Tier 2 in comparison to Tier 3, but that's because of the value of those projects as well, and some of them are much smaller in value. It was easier for us to take those forward, and we wanted to make sure that we had that balance as well. But I'm more than happy to meet and have officials meet with those that are concerned, and to make sure they understand the next steps.
Gary Middleton.
Minister, I thank you for your statement. It will of course come as no surprise that I am deeply disappointed that Institute Football Club has not progressed at this stage. Having worked with them over the past 10 years, I see their passion, their dedication, their clear need. Minister, you yourself visited the site in 2017 and seen firsthand the devastation that flooding caused. That being said, Minister, those involved do not want to see the political point scoring that we've seen over the weekend, particularly from those who've done absolutely nothing to progress football over this past 14 years. Minister, what else can be done to ensure clubs like Institute Football Club, with a 120-year history, can not only survive but thrive into the future?
I thank the member for his approach to this issue, because I know there is bitter disappointment at what has happened, and I know the work that he has put in, and he did invite me up last year to meet the club, and I see that for myself, and it's one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure that there was that level playing field, and that the same number of points were available for those that had their own home and those that didn't, so that there was that balance there as well. But I'm more than happy to sit down with him and to chat through the scoring process, and also to provide my assurance that we'll do everything that we can to move this forward for everybody. And I do believe that there are options there that are available, that we can progress more clubs and make sure those that are in this cohort can progress as well. And I'll certainly do everything that I can on that. I share that disappointment, believe you me. I know the impact that this can have on people, on clubs and on communities, and I'll do everything that I can to work with him to make sure that we can deliver for Institute, just like we are delivering for other clubs that were successful and those that weren't as well.
Andy McMurray.
Well, it's great to see Rathfriland on that list. There's disappointment from the very northwest and the very southeast with Warrenpoint Football Club. The minister says all clubs will progress, and the minister said not yet to the 17 rejected. and that there's much money to be spent over the years. What funding requests will be made by the Minister for the clubs that have been rejected, given they all passed the assessed need, and how long clubs and communities continue to have to wait? Thank you.
Sure. Well, look, there's some timelines there that I'm sorry I'm unable to give the member at this time. We'll need to see how things progress, how quickly we get through with this cohort as well before we can decide whether more can move up. We also need to explore the issues around some of the borrowing. We need to see what other clubs are able to put in, and if some of the other clubs that I've got through can reduce what is there, then that might open up more opportunities for other as well. But as I've said, I will leave no stone unturned because I can see the value of this, I can see the benefits that it brings, and I want to work alongside those clubs. I want to work alongside members in this House as well, and I want to see this progress. There is a way forward for us, and I hope that others will join with me in doing everything that we can to ensure that happens.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, I believe passionately in the power of sport and support any efforts to elevate and enhance the club's reach and impact and competitiveness. I'm delighted that the ball is in play for Newry City, Armagh City and Loughgall. Your statement references a level playing field, but you must know, Minister, that after your announcement there are some clubs who feel strongly that some pitches are more level than others. Minister, can you tell me, does this scheme mirror or stimulate endeavours in other departments or other jurisdictions, or is your department in virgin territory? And has your legal advice given assurances on governance and criteria and the potential for challenge?
Well, as I've outlined a number of times now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that we have had a very robust process, and in terms of the scoring, the matrix that was used, the fact that clubs were in favour and support of the criteria that were put in place in the first instance means that I do believe that we have something here that is very robust. But look, I get the disappointment and the frustration that exists. Unfortunately, that was inevitable. Unless I was in the position where I could take forward everybody, there were always going to be those that were disappointed. But I'm pledging to work with those, to work with all clubs, to work with members in this House and executive colleagues to make sure we can do everything that we can so that that need is met.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank the Minister for his answers. Can the Minister outline what mechanisms he will put in place to ensure that the selected projects deliver on the wider community benefits of inclusivity and financial sustainability as set out in the criteria, please?
Well, that's absolutely important to note that this was not just based on footballing need alone. That was part of the criteria, but it was also based on finance and the community benefits that are there as well. And there will be mechanisms in place to make sure, certainly as part of the due diligence checks and the other parts that come along, because of course, remember, we do have to still go through business cases at this stage, and all of that will be taken into consideration then.
In Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I do want to commend the Minister for bringing this fund forward in contrast to 14 years of delay and stalling by previous ministers. So he is to be congratulated. And I wish to ask Minister Lyons, did the criteria for the fund change after the closing date for applications?
Absolutely not, Mr Deputy Speaker. Nothing has been changed since the launch of the applications on the 30th of January 2025, and the scoring matrix and the guidance notes are still available on the Department's webpage for anyone who wishes to see exactly what the criteria were for applicants and how their applications would be scored.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And I'd just like to start off by congratulating all of those clubs who've been successful at this stage. You've recognised yourself that there are those that are unhappy, and Ms McElveen before had mentioned Ards FC, and I'll come back to that again. As a club without its own ground, they feel penalised because of the way that the scoring system was worked out. For instance, in the area of current benefits section and previous capital investment, they couldn't have scored because they didn't have a ground to be able to score. So there's about 30 points that they weren't able to achieve. So This was acknowledged by one of the assessors that said that it was unfair for those grounds that those clubs that didn't have a ground. So I'm just going to ask Minister if you will review that to look to see for those clubs that don't have their own ground, who couldn't make a score in those areas or not a high score in those areas, if that can be reviewed for future.
I understand the strength of feeling that exists out there, and I think it is important to note, first of all, that there was an ability for those clubs to demonstrate footballing need, whether it was separate scoring for those that had a ground and those who did not. But of course, there was an opportunity, and many clubs will have done this, would be for them to be able to say, what is the potential, what we could do with this club. If we had our own ground, here's what we would have been able to have achieved, and that would have been taken into consideration in the scoring as well. But look, this is why it's important that we sit down, we meet with the clubs, we hear their concerns, and we make sure that we are all in the position where we're all working together to make sure this is met. I get that for ARDS, I get that for Institute and others, and what you have in me is a minister that is willing to work with whoever I need to work with to make sure that we get this done. That's my assurance today.
Lisa McHugh.
Margaret Lascon Carla, agus buíos leis Ratchet Foster. Thank you, Minister, for your statement as well. I welcome the very fact that Dergview is included in the second tier as a club in my own hometown. As for the successful clubs, what actually is the next step, and when will they be notified of the total grant that they will receive? And in addition, what is the next step for those clubs that haven't been successful?
Minister.
Well, look, I hope I've set out the approach that I'm intending to take in relation to those clubs that were not successful, but for those who were, it's impossible for me, if you like, to be able to say when funding will be released. That will be done in stages, first of all, because there will be the opportunity for people to draw down funding in order to help, for example, with business cases and other work that might need to be done. But the exact quantum of that and what would be needed for construction can't be identified at this stage, as I outlined in my statement, because we need to go through the business case. We need to make sure that it is value for money. We need to make sure that there are no other sources of funding that could be available to the club as well. So all of those things need to be taken into consideration. It's another reason why I did overplan in this way, is because we don't know if that is we don't know if the amount that the clubs have said they need is ultimately the amount that they may need, or the amount that they would be able to spend on their project, and we don't know exactly what might happen in terms of some of the match funding, partnership funding that becomes available as well. But what I am committed to doing is making sure that we move this forward as quickly as possible, because we've waited far too long for this, and I want to make sure there's no hold up as far as the department is concerned.
Mr. Speaker, this party will take no lectures on discrimination from parties who forced the withdrawal of the British Army from the Northwest at a jobs fair because they didn't want a Brit about the place. Minister, can I ask you, how many additional clubs could have been included had other parties not held up this project for so long? In my constituency of North Belfast, Crusaders Football Club are rightly disappointed with the outcome. Will the Minister commit to meeting with Crusaders alongside my colleague Brian Kingston and I to ensure they get the funding they deserve?
Sure.
Yes, I'm more than happy to meet with the member and with his constituency colleague Mr Kingston and the club in question in relation to Crusaders. He asks a very pertinent question in relation to how many more projects could be taken forward. That's hard to quantify, because it would depend exactly on the sum. However, if you look at the estimates based on construction inflation over the last 14 years, I believe that the fund has lost probably about half of its value over the course of the last 14 years. That is absolutely shameful. It's shame that has happened. Think of how many more projects that we would be able to take forward if that had not been the case. But more than that, think of the projects that would already have been in place and the benefits that they would already be delivering in their communities. So 14 years, and Mr Durkin shakes his head, but it is the case. This has been held up for 14 years. I am in post, And in 14 months, I have taken it to the... He doesn't seem to like this. So I'll say it again. In 14 months, I have taken this further forward than it has been at any stage over the last 14 years. I'm getting on with it. I'm delivering on my promise. And just think of what we'd have been able to have done if this had been in place from 2011.
Sinead McLaughlin.
And thank you, Minister, for your statement. Derry City football fans are disappointed but not surprised, given the Minister's own party leader, 2 days before the announcement was made, actually suggested or threatened that projects in Derry should be withheld. So the correlation has been made by your colleague Philip Brett there. But in your statement, you said you considered a range of options presented to you by your officials. And you said that you opted to take forward a range of small, medium and large projects. When did you decide that? Was it after your party leader spoke, or was it before that? What day of last week did you decide not to fund Derry City Football Club? Minister, that's what we need to hear. Get that clarity and that transparency right out in front. Get it out there, Minister.
Order. Minister.
My goodness. Is the member actually implying that with 2 days to go before the announcement that everything was completely changed in order for that to be the outcome? Well, let me give you the clarity. The decision, I do not have the date that the decision was made, but it was long before last week. It was long before the SDLP. It was long before the SDLP decided that we do not want the British Army nearby, because that's what we did see last week. That's what we saw.
Order, members, Minister. Members ask questions uninterrupted. The Minister will answer questions uninterrupted. But I will request again that both the questions and the replies are focused on the statement and not other matters.
So I hope that I have made it clear how the process worked, and certainly part of the timeline there. And it was certainly long before the discrimination and the bigotry of the SDLP was clear for everybody to see. Clear for everybody to see. And I have said that in the House. Decisions around this were made long before last week. Long before the bigotry and discrimination by SDLP and Sinn Féin members in that council were clear for everybody to see. And Mr Deputy Speaker, can I comment on the respectful way in which most members across this House have engaged with me today? I think that it is right that people take time to consider what has happened, that they take up the offer to engage with us, but the SDLP have shown their true colours today in what they are saying. I am here to support all clubs. I want to see all clubs progress, and it's clear that the SDLP are only interested in trying to score points and to win votes when it comes to all of this. And I have done what nobody else has done before and progressed this programme, and they are a disgrace.
I'm calling Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to start out by thanking the Minister for all his work that he's put into the Northern Ireland Football Fund. Minister, you will appreciate the immense disappointment felt by those clubs who were not successful. Ards Football Club in my constituency of Strangford was one of those. Minister, where do we go from here to ensure clubs like Ards FC, who do so much for the local community, receive the investment they so desperately need and deserve? Thank you.
Sir.
I'm grateful to the member for his question. I thank him that he realises that we have progressed and we have moved this on for everybody. And he is not like others in this chamber, sought to disparage other clubs. He's not like others in this chamber tried to denigrate the work of officials within my department, but instead he is looking for the practical things that we can do, the way in which we can move this forward, the options that are available to us so that we can actually make sure that we meet footballing need. They can't help themselves, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They are not wanting to hear what it is that we're actually doing. I'm interested in moving this forward for everybody. I'm not pitting people against each other, as Mr. Durkin did in his online commentary over the weekend. So I will be here. I will make myself available to sit down, to work with colleagues, to see what can be done to explain the process that was in place and to make sure that we can move forward. And I think that that's what the clubs all now want to see. How does everybody move to the next stage?
Deputy Speaker, and I certainly welcome the inclusion of Ballymena United amongst the Tier 2 applications that are progressing. Taking inflation into account, the ring-fenced £36.2 million Northern Ireland Football Fund commitment announced on Friday is worth just 69% of what was promised in 2011. Minister, can you outline to the House and give us a commitment that the same approach will be applied to casement and not one penny more will be applied to the over-generous sum promised to them in 2011 to that tainted project?
Mr. Well, I think we have a slightly different calculator, maybe adjust when I look at construction inflation figures. I think it was almost twice the benefit we could have had. But regardless, we could have done so much more if we'd have had that money in place. What I'm doing right now is delivering what I can with what I have. I hope that more funding will become available from different sources, whether that's my own department, financial transactions capital, money that the clubs can bring forward themselves. But I will make sure, whatever happens, it proceeds on the basis of fairness, and I hope that's an assurance to the member and everyone in this House.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. If we could just give us a moment to take your ease before we move to the next item. Okay, members, order. Members, the next item of business is a motion on delivering a new road maintenance strategy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly regrets the declining condition of the road network across Northern Ireland, notes with concern that almost 107,000 potholes were recorded in 2024, further notes the adverse impact a limited road maintenance service has had on our roads over the last 10 years, highlights a substantial increase in the Department for Infrastructure's expenditure on public liability claims in the last 5 years, believes that the maintenance of the road network is crucial for road safety for all users, whether travelling in a vehicle, bike or on foot, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to urgently present a new road maintenance strategy that will address road maintenance in an effective and efficient manner, with proposals that will deliver higher quality repairs, address workforce challenges, prioritise funding for rural roads, learn from areas of best practice, including the use of technology, and allow for proactive intervention.
Thank you. And I call Stephen Dunn to move the motion.
Moved, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call Mr Dunn to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and would like to thank the Minister for her attendance this evening. It is slightly later than expected, but I do welcome the opportunity to open this debate on delivering a new roads maintenance strategy, a very important issue to us all around this chamber and also right across Northern Ireland. And I think few issues unite our constituents more than their frustration at the poor and sometimes shocking state of our roads right across our country. Our roads are broken. Everyone in Northern Ireland knows it. Day after day, people are driving on our crumbling roads, walking on dangerous broken footpaths, trying to get to see through restricted sight lines from overgrown grass at busy junctions, blocked gullies, little or no weed control, or seeing damaged road signage or footpaths blocked with overgrown vegetation. Road safety has been compromised significantly, and I do believe we have seen a decline in the last number of years on this very important issue, as I say, which is compromising road safety. Our roads network is of very significant economic and social importance, and it affects everybody's lives in so many ways daily. We are more dependent on road-based transport for industry, commerce and social purposes than any other part of the United Kingdom. Over the last 10 years and counting, we have seen the limited service within roads maintenance, and some would say we have seen a very limited service, and I do think now is the time to change that. The Minister has now been in position for some time, and I do think there is that opportunity to really get to grips with our poor roads maintenance. Almost all of our freight is transported by road, compared with 76% in GB, and our public transport system as well also relies very heavily on our roads network. We aren't as fortunate as other countries in the world that have a more diverse public transport system, and therefore our roads is such a crucial part of our daily living in so many ways. The Minister presides over a department that has saw its maintenance backlog triple in the past 5 years, and shockingly it now sits at a staggering £3 billion. The longer this goes on, the bigger the problem will become, and action is now needed to start to ensure that this backlog is reduced, and not just through sticking plasters but through a sustainable vision to deal with the root causes of the problem. And I do fear that roads maintenance does not seem to be a priority for the Infrastructure Minister, that it does not seem to be the priority that it should be. Sinn Féin hold both the infrastructure and finance ministries. They hold the purse and they hold the portfolio, yet after almost 2 years there is still no strategy and no delivery or action on getting to grips with our roads. Back in March, the Minister told me that a new roads maintenance strategy would be presented to her in the coming weeks. It is now well through September. Weeks have become months, and I do fear that they will become years before we see any further action. Dither has become delay, and people are still waiting. Sinn Féin cannot hide behind the Tories anymore. They are gone. The previous Minister often repeated that line, and that is now not the case. They hold the power over the roads. They run the Infrastructure Department, and they're also in charge of the purse strings. I do fear that this is their failure, but there is an opportunity to do better and deliver more than simply just delivering excuses. 107,000 potholes were recorded in just 1 year in the last financial year. That is not maintenance, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is decay and decline. And the number of injury and damage claims has more than doubled from 1,400 5 years ago to over 3,800 last year. In that same 5-year period, over £32 million of public money has been spent on payouts through vehicle damage and also through personal injury liability claims. Every pound spent on claims is a pound not spent on tar and stone and repair and solutions. This is a false economy, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are paying twice, once in taxes and again in repairs. In 23-24 alone, 93,600 defects were patched. Yet the roads are worse, not better, and it proves that patchwork is not a plan. You can patch a hole, but you cannot patch a network. Locally, within my own constituency, within the North Down area and within the Ards and North Down Council area, over 2,500 potholes were reported last year. 1,800 were acted on, but 1,000 were dismissed as no action. That is 1,000 defects that my constituents still have to drive over, cycle and attempt to walk over. 3,800 potholes were reported in the Ards and North Down area alone, the highest of any council in years, yet we often receive the lowest funding allocation. And I know the Minister has referenced Ards and North Down specifically at a number of occasions as running a successful pilot. And I would like to point out, while our section office do their best, I can assure the Minister that much more is needed. My constituents are saying clearly, no more dither, no more delay, and end the road decay. The A5 is a failed project under a Sinn Féin ministry, and it has been tied up in the party's support for unrealistic targets within the climate bill, leaving landowners in a state of continued confusion, and that confusion continues today, while the road remains a major safety concern. Compensation claims are soaring year after year on our roads because repairs aren't being completed and millions of pounds are importantly being wasted. There are also major challenges around staff and recruitment and resources, and the backlog of $3 billion has left section offices trying to manage on very limited resources and low staffing levels. Recently, as was mentioned earlier, the Mineral Products Association have also warned of the dire consequences impacting our roads. The role of utilities as well is an important issue that does need to be raised, and I think there's an opportunity to do better when roads have been resurfaced by the department, maybe after many years of campaigning, and then utilities can sometimes come in a short time after and dig up those recently resurfaced roads. That happened locally within my own area in recent months, and I think there's an opportunity to work closer with utility companies to avoid that. Also, the role of partnership with councils. We have 11 different councils, and we often have 11 different models of working, including how that relationship works out with the Department for Infrastructure. And I think there is room for a more joined-up strategic approach to deliver ultimately more effective and efficient ways of managing our roads. And even where councils have responsibility, for example, for cleaning channels, I think there's a role between the department and councils that could be improved. The role of technology is also something I would like the Minister to allude to. We have seen how technology has changed our world and across many other departments, but certainly as an onlooker, there does not appear to be the use of modern technology that there could be to deal and improve our roads network. While active travel has a very important role to play, and we all know the value of walking and cycling has so many benefits, but unfortunately it's simply not possible to enjoy active travel when many of our footpaths and roads are in a dangerous condition with broken surfaces and overgrown verges and much, much more. And I know my colleague Keith Buchanan has consistently raised this in the past within the committee and within this chamber, and no doubt he will raise it again today. So after 2 years, Mr Deputy Speaker, Sinn Féin are running out of excuses to get on top of our roads. They hold infrastructure and they hold finance. They hold the purse and the power, but they have failed to deliver to date. But we do look forward to hearing from the Minister, and hopefully progress can be made on delivering that long-awaited roads maintenance strategy. Our people cannot drive on promises. We need a clear plan, and we need repairs that last. And we also need fairness right across Northern Ireland, west and east of the ban, where people rightly pay taxes and expect a reasonable level of service. So, Minister, the excuses are over. We would ask you to stop the decay on our roads and deliver the strategy which is so greatly needed, and to deliver it now and also deliver action. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Dunn, for moving the motion. I call Cathal Boylan.
I speak to this debate today as Sinn Féin's transport spokesperson, and I want to begin by thanking the proposers of the motion for bringing it here to the Chamber. As constituency MLAs, I am sure each of us around this chamber are no different in the volume of roads-related casework that comes through our offices. There is no denying that some roads across the north are in very, very poor condition. However, I have to acknowledge recent progress in my own area, including a £590,000 resurfacing scheme on the Armagh-Katy Road. Investment in rural roads such as this one shows that the Minister's commitment to improving our road network, which is vital for connecting our businesses and our communities. Moreover, Laskin Collier, on this motion in particular, I do agree and believe we need a different approach to road maintenance to that which we have seen in recent decades. We have to ensure we are using every method available to us so that road maintenance is timely, efficient and sustainable. The introduction of new technologies, and AI in particular, could enable a more targeted approach to where roads are deteriorating and what the best method of maintenance would be. And I would welcome any information from the Minister that can provide, or any information that the Minister can provide on the role of new technologies in road maintenance itself. However, we cannot avoid the biggest issue when it comes to this matter: funding. After decades of British government austerity decimating public services here, we have to recognise that being funded at our level of need is imperative to ensure investment is available. Just as I spoke about it in the Chamber last week, the ongoing duplication in our public services on this island due to partition also does not help this matter. In addition to this, something we often hear when we engage with local section and divisional offices is the resource shortages of staff. And I do welcome initiatives taken by the former Minister O'Dowd and Minister Kimmins in relation to increasing the number of people joining DFA. In January of this year, 29 newly qualified trainee civil engineering assistants started with DFA. This positive initiative creates opportunities for people while also helping address the workforce shortages the Department has experienced. In closing, Concordia, I support the motion. I support the Minister in her bid to improve our roads, and I will continue to work with her to deliver investment in our local roads network, particularly in Newry and Armagh. Gormail Mogad.
Okay, call Andy McMurray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, the poor state of our roads is no secret, and I could hardly disagree with the sentiment of this motion. Less than a year ago, I spoke in an adjournment debate on the road repairs required in South Down. At that time, Newry, Morning Down had the highest number of surface defects in Northern Ireland by a substantial margin. It also had the worst ratio of potholes to road length and the highest number of compensation claims. The Minister and I, in previous roles, served as councillors in Newry, Morning Down together for a number of years, so I know she's only too familiar, maybe overly familiar, with many of the roads in South Down. But unfortunately, the situation continues to get worse, and many in South Down, constituents in South Down, feel left behind. The situation has come about by years of underinvestment, and both cause and outcome remain fundamentally unchanged. If anything, things are getting worse. In the Alliance Party, we want to see less reliance on private cars and a greater emphasis on public transport and active travel. And I try to practice what I preach there and get the bus and bike myself sometimes to this place from Downpatrick and Castlewellan. But this cannot take away from the fact that the road network will and always will be an essential piece of infrastructure, especially in the rural areas. The reality is that the Minister has a huge and very costly challenges across her portfolio. Her budget is very constrained, and the recent June monitoring round brought zero additional funding for road maintenance. The Minister confirmed earlier today during question time that she hopes to finalise a draft road maintenance strategy soon, which will make better use of her limited budget. But the question remains what strategy she envisages which will make her very limited resources go even further. Everything in the Minister's portfolio is severely underfunded. NI Water is particularly sucking up huge amounts of resources and yet isn't getting anywhere in terms of reducing sewage pollution. So I think the state of our roads is another symptom of the fact that we're failing to manage our resources in a sustainable manner. Resolving that is in part a job for the Finance Minister, and multi-year budgets will help greatly by giving certainty of funding and facilitating better planning. I would also just at this point like to my colleague Peter McReynolds can't be here tonight, but he wants to pay thanks to Martin Boyd and the Motorcycle Action Group, who presented a committee last year on the impact of potholes on his motorbike. North Down Advanced Motorist as well, who have been met with, and the ARDS and North Down Cycle Campaign Group, who engaged with Peter in advance of today regarding the significant and positive impact road maintenance has on active travel and cycling. But we need to spend our money more efficiently and avoid waste across the board. We routinely see colossal overspends on major capital projects within infrastructure, and day-to-day business could also be done more efficiently. This needs to be tackled to ensure more money is available to fund the various priorities within the department, including road maintenance. I welcome the department finalising work on a draft maintenance strategy, and I hope that the Minister will bring this forward in the near future. We've been assured that the new strategy will help the department make better use of the roads maintenance budget, but given the severe budgetary constraints, I would be keen to hear from the Minister whether the Minister's confidence that this new strategy can be delivered. Thank you.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion. Thank the member for bringing it forward. And I want to begin by recognising the absolute frustration that people right across Northern Ireland feel about the shocking decline in the state of our roads and pavements. And every member so far, including the Minister's own member, has outlined that as MLAs, we spend a lot of time responding to and on the behalf of constituents right across this country in regard to pavements, paths that need either resurfaced or those potholes. I pay tribute to one of my own councillors, Alan Martin, who seems to spend most of his time either cutting grass for DFI or certainly pointing out to the Lisburn Division the potholes along the way. And we all do work, I think, collectively and collegiately to try and improve the state of our paths and roads. I know that in my own constituency of Lagan Valley, this situation is quite frankly a disgrace. The roads, both rural and urban, that were once fit for purpose are now riddled with potholes, uneven surfaces and crumbling verges. Residents stop me, as they do many of you when you're out shopping, to talk about those issues, point them out, and very often to ask you to go out and actually look at the state that they have been left to deal with. But I do want to pay tribute to the staff of the Department of Infrastructure who are actually out on the ground. I find the Lisburn office in particular very responsive. They have an ambition that matches ours, that they want to see the improvements made. There's absolutely no problem in terms of the communication with those people that are there. They would do better with more resources, there's no doubt. We have to be clear that it's not the workforce that's failing us, it's the systemic underinvestment that has left us unable to keep up with the demand. The question I was going to ask the member earlier, because there was a use of it's been alluded to that technology might be a way of dealing with this. It's also been alluded to that we could travel differently, I suppose. But we don't always have to go forward. Sometimes we can look back to the future to see what might be a fix. I can remember in the DOE days that there were teams within the DOE who were able to go and respond and fill the potholes. We didn't need engineers to go out and mark the holes out and then go out to them a month later and a month later and a month later to see if the hole was getting bigger, with people with buckets of tar who were able to go out and fill them. Now, I'm not sure that that is a solution, but sometimes we don't need to look forward to improve. Sometimes we can look back, and we should look back and assess if it is a better idea. I don't sit on the infrastructure committee, so I'm sort of blindsided to some of the detail that might have been discussed in that regard. But why wouldn't we have an agency within our own department that is ready to respond and go out and fill the blinking holes in, instead of assessing them and measuring them and wasting councillors' times and MLA's times? I think there was around 107,000 potholes recorded in 2004. I think Councillor Martin in Lisburn probably is responsible for a lot of them. I want to point out as chair of the all-party group on disability too. So we know that this affects drivers, we know that it affects motorcyclists and cyclists and pedestrians, but one of the groups that is most impacted around paths is those with disabilities, those in wheelchairs or our elderly who are on rollators. And these hazards and uneven surfaces pose even greater trip hazards and hazards to navigate, and that is something that I think needs to be spoken in. We've already heard around and maybe the Minister could clarify this, I have down here in my research that it was around £25 million that was paid out in compensation to drivers and for drivers in cars that have been damaged by the failing network, and hopefully we can get some clarity in that. The other thing that I would like to get clarity in is when we report a pothole, very often we're told that it's been referred to another utility provider, and sometimes that is a bit of a hump in the road, pardon the pun, to getting a quick remedy. We have some of the other utility providers for the fixes that maybe respond quicker when DFI get onto their back. But whether you're driving to work, cycling to school, or simply walking to the shops, I think we're agreed you're entitled to a safe journey. And businesses, sadly, can sometimes be impacted in regard to where people choose and how they choose to travel. I'm rapidly running out of time here. I have more questions for you here, Minister. Listen, I'm going to wrap this up if that's all right. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, Lagan Valley residents, and indeed residents right across Northern Ireland, are tired of excuses. They're tired of swerving around potholes, waiting for months for repairs and seeing their rates and taxes disappear into the compensation piece. And I think that's key to this. So I do support the motion wholeheartedly. I urge the Minister to take it seriously. I think she will. And let's see that strategy brought forward that matches the scale of the challenge. Thank you.
Mr McNulty. Once again, we find ourselves debating a motion in this Assembly about the state of our roads, but this time the irony is impossible to ignore. The motion brought forward by the DUP highlights the serious issues with roads maintenance across the north, issues that have been mounting for years, and yet here the DUP are talking about urgent action when they are a leading party in the government with the power to actually deliver change. It's baffling that the DUP, a party sitting at the executive table, is using this Assembly to bring forward non-binding motions instead of taking real, decisive action to address these issues. They have had years to fix the deteriorating road network, yet under their watch, nearly 107,000 potholes were recorded last year alone. How many more times do we need to call for action before they stop playing games and start taking responsibility? If the DUP were truly serious about fixing our roads, they wouldn't be grandstanding with motions like this. They'd be at the executive table with their Sinn Féin, UUP and Alliance executive colleagues and working to deliver a comprehensive and effective road maintenance strategy in collaboration with industry. People here deserve better than this tomfoolery. It's time for the DUP to stop wasting time and actually get on with the job of governing. Enough of the emotions, enough of the rhetoric. Let's see some real action for once. On the 30th of July, the ministers asked the industry what they would need to keep operating in the short term, and she was told a £15 to £20 million stopgap and further funding before Christmas. The Mineral Products Association, the representative body for the industry, the roads industry, met with the DFI on Friday past, and the feedback I have received is that it was just another talking shop. The roads industry explained the dire situation they are facing in the coming months. The view of industry was that the department just sympathised. They said they hoped to get some funding in the October monitoring round, but that depends on the Finance Minister. They thought there should be monies drawn in from the A5 project, but this would go to the Finance Minister and then he would decide where these monies are allocated. The department hoped to canvass for monies from the A5 to stay in infrastructure. It is sad and alarming that both industry and the department recognise that monies intended for the construction of the A5 will not be spent there now, and they are presently lobbying to have that money spent on roads improvements elsewhere. The roads industry has capacity at the moment to spend much more than the stated £15 to £20 million, but time is running out fast. The motion gives generalisation to the problems of roads maintenance funding, but does not recognise or identify the urgency and importance of funding for the safeguarding of 500+ jobs that are at risk, and of course the safety on our roads and pavements and used by everyone in the north of Ireland. The roads network services all other public and private sector authorities and businesses, and it is in a critical state of disrepair. Department for Infrastructure human resource issues are also critical, and industry were told at the meeting on Friday that within the department that hopefully will see this resolved in the next 2 to 3 years due to new apprentices coming on board. Is this rationale not very naive? Surely this will not cure the problem, especially when it's anticipated that another 40% of their staff will be lost in the next few years through natural retirement. The Mineral Products Association informed the DFI team on Friday at the same meeting that the morale of their staff on the ground is rock bottom, and the dire ongoing uncertainty has created the working environment where many highly qualified, experienced and hard-working staff just can't wait to jump ship. And who could blame them? A few of them have expressed to a leading contractor that they will get out as soon as possible. With regards to where the industry resource is at present, there is capacity to spend much more than they expect to be allocated, but that will change dramatically as tough business sustainability decisions will have to be faced and be taken in the next month or so. People will be let go. One of the main quarry and roads contractors has 80 staff less than they had at this time last year. 80 staff less than at this time last year. How does that impact roads maintenance and their state of disrepair? The Minister has to realise that the industry just can't turn on the tap off and on every 6 months or less. It's unreasonable and unfair to expect them to onboard and ramp up their staffing complement at the whim of the Department for Infrastructure. With regards to apprentices who are crucial for the sustainability of the industry, they simply can't continue to subsidise them, and they certainly won't receive any worthwhile learning. So yes, we support the motion, but we also support back in the motion declaring that the sky is blue. We know what the problem is. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
Mr. Brogan.
Garmagad Lascan Corla. Be meg lower just Gaeliga August and Merla anocht, so members may wish to use their headphones. Dinne be a kay, ní smó na dornan, bomanjag tashal, or woher, or be an Aaron, nak pre woher but dolly lesh, as into Lebonu and Runshaw. Ta ar maihru, dala kij moor, dar moniger, re habita, ta shin fui smó go foil agan chark in eschjacht, August, and now him a rinne realtas na bratne on, or fianna blenta fada. Then a cushion, darlin shan, remish, cricken antfa, nak ro a lehij de ach on, August tiv here, den vana. And ish fein, August ari de hedge on kisha, fein o hen, co aimshraha, agiri, and now march, shin a horch jack. For shade go well Westminster, the share a Gary, share na bushade ata agulesh and over a yanu. I want to commend our current Infrastructure Minister Liz Kimmins for maintaining her commitment to road maintenance and safety, despite working within a budget that has been stripped to the bone. While every one of us can name roads that need repairs, she's been working tirelessly to ensure that maintenance teams have the materials they need. She has spearheaded a number of initiatives to bridge recruitment gaps. Her department is working diligently on a road maintenance strategy, and she's gone to great effort to ensure that rural roads and roads west of the Ban are not forgotten. I also want to commend the Minister's continued efforts to ensure that the vital A5 road upgrade is delivered. We're all aware of the importance of this road and the project and how it will encourage economic development in the west and reduce journey times. But most importantly, it will save lives. And once again, I, on behalf of the people of West Tyrone, want to encourage everyone to work together to make sure the A5 road is upgraded with no further delays. A modern, reliable, well-maintained road network is not only vital for ensuring safe and swift travel, but it's crucial for economic development, particularly in rural areas, as well as increasing tourism, improving public transport, tackling social isolation, reducing liability costs and meeting our climate targets. So I commend the motion to the House and I have no doubt that the Minister is well on the way to fulfilling it. Garmagad.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'll just pick up on a few points. I wasn't really planning to speak this evening, but that others have made. First of all, to pay tribute to Mr Boylan, who I think managed to squeeze in a call for United Ireland into a roads debate. I mean, that does take some doing, but well done nonetheless. And Mr McNulty, who I think started by attacking us, as far as I was aware, for bringing forward the motion. If that's he's nodding at me, so I'm going to take that as a fair summary. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But I would simply, I would say to him that I think this is our job. It's a legislative chamber. We don't have the ministry, so we have to hold the minister to account. And I would further point out to him that in my constituency of North Down, this is probably the most talked about issue. Everyone has a view, and the member for Lagan Valley reflected that on our roads, and I might come back to that in a minute. So I think it's right that we're having the debate. I certainly pay tribute to my colleagues who brought it forward. And I have a few comments to make and a few questions to the Minister. I'll start off with the really easy ones. The member for Andrew, Mr McMurray, mentioned, I think, Martin Boyd from MAG and referenced the fact that his colleague wasn't here. And he's a campaigner for better road safety. And to be fair to the Minister, she met Martin very recently with me, and we had a very constructive meeting, and she's going to take on board some of those issues, which is right and proper. Some of the figures that were quoted, £33 million in public liability claims over the last 5 years, I think was a figure that I certainly heard.
much of that in potholes, I would imagine, but also I would imagine some in slips, trips and falls. And I want to pick up the point that the member for Lagan Valley made. And I have serious concerns in North Down when I look at some of the state of our pavements. And I remember over the summer, I was canvassing an area, a residential area, a quiet area, and as I knocked on doors, most of the people were elderly, and the state of those pavements were appalling. And people were just simply saying to me, Peter, can you not do something about this? You know, there's people in wheelchairs. There's 2 people in wheelchairs in that area. There's somebody on a rollator, as a member had mentioned. They said this is a real issue. It's actually dangerous for us to go to our houses. And I thank the Minister for agreeing to send some DFI officials down to meet with me. We're going to pick up on some of those issues at some point in the near future. I will indeed.
Point out that if we fail to deal with it now, we also are aware that we have an ageing population. With an ageing population, we have people with managed conditions. So the reality going forward is we're likely to have more people at home in wheelchairs and on rollators, and therefore the need is even greater and increasing.
Members, the next minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for Lagan Valley for that intervention. I agree completely with him. I think it is a real issue. I don't think the Minister has a magic wand. If she does, she'd get it out, that would be great. I don't think she has. And it really brings me on to my next point, which really is a question for her. Given the fact that we have a finite budget, and the last speaker on the other side mentioned the fact that a lot of this was to do with the finite budget and the British government and not giving us enough money. But I would point out that the baseline has been lifted. It used to be 1.2, it's now 1.24, so there is more money, and that has recently been apportioned. But the question really to the Minister is around, given that there's a finite budget, given the fact that I don't believe she has a magic wand, does she envision the efficiency savings coming, and what can she do with those? Because I think that's going to be key. It absolutely is key unless there's more money coming. It's what you can do more efficiently, more effectively inside a department with a finite pot of money to make it go further. And I suppose that's one of my questions to her. And again, just picking up on that, there is the famous sort of yellow squares or circles around our potholes. And sometimes, and I certainly have witness to this, there might be 3 potholes. And one has got a yellow circle around it, and maybe 2 don't. And suddenly, one with the yellow circle is filled, and the other 2 potholes, which are all 1.5 feet away, are not filled. I don't really get it. There's maybe a reason for it, but I don't see it. And I suppose that's part of the issue, the economy of scale that you would get. Just fill in the 3 potholes, not just the one with the yellow marking around it. And again, that's probably a question that I'm sure the Minister will pick up on. And just in closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I mean, and some members have reflected this, I have an excellent relationship with our North Down Section Office and those officials. They work really, really hard, and we're all MLAs. The Minister's an MLA and has the same issues that we have and that we're relating to in this chamber. So that's not the issue. I think it's just how we do things a little bit better, a little bit more efficiently. Clearly, I have several issues in terms of a local perspective in North Down, and I will continue to raise those. But it's really around that pattern of how do we do things better, how do we make the money go further, what can we do differently that will actually increase the output for more or less the same inputs. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Call on you, Murphy.
And Colin, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion this evening as Sinn Féin spokesperson for rural communities. There's no doubt that the condition of our road network is a matter of real concern. At a constituency level, I'm sure that most of us, if not all of us in this chamber, have had our constituency offices inundated on a daily basis with different roads, issues and queries. In rural areas such as my own, our road network is a lifeline, connecting families to schools, workplaces and local businesses. Many rural households have no alternative to driving, so the condition of our roads is an essential aspect of the economic and social life of our rural constituencies. This motion makes reference to the need for a long-term plan for the maintenance of our road network, one that focuses on effective, high-quality repairs, improves plan and efficiency, addresses workforce pressures and ensures fairness between urban and rural areas. A proper road maintenance strategy must be preventative, not just reactive, addressing drainage, resurfacing and ensuring that rural roads are not left to deteriorate to a dangerous level. Poor roads do not just damage vehicles, they also discourage investment and tourism, and create a very real risk for emergency services who need to respond quickly and safely. I want to welcome efforts made already by the Minister to achieve this, such as new technology to better identify and respond to defects, ongoing pilot projects looking at innovative materials and repair methods, as well as attempts to target the limited funding where it can make the greatest impact. Les Can Collier, a properly funded maintenance strategy will deliver smoother, safer roads for all of our constituents, but especially for those in rural areas who have to rely on them to access all of life's necessities.
Speaker, to give a sense of the scale of the problem, Deputy Speaker, between January and June of this year, alone in my own constituency, some 1,800 surface defects were reported, so that's obviously one constituency. This summer I spent a lot of time talking directly to residents, talking about their concerns, and a lot of them amounted to sort of road safety issues, and one thing that kind of united people in Andersonstown, Dunmurray, Mount Eagles and right across the west, as I'm sure as the case as members have said in their own constituencies, was the state of the roads, footpath, pavement as well. And I want to state, Deputy Speaker, for the Minister, we've contacted the Minister already about this, Lake Lane in the Andersonstown area. We have about 100 houses, and I directly counted at least 72 large potholes, which is like almost a pothole for every house. Pretty shocking when you think about it, a small enough estate, and this shouldn't be normalised, and it needs to be addressed urgently. This has been happening, ongoing for years, and like I said, I wrote to the Minister and I would urge speedy resolution for residents in Lake Lane to this issue. And obviously the crumbling infrastructure is the visual manifestation of a state in terminal decline. Every pothole on our roads, Deputy Speaker, that sits unfilled is a daily reminder of the impact of more than a decade of austerity and underinvestment, both from Westminster and the Stormont Executive over the years. And it is working class people who pay the price for expensive repairs through injuries and also lost income when they have to wait at the roadside after a tyre has burst on a car, a bike or whatever else. Roads that are riddled, Deputy Speaker, with potholes and other defects not only damage cars, but they're a safety risk for pedestrians and everyone who wheels. I don't think that's emphasised enough. And earlier this year, Deputy Speaker, a constituent of mine was taking her young child to school because of haphazard and dangerous parking outside the school. She was forced to walk on the road where she tripped on a deep pothole and fell in the street. And was injured, but not seriously so. But obviously that's a risk that she took. And due to lack of cycling infrastructure, cyclists are also forced onto unsafe roads, Deputy Speaker. Potholes cause serious damage to bikes, but also cyclists at a risk of injury or serious death. And I don't know if the member for Southdown is the same, but how many times driving up to this building where I have to, and other cyclists have to navigate and try to spot potholes in the road and try to dodge them, which is obviously hurry enough as it is, but risk getting hit by a car if you take a wrong turn and you move too quickly. So very, very dangerous for everybody, but particularly cyclists, particularly people who wheel as well. I'd also, Deputy Speaker, like to pay tribute to workers who are responsible for maintaining our roads in the face of increasing pressure and inadequate budgets. 2 years ago, road service workers took a strike and went on strike over pay. I was proud to stand with them on picket lines, and I think to this day they still remain undervalued. And I'm being told, Minister, some teams within your department are operating at a 50% vacancy rate, which is shocking. People who are whose job is to repair roads and respond to other road traffic requests. This is a shocking statistic, and probably why there's such a delay and such a backlog with roads being maintained and repaired. And these people shouldn't be replaced with agency staff. They should have proper terms and conditions and proper contracts. All these problems are connected. Overstretched workers, a lack of cycling infrastructure, bad parking and poor street design forces vulnerable pedestrians and cyclists onto unsafe roads. But even if the road maintenance budget did increase tenfold, Deputy Speaker, and if resurfacing schemes were rolled out across every single one of our roads, potholes and road service defects will still keep coming back, because our road network simply wasn't built to handle the volume of traffic on our roads and the weight and size of modern cars. I don't blame drivers, I blame those companies, marketing companies especially, telling people to buy big, to buy SUV and to buy these heavier vehicles, which will lead to further disintegration of roads. And the Minister needs to tackle and address and look at this. But we already, Deputy Speaker, cracked the solution around 200 years ago. We already know the best way to transport high numbers of people from one place to another in the safest possible way is through public transport, especially by rail. It's much more safer, much more cleaner for the environment, and I think we need to be focused on that. Public transport and active travel rather than roads, and look at our relationship with cars. Final thing I'll say is it's pretty absurd that we're having a discussion here at 9 o'clock at night, and the last bus leaving this building I think is 6:10 or 6:20. So I implored the last DFI Minister to do this. I urge this Minister to ensure there's late night buses for not just the MLAs but for members in this House so they can leave their car at home. Thank you.
I now am moving to the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
And I do want to thank the members for bringing forward this important motion on the condition of the road network in the north in relation specifically to the high numbers of potholes that are recorded and indeed the increase in public expenditure on public liability claims in the past 5 years. I also too note the concerns in relation to the longer term impact of the Department's limited service for road maintenance, which we've seen for a number of years now. I've listened intently to the comments and the issues raised by members right across the Chamber this evening, and I've heard the concerns loud and clear, because I too agree that the maintenance of the road network is crucial for road safety for all its users, and investing in the maintenance of roads is critical to the movement of goods and indeed the growth of our economy. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the roads issues just happened in the last 7 months, and that this became as a result of a decision not to fund the maintenance of our roads, when it's actually quite the opposite. My department, like other departments, as I'm sure the colleagues of many of the parties around this chamber this evening will be aware, has been operating in an extremely difficult financial environment for a number of years, and I want to thank the member for North Down North is not here now, but that he actually recognised that this is as a result of a number of years of underfunding and austerity by the British government. And whilst I take on board the comments that government has now changed, and we want to hear the root cause of the problem, I know what the root cause is. It is that lack of funding for many, many years, and I think some of the statements we've heard today are quite contradictory, because we've heard about a maintenance backlog for over 5 years and what that cost. I think the figure that was quoted was £1 billion. That is as a result of years and years of underinvestment and Tory austerity. That's a fact. So we are now trying to address that backlog while doing what we should be doing on a daily basis anyway. So we can square that circle, I think, at some stage if we get the money. This creates significant challenges in the ability to maintain our road network in a safe condition, and I think that's been the predominant issue right across the discussion this evening. I too share the frustrations and at times see the inconvenience this causes for all of our constituents, and we're all road users, as has been articulated here this evening. People in our communities rely on the road network to do business, to go to work, to go to school, and most importantly to connect with each other. And whilst my officials have worked very hard, and I want to note the comments around the House this evening of the hard work of officials in each of the areas that we all represent, they have worked extremely hard to maintain the road network. They've nonetheless been forced to concentrate on only the highest priority road repairs, and have had to introduce a limited service approach to road maintenance that each of you have mentioned. And as a result of that, we have seen that continued deterioration over the past 10 years in our infrastructure, with large numbers of potholes that continue to increase and other defects developing right across the road network, particularly after periods of colder and wetter weather, which are becoming more frequent. I think it's important to point out the actual shortfall in funding and the estimated value of that between what was needed to maintain the network and what was actually available to spend between 2014 and 2024 is approximately £1 billion. So it's not just a matter of saying we'll take money out of something else and stick it into roads maintenance. These are huge figures, and we have been continually operating within that shortfall. So it's very apparent that the difference in quality that should be expected with a significant shortfall like that in maintenance spending will occur. The Executive agreed the 2025-26 budget, and the best use has been made of this funding to target road resurfacing. I said in response to questions at question time today, it's taken me a significant period of time to actually agree my own budget for this reason, and I would disagree with comments that I haven't prioritised or I haven't taken on board the comments of the Mineral Products Association. I've met with them too, and I share the same concerns that they have, particularly in relation to the pipeline of work that's required to sustain workforce, which is critically important, and I'm very, very conscious of that, as well as fulfilling our duty to maintain our roads network. But the reality is, I'll finish this point and then I'll give way. The reality is, tomorrow I'll be getting questions about how much I'm investing in the wastewater infrastructure, which is also a priority for everybody in this House. I'll then be getting more questions about how much investment I'm putting into our public transport, which is also a priority for this House. So I'm hoping I'm painting a picture of just the significant challenges in relation to capital spending in particular in trying to deliver on all of those key areas. And there are just three. I mean, the budget, the overall capital budget available to me this year was in and around £917 million. And that sounds like a lot of money, but when we start to factor in all of those major roads projects that we want to see delivered, we want to see the active travel infrastructure delivered, we want to deliver in terms of our public transport, our wastewater infrastructure, our road network, etc., etc., etc. Every single thing of these have a high cost, and I have to prioritise and I have to make difficult decisions. I'll give way.
An analogy about you painting a picture, and I was thinking of the yellow can in your hand. You actually paint the roads, but however, you've recognised in terms of what the MPA is saying about new projects coming forward, and you're quite right in terms of the underfunding. But some of the new roads that we're getting, and I can think of one particularly in my constituency, just over a year and the road's failing. So something has to be done about the quality of the workmanship in terms of some of the contracts that are being carried out, and some of that has to be scrutinised, because I don't believe we're getting value for money, and I don't know if the Minister would agree or disagree.
Well, I think it would be difficult for me to have an opinion on that without knowing the detail, but happy for if you want to feed that into the department, we can look at that if there's specific examples. But I think, the point of this motion today is around a road maintenance strategy, and that is the reason that we are bringing forward, and I'd asked officials to bring forward a new strategy. It's for all of those reasons that have been outlined here this evening, that we need to look at, can we do things differently? Can we get better value for money? I talk about more bang for our buck, because we don't get it from the overall budget that we're allocated from the British government. So we have to make decisions that will ensure that we are getting the best impact. That has been my approach to everything that I've been doing since coming into this role. In terms of, I suppose, just going back to some of the comments around the overall budget and how that's been allocated, as I said, the budget this year is particularly challenging. However, as always, I'll continue to push for in-year funding where I can. I think it's my colleague in your Armagh referenced that we were waiting on money through the A5. We're currently working through an appeal for the A5. That's my priority, and I continue to work on that. So I don't think anybody can make any call in terms of where that money will or will not be spent at this stage. So I think we'll continue to work on the budget we have. If I can get money through monitoring round, so be it. And I know that whilst it's very difficult, much of the work that's required in terms of structural maintenance and improving our road network can be turned around quite quickly in relation to that. It's not ideal, but I think it's also important to recognise that a multi-year budget would be transformational in terms of being able to plan and ahead in terms of our roads and how we deliver that. Because looking back over the last 3 years, of budgets. £310 million was invested in our structural maintenance budget. So I think when you look at it over a number of years, you can see where the money is spent, and that's not work that has to be done over and over again. And taking on board the members' points in terms of the quality of the roads, the maintenance work that is done. In terms of another issue that's come up quite frequently is in relation to the number of public liability claims received and the cost of settling these claims, and this has undoubtedly increased over the past 5 years in particular. And some of the reasons for that are beyond our control. I've already mentioned in terms of severe weather conditions. We do have quite a high number an increase in number of vehicles using the road network. And I suppose more people know that they actually can claim for compensation. I know certainly through my constituency office over the years, and when I was a councillor, I would have been directing people to that, and it's more accessible now and it's online. So there can be a number of reasons for that increase. However, there's no doubt that the historical underinvestment in the road network is a key factor in relation to those increasing claim numbers as well. I will, yeah, sure.
I read from my notes here the last financial year there was 8 million was paid out for 4,615 due to potholes approximately. Have you any way of looking at that to say, right, if we do X, we'll save that to a degree? Is there any way of reducing that? Or are you looking at getting that figure paid out down by spending more in the network? And I appreciate it takes a lot of money to spend on the network, but how are you going to get that figure down, the paid out figure?
Well, I thank the member for this question. I think that is essentially the work that we're doing all the time to try and ensure that we are avoiding people having to get their cars fixed as a result of the road network. So that is the focus. If we can get more money into fixing the roads and maintaining the network, then that will undoubtedly have that outcome. So that is kind of the overall rationale in terms of that. So I suppose that leads me into the maintenance strategy itself. And members had alluded to a number of examples that they've seen in their own work. Particularly, I think it was Peter Martin raised around fixing one pothole and bypassing others. Not something I've continually raised. The maintenance strategy itself looks to take a different approach and to develop other ways of focusing on improving its overall condition, whilst making the best use of that limited funding and resources in a way that balances safety as well as value for money. It should be data-driven and supported by sound engineering judgment and address the problem in a meaningful and sustainable way. And I think that's what I would be keen to say, is that we talked about efficiency. So it is about being efficient, using money in the best way we can. But for me, that the measure of that is looking at how resilient and how sustainable our road surfaces are going forward. As members are aware of, the officials have been working on that new strategy, and that will be considered in detail. And the proposer of the motion had mentioned that I had said earlier in the year it would be coming in a few weeks. We are closer to that. I suppose where we're at now, we're finalising the development of the action plan. And I think it's very important that that goes with any strategy. So we're not just saying what we'd like to do, but this is how we set out to do it. So I hope that gives some reassurance that we are always there. The main objectives of the strategy are to improve the overall condition of the road network, enhancing safety and quality, delivering a targeted programme of intelligent maintenance investment, and that will require better use of technology and better use of intelligence to ensure that we're making smarter decisions as well. And I think that ties in with what others have said, through digitally supported procedures for the inspection and repair of roads and to inform decision making. Modern technology is probably something that we haven't been able to use to its full potential in previous years, so that will help us to direct investment where it's needed most, ensuring smarter maintenance decisions and future-proofing our roads, which is something I'm very keen that we can work to achieve, because we have to recognise the changing needs of our society as well, including around active travel, and Jerry Carroll had referenced that in his remarks, but also reducing the carbon footprint of our operations and ensuring that the network is resilient after those adverse weather events that we have seen more and more again. Yeah, I'll give way.
And obviously symbols and leading by example is important. Would the Minister commit to looking at installing late night buses for myself to declare an interest, but other members of this building, I know I use public transport, so I think the last bus out of Stormont Buildings is 6:10 or 6:20, but obviously we're in here to 9 o'clock at night. There's more legislation coming in the next year and a half or so I think there's a need for Stormont and this building leading by example. Would you commit to looking at that?
Obviously that'll be an operational decision for Translink, but happy to take that forward. And I think it's, you know, like other services that we have been hoping to enhance, and I have been in conversations with Translink, but like the conversation we're having tonight, their budget is also limited. So But reflecting on that, I'm happy to take that back and see what we can do. I suppose just to maybe point to some of the other comments that have been made, and some of my comments, my colleagues have referenced the rural roads. My colleague in South Down has talked about the roads in Uri Morning Down, in particular South Down, and these are all issues that I am acutely aware of, and I see on a daily basis. Aside from my role as a minister, I've said this time and time again, I'm also a constituency MLA, and I think I probably get more of the roads issues now through my constituency office for that reason. So that is something that I think that we can all see, we all feel, it affects everybody's daily lives. Therefore, it is probably the biggest frustration that most people have, and I don't want to take away from that. I really acknowledge it as something that we need to get to grips with. But it's huge and a costly challenge. There's no doubt about that. But I am committed to ensuring that I can get as much investment into the department, into that area of work, so that we can maintain our roads to a higher standard. I've been up and down roads all over the country, north and south, over the last number of months, and consciously thinking about what, comparing them to what we have in the north and what's in the south, and the same challenges exist everywhere. So I think that it's something that the size of the network in itself can be an issue, and it's not an easy fix, but it's something that I really want to try and make good headway on and see how we can do it. And I think this strategy will help, and we will see the benefits of it, as has the pilot has shown in the North Down and Ards area. In closing, Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for bringing this motion to the House, and to everyone for their contributions to the debate this evening. I think it's important to recognise that whilst we can try and put blame on each other and all of the rest, this is an issue that probably unites every one of us, as does health. So long-term underinvestment of our roads has impacted on its integrity and the deterioration of the network. This is not what the public, I or my department want to see. So I'm committed to continuing to develop that new road maintenance strategy to deliver on that, and to hopefully I can work with executive colleagues to continue to find ways forward in terms of investment and delivering for everyone.
Minister, thank you for responding. I call Keith Buchanan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't intend to take all of that time. I'm going to run down briefly some of the comments people have made and then put in my own bits and pieces during that. First of all, obviously Stephen touched on road safety, compromised with the different issue, potholes, etc. Talked about road freight, transport of Northern Ireland roads, £32 million paid out in damaged roads in the last 5 years, and obviously active travel. And just suppose I have a bit of a bug, Minister, with active travel, not with the concept of active travel, but I was through Coleraine over the weekend, and there's obviously a great active travel scheme around Coleraine, but their active travel footpaths are wider than most of the roads in rural Tyrone, and in better shape than the rural roads, which is fine to have, but I think active travel needs to be balanced between, and I think we touched on this earlier during question, it has to be balanced between new roads and new footpaths or cycleways and maintaining what we have. That's a bugbear of mine, because in the rural footpaths of Tobermore, Desert Martin, Moneymore, Cookstown, we all can name them, you can't actually walk on them. And then we go through Coleraine and we've got a highway beside the road. Not that I'm suggesting anybody drives on the footpath, but there's a contradiction in terms. It's like building a new extension in your house and you're not using the rooms you currently have. It just doesn't make sense to me. And my colleague to the left there is a big advocate of active travel, and that's fine, but he needs to take a wee run over to rural Tyrone sometime. He's free on his bicycle and he'd see what we're dealing with. So that was covered obviously very well, and I think it's something we'll look on active travel going forward, how we maintain what we have, and yes, getting the balance correct. Cathal Boland referred to constituency casework and the workload that, and he did refer to recent schemes in his area. I presume I must take a run down there, Cathal, and see how good they are, get a bit of experience of a quality road. Andrew McMurray then touched on road conditions in his area, and then cycling, motorcycling organisations that his colleague had been liaising with. Robbie Butler then talked about the decline of our pavements and paths, and that's no doubt across NI. It's a broad scheme. Any of these points that any colleagues had made could be covered broadly anywhere. Talked about Lagan Valley road conditions, and then talked about, I think Peter talked about as well, instead of marking, fill them as you go. I think you talked about getting your own bucket, Robbie, and starting to fill potholes, the risks that was with that as well. Justin McNulty, you're very welcome, Justin, on the committee, but I thought you'd have done a wee bit of research. I'm not it's not my portfolio, the roads, it's the Sinn Féin's portfolio. But I'll give you the bye ball because you're only on the committee. You're certainly not a staff motivator to DFI roads. I wouldn't get you to do any campaigns for them with your comments. But anyway, so just for clarity, I'm not it's not our portfolio, the roads. It's Sinn Féin's portfolio at the minute, and the sky is certainly blue. Nicola Brogan then made some comments, referred to west of the Ban road condition, a bit like myself and the issues we have there. And then rural roads, she referred to rural roads are not forgotten, which is a valid point. You know, yes, a lot of the money goes in the main roads, it carries the most people, but the rural roads, and the Minister no doubt is not area herself. Peter Martin then talked about slip, strips and falls, pavement conditions, talked about efficiencies. And my colleague here, Trevor, talked about efficiencies on road. I see that day and daily where a lot of utility companies is coming and doing a repair, and it's not to the standard it should be. And that's no reflection, to be fair, on engineers in the area. They only can maintain and inspect so much, but there has to be some, hold on those utility companies. Perfectly good job, then they come in and track it, and they don't do it good enough, and then that's where they crack. So it has a wee bit of something to be looking at in that context. And again, he talked about marking potholes instead of actually fixing them at the time. Anya Murphy talked about her office getting inundated with road issues, no doubt. Yeah, myself, I get a lot of road issues. Preventative road safety strategy, not reactive. She talked about this road safety strategy not being preventive, not reactive. Jerry Carroll talked about a number of issues in his office. I missed the number, Jerry. Hundreds, like you said. Maybe you shouldn't be answering me. The number of potholes in the area, I think you talked about one a house, damage to cars. We all could write these points, but they're all to be fair, very valid. Unfortunately, you've missed your bus. I can never get a bus from here home. I don't know when I'll be home. It could be maybe Thursday. But we'll have to leave that there, and that's maybe someone the Minister can... Go ahead.
I remind the member that there used to be an excellent train line right across the member's constituency, Antrim, Coleraine, elsewhere, and it was the dividing and parties in this country that ruined it. But the member, I'm sure, knows that point already.
I think you're misinterpreting my look. My age is not that old, Jerry. I don't remember that. Maybe I can't recall the noise of the steam trains in Mid Ulster, to be honest. I know they were there, but that was some time back. So I suppose broadly, a lot of members have covered a lot of similar points, and they are the same. Rural roads need money, something to look on the active travel. I'm not a fan, but I would want you to look at, Minister, there's an active travel scheme, got the green light in Mid Ulster, and I don't want to get parochial, but I am. And they're building a footpath to nowhere, out to Lockery College. And the only reason that got over the line was a fatality, unfortunately, in the other footpath. But there was a reason for that fatality. And there was never a reason, but there was a reason why that happened. And we're getting that footpath to go to Lockery College, which is technically going nowhere, but we can't get one going to Dunman Creamery, where there's dozens and dozens of workers walking out every day, and they're walking on the hard shoulder. It's how that is scored. I have a problem with that. Not me personally with active travel, it's how that is scored. So there's one going ahead to Lockery College with a perfectly good footpath the other route, which is actually shorter, but they're building a new one that way, and we can't get one to Dunman where all the workers walk out to the factory. There's an issue how that is done, and I think it's because it's quick, it's easy, no land to vest, and you can spend big money quickly. And you ask anybody walking up Cookstown today, do I need a footpath to Lockery College or need a footpath to Dunman Creamery? I know what they're going to tell you. So it's how we get that scoring right. There's something wrong there. And I've pushed it and pushed it. There's an issue there. It's a box ticker to get active travel. Money spent quick, we've spent this amount of money, but they're not the cleverest things to do. Ask the people locally, what are the ones to do? I know everybody have their own parochial issues, but broadly, there's an issue there going on. It's a box ticker to spend money quickly. So, I think it's been a good debate. Obviously, we've covered a lot of things. There's no point in me rehearsing all of them. We've talked about the amount of money that's been spent on potholes, and I suppose unless we invest, we're not going to get that reduced. So, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate your time.
And thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.